they asked me, they're like, all right, is your name Michael Schmidt? Yes. And they asked me a question, I'm biting my lip, and literally it's like Elvis is on a lie detector test. Say, man, I didn't take nothing. So somebody put a note on that monkey. All right, so.
Schmitty comes alive on the Joe Business page at MikeSchmidtComedy.com.
Oh, yeah. I am awake and alive and alive. I'm so great, I gotta say it twice and cut it out once. My head's a syrup bottle that's getting tipped over every Wednesday. You're a storyteller in a storytelling podcast, and the only story you're telling now is a story about stories you don't want to tell. What the fuck? Hey, what's happening? Mike Schmidt, 40-Year-Old Boy podcast. My voice is all messed up today. I don't know why. There's something in my throat. I can't get it out. I've tried. I've had, really, Cock? You think Cock will get it out, or you think Cock put it in? She made a face like a cock face, which, by the way, that's a weird face. Well, now you're going wrong cheek. Again, wrong cheek. She's doing that weird thing where you fake you're putting a cock in your cheek, but she's pushing out the wrong cheek with her tongue. So unless that's a hook dick, unless you got Clinton in your mouth, I don't know what's happening there. Because, right, he had Peyronie's, right? Didn't he have Peyronie's disease? That's question mark cock, right? Isn't Peyronie's disease got like a little, it's got a, if we bring back senior, whatever the fuck, who was it, Victor Borga. Victor Borga, yeah. So my voice is messed up, and I don't know why, folks. Look, and here's Lily. She's laughing, and I don't know if she thinks it's funny or not, but she was just laughing there to have fun. But there's a lot to talk about today, folks, a lot to cover. And as I sat here, I've been putting it off. I got here about 2 o'clock, and there was a nightmare downstairs, which I'll get to in a second. But now it's 3, and it's Tuesday, by the way. Again, we're recording on a Tuesday. I don't fucking know why. Lily said that I told her last week that she could have Wednesday off because she had a thing.
No, I didn't have a thing. You said I want to record on Wednesday because of something, and I don't remember.
No, that was last week. I needed to record on Tuesday because I was going to St. Louis. So we fucked it up somehow. And so I today, and you know me, folks, I don't sleep and I'm all fucking weirded out. And so I get a text on my phone and it says, well, what time today? And I texted, today? The question mark. And then I called her and she was driving and then apologized. And I'm like, don't apologize for driving. That's fine. I just wanted to make sure I squared this away. Did I say something about today? And she's like, well, I have plans tomorrow. But what it turns out is she didn't have plans. She made plans because I told her that we were recording on Tuesday and I don't fucking remember why. So the real bad news is I got to do something. I have something to do tomorrow and I don't know what the fuck it is, which is not good news at all. I don't know what the fuck I'm getting ready to fuck up. But please know that the clock is ticking on me ruining something, folks. Because I got something tomorrow. And I've done this a few times in the last few weeks, man. I don't know what the fuck. Because I don't. Here's the thing. You know, a smartphone, and it's supposed to be like, it's all things to all people. Like, it's supposed to be not. For me, it's the internet and a phone, right? And a texting machine. But now there's also like, you're supposed to put your appointments in there and shit. And I don't do that. I don't do any of that. Because I don't have any appointments, folks. I'm up all night doing nothing, and then guess what? I do a podcast on Wednesday. That's the only appointment I have all fucking week, unless somebody else asks me to do a podcast. And then I try to keep track of that via email, because I'll go, well, just don't erase that, because that reminds you. So then every time you come in here, you'll see that. But then I don't read. It's not like I read my old emails every day. What if I did? Because you guys you know how far behind I am in emails. So what if all day, every day, I just read all of my old emails and never answered them? That would be fucking ridiculous. But what it is people will write me to book me, and this has happened twice in the last few weeks. Our friend South Philly Paul, with the South Philly Paul cast in Philadelphia, and he 3 months ago, he booked me to do something in October, and he's like, here's the dates. Call in on these specific dates, and that's when we're recording. But this is why. See, this is the problem. All right, fuck everybody telling me to do shit. All right, I don't. Again, as I've mentioned several times, I'm the talent. You got to seek me out, motherfucker. Do not ask me to call you at a certain time. What the fuck is that? You know what? Fucking flash the Schmidt signal in the air and get me on your fucking podcast. That's it. Everybody out there, everybody who has a podcast, build a Schmidt signal and shine it in the air, and I'll know immediately that's what I'm supposed to call. I don't fucking get it, man. And again, so Paul is like, because they do their show live, like they actually live record while they're talking. So I'm supposed to call in while they're live recording, and in my head, literally, it just became way too fucking convoluted at that point. Because he asked me if I wanted to do it, and I said yes, because it would have promoted the Philadelphia show. He's a local show there in Philly. Not only does he reach nationally, but he may have a Philly fan base, and I could get people out there. So I was excited to do South Philly Paul's show. And then it's like, well, yeah, but then we record at 7:30 Eastern, which is 4:30 your time. We do it on a Sunday, and we're doing it these Sundays, the 6th and the 11th. Or, you know what? And I'm reading it. I'm just like, there's too many fucking numbers here, dude. Call me. There should be, you know what? There should be 10 numbers. My area code and my phone number. I will send it to you, and you call me, motherfucker, when you want to talk. And I understand that's perfectly unreasonable. I should be a grown person who calls somebody. This is on me. It's not on South Philly Paul or anybody else. If people ask me to keep a date or they ask me to do something, they're doing me a fucking favor. They're helping me promote this show. So why the fuck would I ever not call them or do that? Well, you know why I wouldn't ever do it? It's because I forget. I don't fucking write it down. I don't have an appointment book. I have a phone that I refuse to punch buttons. Because again, it's another thing. My fucking fat thumbs. So I wrote down, call South Philly Paul on Sundre. Fucking Sundre, erase this. That's how mad I am. Call him Sundre at 11 o'clock. Fuck! So I can't, so I wind up, so I missed the phone call. And again, they do it live. It's not like they, so yeah, well, okay, yeah, you make that face. I've missed it 3 times. I was supposed to do it before my show, and I profusely apologized. I didn't realize until the day after, because in my head, I'm like, why, October 14th? I get something October 14th. Same thing as I'm doing with tomorrow. I'm like, I got something tomorrow, right? Don't I guess? But October 14th, I knew I had something to do, and it was called South Philly Paul, and I fucking missed it. You know what I thought of it? The 15th. That's what I meant. I thought I had something to do on the 14th. Yes, you did, dumb fuck. And you know what? By the way, maybe, I don't know if everybody else does this. I do it. I don't know if everybody else does this. When you fuck something up, do you remember immediately after that you fucked it up? That's what I'm saying. It's like October 14th, and I'm like, I know maybe, but on the 15th, I went, God damn it. Like that, we were all of a sudden, and it's clear as a bell, where you go, oh yeah, it wasn't like Paul sent me a reminder. The 15th, in my head, I went, motherfucker, I was supposed to call somebody yesterday. So, and like I said, I don't know if that's the way it works for you guys or not, but I mean, I will do that thing where I don't fucking remember anything until it's the thing I was supposed to do has ended and the window has closed, and then I go, God damn it. I do a lot of exclaiming, apparently. So I did that with Paul, where I was supposed to do his thing. So then I then did the show in Philadelphia, and I met Paul. He was very nice. He could not have been cooler, and I apologized again profusely. And he said, "Well, that's okay. We do it again like November 7th." And I said, "All right, done. Mentally noted." And fuck, 7th comes and goes. The 8th, fuck, God damn it! I mean, again, folks, don't ask me to call you live. Call me. You gotta lead this horse to water. Okay? You can't make me drink, but I guarantee if you bring me to the water, I will drink like a motherfucker. I will drink that trough out. It'll be a bone dry trough by the time I'm done with that podcast. Your talking trough will be bone dry by the time I'm done. But unfortunately, you got to grab me by the snout and lead me over there. So I did that, right? And I should just type in the thing. But again, here's the thing. I don't have my phone on during the day because I don't usually get like reception in my house. And I'm asleep during the day. So what the fuck is the point of having the phone on just to burn the battery out? So I don't turn it on until I get to Graveyardville at 10. And I'm like, hey, turn the phone on to see what I missed all day. So I don't put the things in the appointment book because I don't live a real life anyway. And nobody wants to fucking see me. So who cares? Right? But then that's wrong because then I fuck things up. It was like doing Murray's show. You know, actually the same thing. I did Road Stories podcast last Monday night. And I accepted. It was for November, whatever the fuck that was, the 12th or who knows. And so I said, yeah, man, I'll do it. That sounds great. And again, that's a schedule. That's not a live thing. Murray was very nice. He reached out to me and asked me if I would do it. And he gave me the address and he scheduled it with 2 other comics, Pat and Chip. And he's like, all right, you guys will come to my house. It'll be fine. And I said, great, I'm in. And right when I hit send, I thought there was something I was doing on October 12th. Yes, I promised to buy tacos for strangers on October 12th at the Prince Burlesque show. So I immediately, he finally coordinated the schedule with everybody. And I go, fuck, guys, I'm out. I can't do it. I go, unless we go an hour earlier and that'll work. And then Murray's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But still, again, my fucking tiny brain forgot it, and I had to screw up 4 people's schedules just because I'm dumb and don't know how to fucking keep a ledger. Do people keep their appointments in a ledger? I don't know how that works. You know what I need? I need a PR guy, or I know it's AR but instead of accounts, it's an appointments receivable guy. That's what I need. So whatever. I made that work. And then I was on the road last week, as I mentioned. I was in St. Louis, and I got a. Maybe did I not mention that? I mentioned it. I mentioned it in previous weeks. Who cares? I know I've tied. Look, I fucking told you about it enough. And I got an email from our friend Paul Goebel, and he was like, "Hey man, would you do my podcast this Sunday?" And I said, "I would. Just tell me the time." And he's like, "Great." And again, here's the thing with Paul. He's like, "Hey, can you watch the Neighbors Thanksgiving episode and the episode of Fringe where they do this?" And I wrote, "Nope." Because I'm on the road. I'm in a hotel room in St. Louis, and that's not going to happen. Because I don't even know. And again, he's like, "Can you watch Neighbors and watch Fringe?" And I again, those might be code words. I didn't even know those shows fucking existed. I don't know what those are. Fringe I do because I watch football, and they have to give me commercials for Fringe every fucking 5 minutes. But Neighbors, I don't know. To me, that's, you know what that is? That's Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi in a movie with Kathy Moriarty. Or it's a Rolling Stones song off Tattoo You, the one you skip. So when he said, he's like, "Watch Neighbors," I go, "I don't know what the fuck that is." But I had to say no anyway because I was on the road and I could not have seen it. Now, here's the thing. All right, here's another thing, too. Let's talk about our friend Paul Goebel for just a second. I like Paul. He's a good friend, and he does a show on TV. And I understand it's his show. But if you're having a guest on, like me, why wouldn't you ask me, "Dude, what shows are you watching that we can talk about?" Because again, I have like 5 shows that I watch, and I to me it would be funnier if like he's writing me a note and he's like, "Can you watch Fringe and Neighbors?" No, but I should send him a note that goes, "Dude, can you watch Sweet Genius and we can talk about that?" Because I'll talk about Sweet Genius for 5 hours. But instead, you have to do what they say, and I get it, it's their show, and that's fine. I mean, look, if someone came on here, I'd be more than happy to talk about the things they wanted to talk about. You probably wouldn't even hear a peep from me other than a question that would ask them, "Hey, what do you like?" And then I would sit back and let them fill the microphone with their thoughts and feelings. Lily's shaking her head. She doesn't believe it. But you know what? Let's book a guest. Let's get a guest in here. And then you'll hear them talk, and you won't even hear me say a word. You know what? I'll go straight NPR on you motherfuckers if I get a guest in here. Hi, welcome to the 40-Year-Old Boy Podcast. We're here today with Neil deGrasse Tyson. He is a astronomer extraordinaire and a smart person on Twitter. Tell us about space, Neil. And then he will talk for 2 hours about space. And I will just, you know what? All I'll do is I'll do this. I'll nod and you'll hear it on the microphone because you hear my face scraping it. Yeah, that was the beard, by the way. I still have the beard, folks. I have the horribly shitty beard that is not coming in the way I want it to, the way nobody wants it to. I look like a cancer guy. Anyway, but here's the thing. I shared a picture of the beard on Facebook. I put it on Facebook last week. I'm like, "Hey, the beard came to St. Louis. Will I have it on stage? Who knows?" Ha! And then, of course, the open mic night that is Facebook, everybody went off and was like, "Your beard sucks, faggot." I mean, like, really? Really? We're all friends here, I thought. And some guy wrote, the first dude is like, "You look like Nick Nolte." And in my head, I was like, well, that's not bad. You know, Nick Nolte's kind of like he's got a craggy face, but he also kind of looks rough and tumble, and he's an actor, and he's a good-looking guy. And then, I'm not joking, within 10 seconds, I went, wait a minute, he means Nick Nolte's mugshot. And I was furious. Sitting in a hotel room in St. Louis alone, hating it. And then I'm like, really? I look like Nick Nolte's mugshot? And then I actually pulled up Nick Nolte's mugshot. I'm like, that's not even close. Are you kidding me? He looks like heroin beat him up. Like, not even that he's a junkie. It looks like heroin came to life and engaged him in a fight in an alley. He had a barroom brawl with meth and lost. I look like a dude with long hair and a fucked up beard. That's it. But then of course everybody, Pat, my friend Pat, you look like Nick Nolte. Everybody comes charging in with I look like Nick Nolte's mugshot. I'm like, so in my head I'm like, do I really look like Nick Nolte's mugshot? I mean, I guess I must if everybody fucking said it. But I didn't think I did, which is fine. But again, I was fully prepared for it this time because you remember the last time I put stuff on Facebook and then you guys all decided to clown it up like dumb motherfuckers, and I was pissed. I was like, really? But this time, anytime I put up a picture of myself, I'm ready for the assault because I know nobody's on there to write, "Yay, you're cool, Mike." You know, nobody wants to do that. Everybody has to prove how incredibly funny they are. One dude, get this. All right, get this, people. People were writing, "Oh, you look like Nick Nolte's mugshot. Ha, 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 ha. That beard. Ha, shave it. Ha, you look awful." You know, whatever the fuck. Everybody's having their fun. Well, one dude is like, "Dude, you look like Nick Nolte's mugshot." And then another dude is like, "You really look like Nick Nolte's mugshot." And one, I think a dude repeated it and is like, "Dude, listen, you look like Nick Nolte's mugshot." I get it, guys. You think I look horrible. Fine. Message received. So I leave Facebook, which is, again, Facebook is a public forum. Even though my page is my page and it's a private area, I accept everybody. I accept all comers. And I expect everyone to behave like they're my friend. I didn't expect them to attack me with Nick Nolte accusations. Whatever. But I'm used to it, and I'm ready for it. Because you folks have proven why we can't have nice things. I put stuff on Facebook and you charge in with your jokes. Ha ha ha, jokes, jokes, jokes. Literally just a flash mob of jokes shows up at my site and then they bail. But that's fine. Again, it's a public forum and I throw it open to all of you when I put something on there. But then I retreat to the sanctity and safety of my private email account, which granted is out there for public consumption, but that's for more intimate correspondence. I mean, Facebook is all drive-by bullshit. It's like if Facebook is graffiti on the fence, my personal email is the house within the fence's boundaries. So to get past the fence, you got to know something, or you got to know me, or there has to be something. Because look, anybody, all of you out there, we're all acquaintances. We're internet chums, and you can leave whatever you need on the fence. You can come by with your spray paint and you can spray it on my Facebook wall, which is my fence around my compound. You can go out there and hit and run it and ha ha ha, and then run off and do your bullshit. However, if I let you in the actual house, if you actually make it past the gate and come into the compound, into the actual home, well, I expect a little decorum, folks. However, there was a gentleman who is our friend Terry. I've mentioned Terry on here before. Terry came by the Facebook. He was outside the compound at the wall with his spray can. And he sprayed his graffiti all over. Ha ha! You look like Nick Nolte's mugshot. Good for you. I get that. We're all friends here. Ha ha. Here's your goddamn dinner, convict. How's that? How's that for a Nolte for you? Excuse me, folks. I have to take a break to go tell Barbara Streisand that some guy fucked me in the ass. All right, hold tight. And at the end of this podcast, I'm going to turn into a bubble and float away. How about that? Let me tell you something, folks. We are not brothers, we are not partners, and we are not friends. By the time this podcast is over, you're going to be sorry you haven't met me. And I know you're thinking you're already sorry. Our friend Terry makes his way over the wall. He leaps over the graffiti-strewn Facebook wall that guards the intimate compound of my email address, and he makes it up the stairs, and he somehow gets into the actual compound itself. I go to the sanctity and safety of my personal email account. There's a note from Terry, and I open it up, and all Terry has sent me, not even a hello, not even a cheerful hi, or hey, you remember me? We've talked a million times, and I hate you. No, Terry writes, he just has a link. And it is a link to a site called fugly.com with Nick Nolte's mugshot on prominent display. Terry felt he didn't get across exactly how fucking terrible I looked by writing it on my Facebook page. He had to make sure that he hand-delivered it to my home. What is wrong with you people? Who do you think you are? Cut me, do I not bleed? You want to spray paint my fence? Go ahead. I don't care. That's why because I say, I put up a poster of myself on the fence. Have at it. But when you start coming in where I've got framed photos of myself and pointing at those and making fun, that will not do. This will not stand. Send me an email. I don't know if you're getting this. We think you look fucking stupid. Click this link. Sure, that's what I'll do is click that link. Guy I've never met, but who continues to fucking come after me. But I still have the beard. I know you don't care. I don't care. I figured, what the hell? Who cares at this point? But I don't look like, all right, well, I will tell you this. I do not look like Nick Nolte's mugshot in that picture. I do not. However, I slept on like my hair because my hair is like crazy long and I have to tame it a little bit with junk. But I slept on it and I woke up and it was like all shot out in different areas. And I looked at it. I went into my head. I went, yeah, I can see Nick Nolte's mugshot in this. I mean, This is a full 4 days after the assault where everybody spray painted my Facebook fence with their nonsense. And after Terry had kicked in the door to my own compound and dropped it in my lap with a fugly link. But I have to admit, from a certain angle, after a long night's sleep, I might look like the mugshot of Nick Nolte. Fine, folks. You win. You win this one. But savor that victory, folks. Savor it. Because eventually you're not going to have Mike Schmidt to kick around anymore. Because maybe I don't put any more pictures up on Facebook. Maybe you don't get to have your fun. Maybe it'll just be dry recitations of, San Antonio, maybe I'll visit you someday soon. Show's ready. Go to Reddit. I don't. By the way, folks, let's talk about this that I saw on Reddit today, real quick. Wasn't there a point to all that nonsense before I get sidetracked into Nolte? Thought there was. Yeah, but there was something way before that. You know what I was going to say? I'll say this. I'll do this, folks, because I started talking about you laughing. Because I think I'm not. I mean, I have a lot of things to talk about today and a lot of things to cover, and that's fine. And I come here kind of magically hoping that the show will be over. I know that sounds weird, but I'll sit here with Lily and we'll talk, and then I'm like, I don't, and I'll talk to her for 2 hours because I don't want to start because I know, and it's I've done this my whole life. When there's any work to do, I will do everything I can to put it off till the final moment, and then go, all right, let's fucking do this, and then I'll jump in. And that's how I feel about this show. And even though it's not, I mean, I enjoy doing it, I love doing it. However, it still is work. I mean, it's still, let's put it this way. As much as I love doing this, it's not sitting in silence doing nothing. That's, oh my God, if you would pay me to do that, that would be fantastic. But unfortunately, very rarely do you get to achieve your goals and dreams sitting there doing nothing, unless you're fucking, Anne Frank or Helen Keller. So I don't know what the fuck to do here, when I get here and I'm like, I don't want to do it. But then here's the thing. I don't even have the hard job. Lily has the hard job because she has to sit here and pretend to like this for however long I fucking talk. And I know you say I'm entertaining and you like me, and that's fine. I'm not trying to cast aspersions, but at the same time, when I don't know why I thought about this, and I thought about it today. Because our schedules were weird, and then she's like, well, I got a thing for Wednesday. Can you come over today? And I said, yeah. And I to me, it's just, we got to find time to do the show. All right. And then she does the show, but then she has to, listen to it again, and she has to edit and all that stuff. But here's the thing. Editing and all that sort of stuff, that's not the work part of this, folks. The editing, the posting, it, on Libsyn or whatever the fuck she has to do, none of that is the work. The work part of this is she has to sit here with me for 5 hours and pretend to be having a good time the entire time. Because that's totally true. That's like, it's not, I wish I could just say, well, if I just came, because, Bill Burr can do his show and he's alone, and I could probably do the show by myself. It'll be a completely different animal, and it'll be a lot fucking shorter because I wouldn't feel that I could explore the space and be able to find things. And that's why Bill is famous and talented and I'm not. You know what I mean? It's like, I need my Lily here to laugh and make it like it's working. You know what I mean? But that's for me, because what is she? I don't even know what she needs. Like, it's funny. I'm like, I need her here to kind of fuel me and let me keep going. What keeps her going? How the fuck is she still interested in doing this or sitting here or listening? It makes zero sense to me. And that's the hard fucking work. Because look, I go to comedy shows and I want to leave. I want to slink out in 5 minutes. Like, I want nothing to do with it. If it's a good show, I can watch. But if it's a bad show, I want the fuck out. You know what I mean? And I think this is a good show, so I can understand what she can watch. But Jesus Christ, 3-4 hours every week? Because again, what you don't see, folks, is, I talk, but this isn't all in a straight downhill. Although, like, last week kind of was. We were done in almost real time last week. But other shows, I'll have to stop, and then we'll sit here for half an hour and we'll talk, and then I'll jump back in because I can't. I don't feel right talking, rampaging and going on. And this is far too much inside baseball for you folks. You don't give a fuck. You don't want to know what's behind the curtain. You just want to laugh. And I get that. But I guess I'm saying, let's all feel bad for Lily. I guess that's the point. that I'm bringing to the table. Because, like, you guys, you choose to spend a week with me. She fucking has to. You know what I mean? And that's fucking crazy. Because, you know, she's probably relieved that she gets to do the editing and the posting and shit, because it just means I'm out of her kitchen. She doesn't have to fucking pretend anymore, for fuck's sake. So it's, I had that real epiphany today where I went, this is not even... Because for me, I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, getting there and talking, and that's going to be hard. But, man, the hard thing is sitting there in silence and staring at a fucking computer bouncing up and down and looking at the graph and all that. That's Jesus, that's awful. All right, so I feel bad for you. But I thank God for you. You're the wind beneath my wings. God, that movie wiped me the fuck out. Wiped me out. And I remember watching it, and I was like, man, Maya Bialik is so cute. And she's like a total miniature Bette Midler, and that's awesome. And then she grew up to be her. It's like Haley Joel Osment. I saw Haley Joel Osment the other day, like what he looks like now. And it's so funny because I can't even imagine how terrible it would be to be famous when you were a kid. Because then when you get older, everybody's like, oh my God, what the fuck happened to you? I got older, dumbass. It happens. I grew the fuck up. Just because you know me from fucking Sixth Sense, hiding under a bed and shit, doesn't mean I don't become a man at some point. I'm not frozen in time. I'm not fucking Elijah Wood, who never changes, ever, ever. In the fucking Lord of the Rings movie or the show where he's talking to a dog. I mean, he looks exactly the fucking same. From Lucas, right? Wasn't he in Lucas? Jesus Christ. He looks exactly the same. You know what it looks like? I think he's still the same size he was in Lucas, but they film him with like a magnifying lens in all of his new movies. He has not changed. Goddamn Elijah Wood. And I know he listens. But he stays, you know what? He maintains a respectful distance, folks. He's on the outside. He's on the Facebook wall out there on the periphery. He hasn't come into the compound. All right. So, folks, but there was why did I do the beard on the microphone? Wasn't there a point to that? And it got me spun off into the beard?
About having a guest nodding and
oh, that's right, because we're going to have Neil deGrasse Tyson on. Folks, did you hear about that? We're having Neil deGrasse Tyson on the show.
no guest.
Why not? There's no room to sit.
No, it's not funny. You're funny.
No, guests would be hilarious. Are you kidding me? These people out there are just like, when they heard guests, their ears perked up. What? Finally. Oh, my God. Really? Because you know what? People have invested all this time in this show waiting for the time for a guest to show up. That's it. They're just like, oh, my God, I can't wait. Can't wait. But folks, if you want to hear me talk to other people, I'm on Paul Goebel's show this week and Murray Valeriano's show this week. Go check those out. Murray broke his show up into 2 parts. I talked about that last week. Part 2 is gripping. It's next week. Unreal. Just part 2 of Jackasses talking. The fact that there's like a cliffhanger, how odd. And then I made fun of him last week for the food that he bought, and I just got a 1-line email from him, and all it said was, and it didn't even, let's put it this way, you know, in the subject line of an email, it didn't even have a subject line. And underneath it just said, it was pepperoni, not capicola. That's all he sent me.
Awesome.
And in my head, I'm like, is he pissed? Because he didn't even bother to put a subject. So I wrote him, and well, yeah, but you say that, but I'm used to, believe me, I'm so used to people being pissed by the shit that I say. So then I wrote him, and I'm like, hey, the brevity of your response indicates to me that perhaps you're angry with me. And thankfully he was not. So that was fine. And so now let's come out and say this. There's no fucking way it was pepperoni. There's no way. No way. Unless you took an iron to that pepperoni and made it larger. You know what I mean? It was big fucking, like, look like bologna slices. Fuck that. Fuck your fancy pepperoni. All right. There's the name of the show. Fuck your fancy pepperoni. That'll be my new food podcast. I'll have that. I'm an Italian food reviewer. Fuck your fancy pepperoni. Oh, that's great. All right, folks. I remember now. I was talking about the bullshit downstairs trying to come up here today. I'm doing it on Tuesday. Okay. So I once we straightened it out on the phone, then I had to be here and everything. That's fine. I have to yawn, and I don't know whether to stop and yawn or just yawn.
Just do it right now.
But folks, well, they're going to be pissed off.
Why'd you talk here? Why didn't you just yawn?
Nobody wants it, because now everybody right now is yawning and crashing cars. I don't know. What if people are driving, they have their iPod vagina plugged in, then they yawn and smash into a retaining wall?
You just made a country yawn.
Yeah. Believe me, I've been doing that for 21 years. So I came here on a Tuesday, and I pull into the little, because again, Lily lives in the oldest building in Hollywood, and it's in an alley behind a mall. So I pull in. Essentially, it's a mall. So I pull in, and there's the parking. You need a permit here, and I pay Lily for a permit, which works out fine. And I pull in, and half the street is taken up with like film trucks. Now, there's probably only 30 spots on this street to begin with. So it's always a crapshoot. And I've talked about it on here, coming in and trying to find traffic or parking. And I've been lucky the past, few months to get here because I've been doing the show earlier. So I think that's been helping. And God damn it. Zombie army of yawns. Stop yawning. Because again, I'm not sleeping, folks, but I'll get to that in a minute. So I pull in and there's no parking downstairs. And I called Lily. She's like, well, hey, Eddie's leaving in a few minutes. So if you want to hang out and take his spot, that's great. So I was waiting downstairs for him to come down. And meanwhile, there was some old dude downstairs just lurking. And he's talking to the truck drivers. He looked like a Teamster or like a wannabe Teamster. But I figured he was with the production. So, because he's talking to the guys in the Warner Brothers trucks. And he's going down and he's talking to all of them and he's sipping a coffee. He totally looked like a union dude where he's just like, he's got a hoodie on and his sleeves are rolled up and he's got a coffee and he's like, hey, how you doing? Talking to the guys in the cab of the truck. And I'm like, all right, whatever. So then he comes over and he gets in his van on the street to leave. And he starts the van up. So right when he starts the van up, Eddie comes out and waves at me. And Eddie was in a really tight spot. Eddie drives one of those fucking ludicrous Matchbox cars, that we, not smart car. It's a dumb car. We talked about it. I don't care what they call it. It's stupid. No, it's dumb. It's literally, if your keychain is bigger than your car, it's fucking dumb. So he's parked, but there's enough room on either side where I said, well, I think I can get in this spot. So she told me to wait for Eddie. And as I was waiting, this fucking fake wannabe Teamster dude is talking. And then he gets in his van to split. So Eddie, right when he comes out, I wave at him and I go, hold on. And I do a U-turn and I turn around and I come up and I put my turn signal on to wait for the van to leave because he's in a much bigger spot. And Eddie comes, I yell out the window to Eddie. I'm like, Eddie, can you give me a minute until this guy leaves and then I'll take his spot. But if he doesn't leave, I'll take your spot. And Eddie can't hear me because there's trucks outside. So he has to walk all the way over to my fucking car. I felt like an asshole. And I roll the window down and I go, hey, I'm just waiting for this idiot to leave. And then, if he doesn't leave, then I'll take your spot. But he's leaving now. He's in the car. And he's in the car. It started, the van. And he's got his foot on the brake because the brake lights and stuff are all lit up, which indicates that he's about to back out and get out of the spot. So I'm waiting and waiting. And I'm making conversation with Eddie, and that's comfortable. And, because Eddie doesn't want to talk to me. He's got no fucking interest in what I have to do or my life. He's going to teach kids how to pull a quarter out of their ass. So good for him. So I'm waiting for this fucking van to leave, and I'm talking to Eddie, and Eddie's being nice. And then the van is just sitting there. And finally, this motherfucker, he turns the van off and gets out. After 5 minutes of sitting with the van on with his foot on the brake. And he pops his head. And by the way, I should tell you, this motherfucker was old. He was like an old, craggy dude. He had a face like James Coburn's taint. I mean, it was just fucking horrendously old and craggy and awful. And he gets out. And then Eddie goes, that guy lives here. I said, what? He goes, yeah, he lives on the block. And the guy hops out of it. And this is how pathetic his life is. The guy, he gets out of the van. And Eddie goes, hey, you leaving, man? And he goes, no, I was just getting in the van to get my toilet paper. And he's carrying a grocery bag with 2 loose rolls of toilet paper that are not full rolls. They're not wrapped in a plastic. He didn't purchase them from anywhere. It looks like he may have gone to a local establishment and heisted their toilet paper like out of the bathroom to steal it. It was just so pathetic and sad and old. But it didn't matter. I hated him anyway because I was so mad that he didn't fucking leave. And then he and Eddie walked down the street together talking. I wanted to run. Literally, I wish if Eddie had not been side by side with this guy, I may have run him down. I may have run him over and killed him because he wasted 5 minutes of my fucking day. But then finally he left, and then Eddie got in his spot, and I pulled right. And I don't know how you didn't, because Lily drives. Your car's smaller than mine, and you totally could have gotten in that spot.
My car has like extra long, weird, extended bumpers. So it's bigger than some minivans. It's ridiculous.
Well, I got in the spot just fine. Good. Yeah. You're like, good. End this story, stupid.
No, because I parked like 2 blocks away.
Oh, well.
I had to walk.
You know what's funny? In my head, I just went, well, at the end of the night, at the end of the show, I'll drive you to your car and you'll come back and get my spot. But if I leave, there's no way that spot exists. Not with the fucking filming idiots downstairs. How long are they here?
Just today.
Okay.
I think they're filming The Mentalist.
Ooh. Awful.
At that beautiful hotel room.
Well, I should have called the Mentalist to find out that motherfucker was leaving in his van. Do me a favor, Simon Templar? Is that his name? That's the guy, right? No, that's the saint.
No.
I think
His name. But he likes my show. He came to my show and told me he liked my work.
the mentalist dude?
Yeah.
Well, he meant so like he likes your tits. That's basically what he said.
Well, I kept walking by him. It was so fun. Can I talk? I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Stealing your show. I kept walking by him and he kept talking with his accent. And I'm like, excuse me, I need to get the sound booth. Excuse me. And every time I walk by, I always touch people because I'm touchy. And finally, all of a sudden, I'm like, oh my God, I don't just like know him. That's the guy from The Mentalist. And so as he was leaving, I did the thing where I reached out and I touched his hand again. I go, by the way, I love your work. And he goes, I love yours. So it's really
Well,
cute.
Simon Baker, right?
Yeah, Baker. But
That's
I couldn't recognize him because he was speaking Australian
Yeah.
accent. And so I was just like, and then all of a sudden it dawned on me, oh, that's right. He's fucking Australian. Of course that's him.
Of course, that's the
And so
mentalist.
Aussie friends.
I love that ever would be a thought in anyone's head. Of course, that's the mentalist. Horrible name for a show. Well, I can't believe you didn't recognize him right away. Don't you go to the Magic Castle to have mentalist parties and you guys watched guys, you know.
Well, we don't actually have fake mentalists at the cast. Oh, wait. Yes, we do.
Yeah, see? Of course you do.
I hate mentalism.
Makes no sense. Although yeah, I say that, and then I would watch one of those guys do a trick, and I would wet myself. Like literally, I would piss my pants. Just like, what the hell? Because I don't understand ghosts and magic, and they're the same thing, folks. We know that. No, math I understand. Math
It's
is
all
math is hard. You
Ghosts and
can't.
Magic's all math.
Ghosts are math.
Ghosts.
Ugh. I don't like it. All right, folks. Hey, let's talk about this. Should I do a break? Well, if I won't break when I'm yawning, I mean, I should fucking. I should just plow through, because I just want to get to the finish line, folks. Because then Lily, whenever the show's finished, she just splashes a glass of water in my face. I towel off and I go home. But it's Tuesday. Well, it's Thanksgiving. If you're hearing this on Thursday, folks, it's Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you. And that comes from me and from Lily. I don't mean to speak for Lily. She may not feel that way. What an idiot. When did that become a morning radio show all of a sudden? Happy Thanksgiving to you and you and especially you. It smells like Thursday to me, as you know. And especially so this year because I talked to Karen and I was like, she's like, well, I don't know what we're going to have for dinner. And I was like, all right, well, what are we having? She's like, well, what if we just did like an appetizer day? I'm like, oh, okay. I said, why don't we, because here's the thing. All right, this is going to sound really terrible. I think I may have talked about this on the show before, and I apologize if I have. I said, why don't we just get a turkey breast, and make that, like in the crock pot, and then we'll have turkey sandwiches. Like we'll buy little Hawaiian slider rolls, and we'll have like little turkey sandwiches with gravy, and then make some side potatoes and stuff. And she's like, okay. And I told her, all right, this is how fat I am, folks. My mom made that once. I think I can remember the date that my mom, and I'm not even kidding. I think it was like January 23rd of 1984.
Oh my God.
Or 1985. Because it was the day that the Bears played the Niners in the NFC Championship game. Because that's what my mom made for a snack, like for dinner. She's like, well, we'll watch the game and we'll have food and it's like buffet style. And it was one of the happiest days. Even though the Bears got fucking destroyed, they lost like 23-0. They won the Super Bowl the next year, but that year they got killed because they had unexpectedly beaten the Redskins the week before, and nobody thought they would. And then they had to go play the Niners, and who cares? No one cares. But I remember this because I remember it working out great. My mom made a turkey breast instead of like a crazy. And I in my head I was like, really? And then we had it on little sandwiches and we had fucking sides. It was awesome. So every year when my wife kind of shows these reservations about cooking, I go, well, why don't we just do this? And she's like, that's a great idea. And then she makes an entire dinner because she is the one who can't let go of the entire dinner. We've already done it for Christmas. We've gotten rid of the time because we have, I found this meatball recipe and now we make pasta now for Christmas. That's our new thing is we make these fancy meatballs. So like I said, it smells like Thursday because I don't know. She hasn't even talked about dinner. Because then I said, well, why don't we go out or why don't we do something? And here it is. It's Tuesday. I have no idea what's happening Thursday. None. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I know I'm in town. That's about it. The only thing is, I will tell you this, because when I talked to Lily today, I wanted to do the show tomorrow, Wednesday, and she's like, well, I can fix my thing. And in my head, I went, you know what? No, I'll take Wednesday to shop with Karen because this is another thing she fucking said to me yesterday. All right, we're in the house and she's talking about getting food and going shopping. And I said, all right, well, I don't know when that's going to work because she can't go tonight. She has a thing after her regular job. She wound up with the second gig that she does. And then I was like, well, then she was like, well, we'll go Wednesday. And I said, podcast. I can't go Wednesday. And she goes, well, you know what? I'm not going by myself. And I looked at her and I go, yeah, God forbid you had to put a box of crackers in a fucking shopping cart without me. Are you kidding me? It was just such a weird line in the sand. Like, well, I'm not going Thanksgiving shopping by myself. Why wouldn't you? We're 45 years old and you're the lady. You have all the parts for shopping. Go! Look, I like being in a store and I go up and down the aisles and it's fun. I can do it. But if I can't do it, then fucking go. Why is that a weird line in the sand? Look, if you don't go shopping with me, we don't have Thanksgiving? Really? Are you my mom? Because that's the kind of shit my mom would do. I told you that story, right? Where we were going to go out and fucking hang out with a friend for like 3 days for fucking Labor Day or whatever the fuck it was. And we go to the store and my mom wanted us to carry the groceries to the car and we were playing Missile Command. I told this story, right? We played Missile Command. Brothers and I, we're like, one more game, and we're playing Missile Command, and we walk over, and my mom's gone. And she went home. She took the groceries to the car, my other brothers loaded the car, and Lenny and I had to walk home. We got home, and all the groceries, we brought them in. She made us bring them in from the car, and then she goes, all right, put them back in the car. We had to put them back in the car, and we drove back to Jewel and gave back all of the food and didn't do anything for the 4th of July. She canceled the 4th of July because we were playing Missile Command 30 seconds longer than she wanted us to. So with this Karen bullshit of like, hey, well, I'm not going by myself. Why wouldn't you go by yourself? Why wouldn't you go to the store and buy things? I'll help you make a list. I'll do whatever I can. But I work Wednesday. Just because you can't go Tuesday night when I can fucking go, why am I penalized for I can't go Wednesday when you can go? It doesn't make any sense. So I don't know what the fuck to expect on Thursday, folks. I have no idea. The only thing I know I'm getting for sure on Thursday is this show. That's what's showing up. That's the only fucking constant. Death, taxes, and this fucking Thursday morning podcast. That's it. Otherwise, smells like fucking Thursday. So I couldn't believe just the weird indignity in her voice. I'm not going alone. Why not? Like she thinks that if she goes to the store, what people are going to look at? Oh, that poor girl. What do you mean that poor girl? Lady shop, go do it. You have a vagina? Go buy me something. Oh my God. All right. Look, folks, we all know I'm kidding, right? We all know I'm having fun here, but really sort of not. It's not even about the vagina. It's just about hey, we're married and I can't do it, so go do it. What do I got to tag along for? Why do you need a fucking chauffeur? All I'm going to do, literally, I'm a hindrance in the store. All I'm going to do is go, you need sour cream? She's going to go, because all right, here's the thing. When we go to the store together, I've talked about this a million times. I go to the grocery store. I need to go up and down each aisle. Up, down, up, down, up, down, but with purpose. I don't go down there hoping to have my eye caught by something and go, Jesus, let's get some canned beets. No, fuck that. I'm not that guy. I know what we need. So when we're in a hurry, because this happened the other day, we stop at the store and I'm like, what do we need? And she's like, let's go, let's get this. And I go, great. And I started walking and I grabbed stuff with one hand and I grabbed stuff with the other hand and I'm just carrying it. I'm like, you need sour cream? I'll go get it. You need yogurt? I'll grab it. And she's like, da-di-da, look at this bread. It's interesting. No, it's not. No bread is interesting. What do we need? Rye bread? Grab it. Well, wait a minute though. They have this other loaf. Why? Who wants that loaf of bread? I'm here for rye bread. Can we leave? Like, I'm that guy if we're in a hurry. But if not, then we're shopping and that's okay. But if I can't go, just do it and shop. Fuck. So I don't know what Thursday brings. And now I just found out I had a backup plan that just fell apart.
It didn't fall apart.
It sort of fell apart.
No, I just said I'm not sure.
I don't want to go to that. Lily has her hobo Thanksgiving in the park. And it'd be fun to see Lily and Eddie. But I don't want to see some dude with a fucking jug band around a burning garbage can. Fuck that. No, I don't. Don't say yes, I do, because that's completely wrong. All right. I have stuff to talk about today. I got to get to it. Last week, I had something I was going to mention, and then the next thing you know, I got midgets flying all over the place, and we didn't get anything done. We accomplished nothing. Thanks, midgets. Thanks for setting back my schedule. So, folks, I went to St. Louis last week. Should we take a break before all this nonsense?
No.
This is a lot of talking for our people.
You're only at 42.
You know what's funny? You would say that. Murray Valeriano, my friend who hosts the Road Stories podcast, that's part one. This was part one of this show. And then we'll put up the other part next week. But for me, forget it. Just yammering. We're only at 42. We're only at 42 minutes. Think about that. I haven't even gotten to, because I have stuff to talk about. Okay. And I usually, like I said, I like to have a ramp up, but maybe I'll cut to the chase. 42, and it's only getting longer as I do this. Yes, I get that. We get that.
Wasn't gonna say anything.
You don't have to. I know. I've known it since birth.
And yet you're
Because I refuse to fucking put that. I will not censor my head, but I talk at the speed of my head, and whatever's in my head comes out. And right now, this is what we're talking about. Eventually, we'll move to something else. I don't have chapters. What the fuck? Say it again.
Let's talk about St.
I'm going to talk about St. Louis in a second. So take that. You're not driving. Sit in the passenger seat. Hey, I'm not going to St. Louis without you.
Oh my god.
Lily told me she might be going to St. Louis in January. So all you people out there who want to see her tits, line up. All right. Unless you're just going to watch. No, you're going to perform, right?
Going for a balloon festival.
Oh.
A balloon convention.
Well, maybe you'll show your tits to people.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Wrong balloon.
No. Not the case. Bring those. Actually, you would be the most popular balloons in the place. They bust your balloons. Bust your balloons. I'm trying to do your namesake. Coming and going and going and coming and always too soon. All right. So, folks. I was in St. Louis last week. I was there Wednesday through Saturday. Not through Saturday. I came home Saturday. I went early because here's the thing. When I announce a show, people are very excited in that part of the world. And they say things like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to meet you there. Or I can't wait to see you there. Or I have so many cool things planned. So there were listeners, one listener in particular who was like, hey, are you going to St. Louis early? Because if you're coming early, then this will be awesome. And I said, all right, yeah. You know what? In my head, because normally the way it's where we're at now, folks, here's the thing. I got greedy with Kickstarter. Because with the Kickstarter stuff, I raised funds, and then I could go in early and meet people and have dinner with them, and it turned into a thing. Well, in reality, that was only because of the Kickstarter. People donated money to meet me and go out to have dinner. Well, now that there's no Kickstarter, nobody's obligated to fucking see me. So I keep thinking I'll go to town early and hang out, and nobody wants to fucking hang out, ever. They say they do. That's the thing, is people will come to me with all these cool things, and like, we can do this, and we can do that, and we can do it with a baseball bat. So I'm on the run. Lily's got my gun, and right about now it's time to have some fun, certainly. That's right. I went baseball instead of wiffle ball. That's right. All right, so people are like, dude, St. Louis, it'll be awesome if you come to town. And there were people from out of town who said they would meet me. They were like, man, if you get there early, because this person, they were like, I have to work on Friday, but I will actually come to see, I can't see the show, but I'll come to town Wednesday and hang out, and it'll be totally fun. And I said, that's great. So I went and bought my plane ticket so I would get to St. Louis at the earliest possible time on Wednesday, because I should suspend all activities like that. Like I said, with Kickstarter, it was different because I get to town on Wednesday. I'd see somebody on Wednesday. We'd hang out. I'd go to a ball game, whatever the fuck, and have dinner. It was great. It was part of the rewards. But now there are no rewards. Nobody wants to fucking see me. They barely want to see the fucking show. They'll tell me they do. They'll write me. They'll go, let's do this, let's do that. And then they start, recommending places. Dude, that's my favorite part. It's like, oh, you should go here, you should go there. And I'm like, really? Alone? I mean, I guess. And then here's the thing. I don't want to see anybody. It's not like I want people to come in and just carry me on their shoulders to a fucking restaurant. But it would be nice, maybe occasionally. Yeah, bullshit. That's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. I want people to show up and just be chanting my name. And I come out and high five everyone. And then that's all fun. And then I go back to my room and I don't have to talk to anybody. But then, so people said they were coming from out of town, and they were going to meet me there on Wednesday, and then they were going to leave, like I said, before the show. And I said, all right, so I bought a plane ticket to get there early on Wednesday. And then this person canceled. And it wasn't any fault of theirs. They had a family thing, so there was they could not come to town. But it meant now I was in St. Louis early for no fucking reason. And also, here's another thing, folks. So that costs me extra money for a hotel room, and I don't give a shit about that. That doesn't mean anything. It's not about money. It's more about being bummed that I couldn't hang out. But also, here's the thing. I have stopped, and I got an amazing deal on the hotel, by the way, through Priceline. I couldn't believe I got it. I Pricelined a 3-star hotel at $60, and it said, hey, do you want a 4-star hotel for $65? I said yes, immediately. Now, granted, what Priceline and you and I think is a 4-star might be in play, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But that's not the case here. I had a great hotel. Anyway, who cares? I'm revealing things I shouldn't reveal. Anyway, you know why? Because I don't want you to think that there's some buildup, and then when I tell you it's a great hotel, you're going to go, well, dude, you just teased that it was a bad hotel. No, it was a good hotel. All right? So I had to get to town early, as I mentioned, by myself. And again, I don't care about the price. I don't care about any of that, but it just means that I'm solo. But I will tell you this: I have stopped renting cars in cities. I would rent a car. It would be fantastic if I could park somewhere. But when I'm staying downtown, as you know, it costs $45 a day to park. Well, combining coming to town early with not renting a car, that really fucks everything. Because, look, I can take cabs. But on a Wednesday or a Thursday when I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing, to go out and take a cab to 4 different places and try to go see the city or see what I'm supposed to see, it's just the hassle. Like, I wouldn't give a fuck. Again, it's not even about the money. Because, fuck, I can write off cab fare everywhere. But the problem is calling cabs. Like, getting a cab and going somewhere and then having to call a cab to meet me somewhere. And, also, let's tell you this, folks. I don't exactly go to places that cabs would want to venture. All right? I mean, sure, a lot of the time I'm going to fun places and things like that. But then, when it gets to be like 10 or 11 at night, maybe you want to go someplace that a cab isn't going to be too thrilled about coming back to get you from. And that's the thing, is I don't want to be winding up stranded at 2:30 in the morning in some fucking parking lot with a bunch of dudes who are like, hey, you look like you could use a ride or a beating. So it makes it harder for me. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of throw it out there that I'll hang out with people when I'm in town, because look, you're taxis, folks. You're human taxis who I know the driver. That's it. It's like, I just wanted to see if you're out there and if anybody's interested. And the thing is, that's also, everybody is interested until I throw it out there and then they fucking run away. And I'll get to that in a second. So I had to fly to St. Louis on Wednesday, like I said, and this person wound up canceling, so I knew that I was finished. Although what was funny is this person had a family thing, but they kept pretending like they were still going to come, even though it was like a family emergency. But then we're like, well, I'll still try to make it. I'm like, well, no, don't. It's okay. Take care of your thing. I mean, it's not a problem. But then they're like, oh, I feel so bad. And then then I'm in the weird position of having to try to console them when in reality, you fucked me by not showing up. But they didn't really fuck me. Somebody got sick and that's fine. I understand that. But in reality, then they're like, oh man, I feel terrible. I feel awful. And then I have to go, oh, that's okay. I'm just going to be in a hotel at noon for nothing, but I have to make them feel okay about it. And again, I'm not mad. It's not weird. It's completely understandable and it's real life, but, whatever. I'm trying to be as honest as I possibly can here. So, I went to St. Louis, folks. As I mentioned, this is terrible. I get to St. Louis already. So I had to fly on Wednesday morning. I went to go to the airport, and there was nobody in the airport. And then I get on the plane, and there's nobody in the row next to me. It was fucking no middle seat, no aisle seat. Nobody from Los Angeles cares about St. Louis, which is fine with me. My flight was at 7, so I hop on, and I haven't been sleeping, folks. I'm getting 3-4 hours a night here and there, and on purpose, because I hate. I'm tired of sleeping everything away the day, because I'm up at night working in Graveyardville, and then in the daytime I just can't. I can't fathom sleeping until 6, and then having to go to work in 4 hours or 3 hours, and it's just a drag. So I've started sleeping like 3 hours and getting up and trying to live life, and then it catches up to you eventually. Like, I mean, when I got to St. Louis, when I got to the hotel, I guess it was a good thing that I had nothing to do on Wednesday night, because I actually slept for 9.5 hours. But I went to fly, and I was really excited to fly on the plane, and at least grab some air time, some nap time on the plane. And I couldn't sleep. I don't know why. Normally I can sleep anywhere, and I've told you this. I like sleeping on planes and in cars. I enjoy it. I look forward to it, just putting on my hoodie and putting in my earbuds and crashing out. But I would sleep like 20 minutes and then wake up, and sleep like 15 minutes and wake up. It was just that kind of shitty sleep, and I was still getting rest, but it wasn't. I was up even when the fucking waitress came by with the drink cart so I could get apple juice, because normally I just sleep right through that now. But yeah, I stayed up and I kept, it was cool. I was listening to music and everything, but at the same time, I'm like, man, you got to get some sleep, dude. Because again, same thing. I didn't want to get to the hotel in St. Louis and then sleep the whole day away, even though I had nothing planned. I guess I need to be squished to sleep. I think that was because I like womb type of environments. Like I said, I can sleep in my car. Like I've done it. I've actually gone out and slept in my car because it's small and I don't get to move around. Maybe on the plane I need somebody squishing me into the wall. I don't know, because I had too much sprawled room. I was too loose and too free, I suppose. So I need somebody to squish me at all times, folks. So I flew and it was fine. I landed and there was a listener who wrote me. There were a couple of listeners who wrote me to pick me up at the airport. And here's the thing, all right? I said all this stuff about people like leaving me high and dry. Well, all those people, I blew them all off. Like they wanted to pick me up at the airport. And I'm like, look, I don't, because one guy said I got to drive an hour to do it. And I'm like, look, I don't want to make you drive an hour. I can take a cab. It's fine. And then I agreed to one guy picking me up. And then I told him, I wrote him back and I go, nah, you don't have to do that. Like it's this weird tightrope I walk where I don't want to make people do things. But then finally I decided, you know what, you need a ride. It's fine. So there was a guy named Jared. And Jared wrote me and said, hey man, I will. And I met Jared in New York. He actually came to the New York show. And Jared is a person who wants to be a stand-up comedian. So he was, he had written me about writing and things like that before we had talked. So he's like, hey, dude, I'll pick you up. I said, well, if you pick me up, yeah, man, lunch is on me. That's fine. So he said, great. So Jared said he would pick me up. I landed, texted him immediately. And he's like, I said, hey, man, we're on the ground and I got to get my bags and I'll meet you outside. And he said, well, do you want me to come inside or do you want me to just circle? And I said, well, first of all, why am I making this decision for you? You're a grown man. Second of all, park the fucking car and come inside. I'll pay for the parking. I don't care. So I wrote him back. I didn't write that first part about you're a grown man, but I wrote him the second part where I was like, hey, just park. I'll pay. And he was like, that's very generous of you. No problem. I'll do it. So I got off the plane and I got a text from him and he said, there's no parking at the airport. And I don't even know what that means. Like, does he mean that he can't find any but he said there was no short-term parking available at the airport. Everything was full. Now, I was walking through this airport. There was fucking nobody in it. I don't know who's parked there or why the spots are all full, but that's fine. And, again, I can't call him a liar. Well, you know what I mean? Because let's put it this way. If you had the choice of parking and somebody else paid or just driving in fucking circles, wouldn't you park? So obviously he's not lying about that. So in my head, my first instinct is to argue with him and go, what do you mean there's no fucking parking? But then in my head, I'm like, what are you doing? You're not out there. Maybe the zombie apocalypse has hit St. Louis and everybody's hiding in the fucking parking lot. So I texted him and I said, all right, I go, whatever you got to do. I got to go to baggage and pick up my bag and then I'll meet you outside. And he's like, great, I'll meet you by this sign. So I went down and waited and waited and waited, played Who Would I Fuck in the Airport. And by the way, I play that. I'll play Who Would I Fuck in the Bank, Who Would I Fuck in the grocery store. I'll tell you what, it gets really weird when I play Who Would I Fuck while I'm recording my podcast. It's the only other time there's a clear winner. But at the airport in St. Louis, there was a clear winner. And I saw her and I was like, whoa, that's not real. She looked like Christy Canyon. I mean, it was like, she was crazy. And she even had Christy Canyon's old 80s hair. And she was wearing like a sweater and jeans. Oh my God. And sweater and jeans, underrated look for girls, especially big tit girls. Oh, dude. So yeah, sweater and jeans and just, oh man. And yeah, sharp. So she was the clear winner. So I didn't mind sitting there staring at her while I was waiting for my bag to come out. And then I went outside and Jared pulled up and he was very nice and friendly. And I said, let's go have lunch. And he said, where? And I told him I had already written him. I said, I wanted to go to Sweetie Pie's Diner because I had been referred to Sweetie Pie's by a couple of people. As a matter of fact, the person who was coming to town was like, dude, we got to go there. So I was like, all right. So he's like, all right. He goes, well, I did a little research on that. And I heard it's not in the greatest part of town. Now, let me tell you about Jared. Jared is from New York. So if you're telling me that this is not a great part of town and you're from New York, I don't even know what I'm driving into. Now I just picture it's like literally someone built a restaurant in the middle of a hobo gunfight. Like I don't, because that's the only thing I can think of worse than Manhattan. Oh my God. So, like, there's an OK Corral. Literally, there's an OK Corral and just hobos drawing guns on one another while you sit there and you try to eat your soup. But I said, but I will tell you this. All right, so anyway, so we drive and he drives and he's very nice. And I put it in my phone and he's trying to look at his phone. And I go, dude, I have a GPS in my phone. It's fine. Now, I just tell you this too. He's got an iPhone, all right, just like I do. And I still have, like, I have not updated the new update. So I still have Google Maps. Because I have heard about the Apple Maps Holocaust. I've heard it's just terrible to use, and which is weird to me because everything Apple makes is great as far as I'm concerned. I've never had a problem with any of it, but I heard that the Apple Maps is terrible. And I'm so used to Google Maps anyway. So I refuse to update my phone. I won't let the other software update in. So he's got his phone, and he starts using Waze. Do you know what that is? I downloaded it. It's an app that tells you when you go to a city, it tells you where to go. It's basically a GPS for any city. But it's a GPS that also includes traffic info and a lot of stuff like that. It's great. I used it in the first couple cities, but then I just tabled it because, I mean, the Google Maps work just fine for me. And I don't give a shit about traffic because I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. You know what I mean? The only place I have to be in those towns is the show. So I know what time to leave for that. Everything else is a fucking crapshoot. Who cares? So he's fucking with his phone and he's looking up Waze. And I go, why do you have... I go, I have that too. And he goes, yeah. And I go, don't you have Google Maps on your phone? He goes, yeah. I go, why wouldn't you just use that? He goes, well, Waze tells you the traffic. And I go, look, and he's driving and then he misses the exit from the airport. Like, so now it's Big Ben Kids Parliament. Like, we've got to go in circles. And I go, put your phone away, Jared. I'm such a dick. Like, Jared's doing a nice thing. He's picking me up in the middle of the fucking day. And I'm like, Jared, put your phone away. I'll do it. I've got my phone. It's fine. And so I take my phone. And by the way, let me say something here. I'm amping this up kind of for comedy. Like, I didn't really yell at Jared. I need to tell you guys that because I think that's one of the reasons why when I go to towns, people don't want to see me. Because I tell these stories and I make myself like sound like a fucking animal. And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm kidding. We're all having fun here. Jared will tell you we had a great time. Right, Jared? Are you out there? He wouldn't tell you. He has no clue. So Jared, wait a minute. What was that number? Lily just held up a number. That can't be right.
60.
Oh, okay. I saw the other number. All right. Okay. Well, still. So Jared picks me up and he's circling in the fucking airport. And now I'm wondering, well, no wonder he couldn't find a fucking parking spot. The guy can't even get out of the goddamn airport. So I take my phone and I go, all right, go here, go left, go up, go right. So we're driving and we're moving and we're talking. And he had just moved to St. Louis. He and his wife, and I think he has one kid, maybe two. I wasn't listening to Jared. So I'm joking. He has, I think he has a daughter, I believe. So we were driving, and his wife, she works at some, she found a great job there in St. Louis. Like I said, they just moved from New York. And so we start talking about that. We start talking about comedy and podcasting. He might be starting a podcast soon, and so it was great. We had a good time. So we go and find the barbecue house, this Sweetie Pie's Diner. It's more of a soul food joint. So there's a Martin Luther King Boulevard or Martin Luther King Bridge, of course. And so we got to take that. And then we have to go to Medgar Evers Court. And then we have to turn left on George Washington Carver Avenue. And then we pulled right into Malcolm X cul-de-sac. Where you have to turn around by any means necessary to find a parking spot. So we park, and there's Sweetie Pie's Diner. It looks like a house, man. It was pretty awesome. So we walk in, and I had heard about it, but I didn't know about it. I did a little Google research on it. It's just a soul food joint, but the best part was you walk up, and it's a line, like a lunch line, and there's lunch ladies there, and they yell at you when you don't know what you want. The only bad thing was it was Wednesday, so the featured meats were liver, oxtail, and another one. But they also had, baked chicken, and then fried chicken wings was a special, and then they had short ribs. And so I just went, all right. So they had a thing where you could buy one entree with 2 sides or one entree with 3 sides. But and I said, okay. So I ordered, I got the fried chicken wings. I said, can I mix them up like baked chicken and fried chicken? No, honey, you can't. I said, well, I don't mind paying extra. Oh, well, if you don't mind paying extra, you can do whatever you want. She said that to crack me up. So I said, all right, here we go. So I got like 2 chicken wings fried, and then I got a leg, like a quarter chicken baked. And then I got some black eyed peas, and I got some macaroni and cheese. And then I got some cabbage, like a vinegary cabbage that they make with sausage, which is fucking amazing, and cornbread, and grabbed all that. And then Jared got he got the short ribs. And I looked at Jared, I go, listen to me. I go, we're not dating. I go, but I will never eat all of this food. So why don't you get different stuff from what I'm getting so we can try everything? And he's like, all right, I guess so. So then he got the sweet potatoes, which are like yams. And then he got, whatever the fuck. He got the short ribs and fine. So we pay for our food. We go sit down. And they had hot sauce and they had this stuff called pepper oil on the table, which was like hot peppers just in a jar with oil. And you could shake the oil out like a condiment. And I was like, oh, that looks awesome, but I don't drink. I'm not a hot sauce guy. So we eat lunch. We hang out. We're talking. And the food was phenomenal. It was so good. I gave, and he ate most of it. I was like, dude, because I was able to try and eat a lot of it, but then I was done. You know what I mean? I couldn't. The macaroni and cheese was real good. The black eyed peas were so great. And we talked about comedy, talked about him living there in St. Louis, how much he liked it. And he had a job interview coming up, and he was excited about that. He had done very well at it. So whatever, we had a good time. And the place was constantly busy. Got up to split, and there was all these leftovers. And I said, do you want these leftovers? And I said, because I will never take them. And he goes, well, no, you can we'll split them. And I go, no, dude, honestly, I'm in a hotel room. The last thing I need is a hotel room that smells like vinegary cabbage. Believe me, you want to see a hotel go from a 4 to a 3 at Priceline quick? Just go ahead and stir some vinegary cabbage on site. You can actually see it. You can actually watch the star level drop. You can tune into Priceline and see it drop in real time, and then it just like a VC will come up, and you'll be like, "Holy shit! The Viet Cong have invaded!" Nah, vinegary cabbage. So he took the leftovers. We bailed, and he drove me to the hotel. And he got his phone, and I'm like, "Put your phone away. It's fine." And again, I don't even know why. It's just because I'm nervous. I did the same thing with Jill in Milwaukee when she was like, she had no gas, and I'm like, pull over, get gas. Well, I'm okay. I know my car. The Stratus. But he had his car, and so he's got his phone, and people do that all the time, every day. They have their phone, and they use it to negotiate where they're going, but I'm sitting there, and I'm like, well, look, if I'm here, use me. I've got a phone. I can do the same exact thing. But then, of course, I'm forced to dictate to him where he's going, and he feels like a dummy, and I get that. But, because it's emasculating. Hey, shut up and fucking drive. I'll use my phone and find out where we're going. But I was lucky enough that he did not become overwhelmed by my idiocy, and he was fucking cool with it. So he then offered. He's like, dude, I'm in the neighborhood tomorrow if you want to have lunch around here. And I said, that's fine. I don't know what's happening right now. I guess there were all these people who reached out to me, said they wanted to do stuff. So I said, I got to kind of run the gamut and see what people are doing and what time and how that all works out. But I'll let you know. So I gave him my phone number. We texted, and we didn't text that minute. What if we did? I gave him my phone number. He sent me a text. Bye, Mike. Bye, Jared. Thanks. Nice seeing you. And then he went to drive away. I said, stop, put your phone down. So he took me to the Hyatt. That's right. I was staying in it's called the downtown St. Louis Hyatt at the Arch. And you could see, the arch was prominent. It was almost at the foot of the arch. It was ridiculous. I've seen the arch before, but never that up close. Like I may have even seen it from the road. I don't even remember, because I was in St. Louis once in my life. We went to a bunch of guys. It was me, Pete Schwaba, a bunch of comedians went to go showcase at the Funny Bone. And I did not get on, but my friends did. So I got to watch them and root for them. But I don't recall seeing the arch because it was nighttime or whatever. But this time, man, the arch was crazy prominent. It was right there. So I go to check into the Hyatt. Monique, cute little Monique, was there at the desk. And I said, hi, Mike Schmidt. And she goes, all right, well, we have you in a room with 2 double beds. And I said, that's not going to work. I'm only me. So I said, hey, is there a way you can get me a different room? Because, I booked this and I had called ahead. And I didn't really call ahead, but I lied to Monique. And she said, let me take a look. Clack, 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 click, 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 clack, clack, clack. Hey, we have a queen bed. And normally, obviously, you want a king bed, but I don't care at that point. A queen bed, as long as it's one bed, that's all I care about. So, hey, I remembered something I was going to talk about. Didn't I say something about Reddit?
Yes.
I did. All right, should I do that now? Why not? Folks, we'll return to St. Louis in just a moment. Here's the thing. I'm on Reddit, and people on Reddit, if you go to Reddit, WTF, Reddit, what the fuck, people are putting up horrible things that they find out in real life, or gore, or porn, or just weirdness. Generally, it's just literally anything that would make you go, what the fuck? So, so there was a click, or there was there's all headings too. It'll be like, hey, I had cellulitis, warning, gore. So you can decide whether or not you want to see that. And I, of course, do not. But then you'll see like car accidents. I mean, it's crazy the amount of weird video that's out there and pictures. But this guy put as his Reddit link, I think it said, "So many bed bugs, the walls were bleeding." And so I clicked on it just to see the picture, and it was a picture of a wall and a ceiling covered with blood swipes. Like if you were to pop, say a mosquito bites you and he gets full of blood, and then you pop him and he's got blood on your arm. All right, imagine if there were a wall full of them and you just kept killing them all the time. I saw the picture and I was like, oh my God, oh no. So what you can choose to do then is you can just leave and go look at other pictures, or you can actually read the thread that goes with that. So I said, all right, I have to read this thread. So I went, and this guy said, these people were like, oh my God, the walls were bleeding? He goes, well, no, there were so many bed bugs. He goes, these people had a killing stick. They had a broomstick that they had paper towels at the end of it and taped it up, and they would reach up and poke them and kill them up on the ceiling and on the walls. And these people are like, that's horrifying. And they go, where is it? Los Angeles. And another exterminator guy comes in. He goes, what kind of poison do you use? And they started talking about the poison. And he said, yeah. He goes, I knew that was Los Angeles. He goes, that is the worst place in the world for bed bugs. And another guy wrote, I moved here from New York, and I'm 3 times as busy. Like, I can't even tell you how many there are here. And he goes, and I've been in fancy houses and businesses. He goes, they are all over in Los Angeles. And so then, but the killing stick and the wall, he goes, yeah, this was the worst one I've ever been in. He goes, when I left, I actually sprayed myself with the poison before I got in my truck. And they go, what do you do with your clothes at the end of the day? He goes, we change at the place. You change out and you get your underclothes. And there are the people like, I don't think I could go home after that. He's like, no, everything's very carefully done. But I'm reading it and I'm just like, yeah, man, this guy's like, Los Angeles, I've worked all over the place. Los Angeles is the worst place I've ever been. So it's coming, folks, is my point. I wasn't, I still have no idea how I got away with only seeing 2 and then they were gone in one treatment. I have no idea, because they are, they're a plague. They're a destructive plague, folks. So I'm glad I brought that up, but it kind of ties in, because I go to the hotel and I check in with Monique, and she's very nice, and she clack. There's a queen room, and I said, great. And I said, hey, Monique, I have a question to ask you. And I've started to do this now whenever I go out of town. And she says, yeah? I said, hey, Monique, do you know if you've ever had a bed bug problem in this hotel? And there's a pause, and she makes kind of a face, and she goes, no, not in this hotel. Which is not the answer I was looking for, folks. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what Monique was thinking, but she completely opened the door with that comment. She would have just gone, no, sir, of course not. That would have been fine. I would have been yay, and I still wouldn't have cared. I still would have been worried, but I would have at least been assured a little bit by the little cute girl at the front desk that that's not a thing. But she made this face and actually thought about it for a second, and she's like, no, not at this hotel. And I went, okay, now I got to ask, what do you mean not at this hotel? Like the next door hotel, or is that a thing? She goes, no. She goes, I haven't heard about anything in St. Louis. She goes, but I moved here from Florida recently, and I worked at a hotel there, and they had them there. Which is also not the thing I was looking to hear, because now that makes me think that Monique flew that day from Florida and took this job, and she's covered in bed bugs, and they're going to jump on me at some point. I know that's not true, and that's not rational, but don't think I didn't pack my killing stick just in case. I got my killing stick in my luggage. I'm going to start poking Monique all over the goddamn place. Which, by the way, how great is that? That's a great name for your cock, right? Your killing stick? Jesus Christ. So now if I'm poking Monique with my killing stick, it could mean 2 things, folks. So when she said that, she's like, I used to work in Florida and they had them there. And I'm like, why would you even make it known that you were in proximity to bed bugs? That's horrible. I don't want to even know. And so now like I said, I envision her flying in a plane over the Hyatt and parachuting down covered in bed bugs and taking this job. And then another person chimes in and like, what are you talking about? She goes, oh, bed bugs. We had them in Florida. And the other desk clerk's like, no, I haven't even, like, she was what I wanted to hear. She was some country idiot who just goes, I don't know what you're talking about. I've never even heard of that. And I'm like, oh, they're bugs that live in your bed and eat you and they drink your blood. All right, well, I'm going to go check in now. I mean, and just the girl was horrified. So then they go, okay, well, and also... you're checking into the hotel and you're up on the 10th floor. Also, we need to tell you that Wi-Fi service is in your hotel. It is $10 a day for internet. And I just looked at her and I go, what? She goes, yes, I know. Everybody says the same thing. I'm very sorry, but that's the policy. So, and then I get to the hotel room and there's no Food Network on the TV. Like it was just, there was like 9 different ESPNs, 9 different Fox Newses, and then that was it, the local channels. And I'm like, no Food Network and no internet costs $10. And I didn't realize this hotel was located in 1992. I had no idea. Priceline should have told me that, for fuck's sake. So I went up to my room, and it was real nice. It was gorgeous. And from my window, I actually posted a picture on Facebook. You could see the arch from my window, not the whole thing, but most of it. And I get upstairs, and I set up my internet. I actually waited. I waited until 6 o'clock their time, because in my head I went, well, 24 hours to tomorrow, and then 24 hours to Friday, but then Friday I'll leave for the show, so I won't need it that night. Idiot. But you got to figure that shit out. So I'm sitting there and I'm waiting, and I'm using my phone to go on the internet and talking to people, and I go online and I start looking around. I'm just killing time. I should tell you, it's Wednesday. So Wednesday night, I said I was supposed to be busy, but a person canceled, so I got nothing to do. So Lily is supposed to put up the show Wednesday night, but with the time change, I don't like the show to go up until like 1 or 2 in the morning, my time. Well, with the time change, that's going to be like 4 in the morning by me, which again, I don't mind, because usually I'm up all night, but I didn't sleep on the plane. And the previous day, I was up doing the podcast and staying up. Like, I haven't slept, man. And I had to work that night. So I worked, I went to the airport, and so I'm gassed. And I'm like, should I send the email blast out now? But I'm talking to people online, I'm on Facebook, and I get hungry, and nobody stepped up. Because here's the thing, people were saying to me, hey man, if you want to do something, it'd be awesome. Well, and so then I kind of reached out, and I put stuff on my Facebook wall, and there was a guy, I forget his name. There was a guy named Mike who was like, hey man, I would love to hang out and do something. And I'm like, okay, well that sounds like a plan. What do you think? And he goes, well, maybe if nothing's on TV, I can possibly make it out of the house. And then, you know what, if the sun comes up, like this, everybody's got some excuse. Well, if I can afford the gas, and if my car is okay, and everyone's got some bullshit excuse. And that's fine. Because again, who the fuck wants to pick up weird stranger who then is going to kill them on a podcast the following week? Nobody. But don't reach out beforehand, and then I'm like, okay, great. And then you're like, nah, which is weird. But it's not weird. It's not weird. Why should anybody fucking see me? It doesn't make any sense. So I'm in the room, and nobody's stepping up. And look, it's not like I'm reaching out, please come get me. I'm a grown man. So I start to look around for a place to eat. And I will tell you this. I was looking around for a place to eat off-site, because there was a Ruth's Chris in the lobby of my hotel. And that would have been a quick $80 that I would have spent. Like, part of me is just like, well, maybe if I just went and ate like 4 shrimp cocktails, like I could get out of there and that'd be fine. I go, but I mean, if I walk into Ruth's Chris, forget it. I'm getting a fucking steak and a shrimp cocktail, and again, then we're into the fucking high dollars. So I'm like, well, I'll look around and try to find somewhere else to go. So there was a sushi joint called Drunk Fish or Drunken Fish that was really close. I looked for like best sushi in St. Louis, and it just so happened this stuff was like 3/10 of a mile from the hotel. So in my head, I'm like, all right, I could walk over there. That's fine. Or grab a cab, whatever I need to do. And then I grab like my flannel shirt, my hoodie, and like all this. And in my head, I'm like, wait a minute. I live in Los Angeles. I live at the ocean. Why am I looking for the best sushi in St. Louis? We're landlocked. I mean, I'm sure there's some catfish that some hillbilly carved up and threw it on a plate somewhere, but I'm not interested in that. I can go out fucking restaurants by my house and eat the best sushi in the world. Why the fuck do I want sushi in St. Louis? So I start Googling, and I'm like, well, it's St. Louis. What else is there? Beef, Ruth's Chris, go eat steak. Shut up. So I Google, I start looking around me, and it turns out, folks, a mile away from my hotel, there's a casino, the Lumiere. Yes. Which actually, when I think about it, that's the name of, isn't that the candlestick in Beauty and the Beast, right? The guy, it's Jerry Orbach, right? The Lumiere. Well, fuck, no, I'm mad. Because then when I went in there should have been a guy at the door going, be my guest. Like, literally, be our guest, be our guest. Why isn't that? Or a guy even dressed up like a candlestick. Why not? God damn it. Lumiere. So I see the Lumiere Casino, and I can go kill time in a casino, folks. Although the thing is, I like sports bars, so I would go and watch the sports, or the sports, the actual, the sports book. I apologize. But I know you can't bet sports in St. Louis, but I look, and it just so happens, the reason I found out about the casino was because Google told me that there's a burger bar in there. Burger Bar is a fancy burger joint owned by our friend Hubert Keller. You don't pronounce the H, friends. It's not Hubert Keller. Back off. It's Hubert Keller. And I've actually watched him in his show Secrets of a Restaurant Chef, filmed in the Burger Bar in St. Louis. some of those segments, and he makes fancy burgers and fancy food, and I'm like, dude, fuck yeah, I'm in, I'll go. So grab my stuff, go downstairs, get a cab. The guy takes me to the Lumiere, and get this, I'm like, hey, I'm going to the Lumiere Casino, and he goes, okay. And I said, and then we pull up, and he drops me by. Casinos have like 90 entrances, you know that. So he takes me around back to some fucked up weird entrance, and I go, hey, I'm looking for the entrance that has Burger Bar. He goes, oh, that's all the way back there. And I go, oh, okay. And I wait, and he turns the light on, like to get his money, and I go, are you going to take me to that? He goes, well, you're already here. And I go, yeah, I paid you to take me to there. Go there. And he looks at me and he goes, no. Just no. He goes, no, you are. He goes, no. And I looked at him like weird, and he goes, no, you are here, and it's fine, and it's right there. And so I paid him. I got out of the cab, and I was like, what am I going to do? Sit there and fight with the guy? I just want a hamburger. Because then it dawned on me, like, it literally, now you're a fat asshole, because it's like 8 steps. So I paid him, and I got out. And I went in. First of all, I went where he said, there's no Burger Bar there. There's nothing there. I walked over. There's places that are open like restaurants, but they're not the Burger Bar. So sure enough, I double back to where he let me out. I go into the casino. And that's the entrance to the casino. There's a sign, Burger Bar, like straight. I was there. So I walk into the casino, and all casinos are the same. I don't give a fuck where you are. I don't care if you're in Joliet on a boat, or you're in St. Louis at the Lumiere, or in Vegas at all of the cool ones. Man, it just has that same smell. That smell of smoke and desperation and just people waiting to die. That's all a casino is filled with, is people. There's people having fun and dressed up, but in the slots and shit like that, it is just people waiting to die. And the soundtrack of the end of their life is 40 nickels splashing tin. That is just awful. And you just see that pained look on their face, and they're all jammed into the machines with their point card. Oh my God. So I walk out, and I'm looking through, and I'm trying to find the Burger Bar, and there's an Asian place. It was, I will say this, it was nice. Again, it wasn't, because I've been in shitty casinos with shitty restaurants, but this had they had a nice Asian restaurant, and they had a nice steakhouse. And so then I looked, and I saw a sign for Burger Bar, and I had to go left and left and left. And I walked in, and Burger Bar was not, like I expected it to be fancy and kind of like maybe dark, like a restaurant. No, man, it was like a saloon house. Like it had wooden benches and all that kind of shit. And I was immediately disenchanted. I don't know what I expected. But then I sat down, and my waiter, Joe, came over, and he was very nice. And he showed me a booth, and I sat there, and then there was a TV in my booth, and they bring me a fucking menu, and I look at it, and they had seasonal milkshakes, which is the weirdest thing in the world to me. But I'm like, you know what? I'm in. Seasonal, I'm in. Because if it just said milkshakes, I wouldn't have even thought about it. But seasonal milkshake, yes, of course. It's a special milkshake. Why not? And they had a chocolate. I said to him, I go, what seasons are these? Like, can you make these? And he goes, they're actually only seasonal. Like, I can't believe you have a menu that has that, because they've actually removed those. They're trying not to sell those anymore. But I can make it for you if you want me to. He goes, they have generally all the ingredients, so just pick one. I said, he goes, well, you know what, except for the mango. We don't have fresh mango, and we don't have coconut milk. I know we don't have coconut milk. And so he's pointing, and that eliminates a couple of, and finally I go, well, look, there's a chocolate peanut butter one here. I go, can you make that? He goes, yeah, definitely. But underneath it had a Twinkie milkshake.
Oh, Jesus.
And I like weird stuff. I like chocolate peanut butter. I can get that anywhere, though. But a Twinkie milkshake, I mean, that's just World's Fair shit. That's retarded. So I'm like, hey, you know what? Fuck, what's the Twinkie milkshake? He goes, oh, I can make that for you. Yeah, we definitely got that. So I said, all right, go ahead. Bring me one of those. And he goes, what kind of food do you want? I go, let me take a look at the menu, and I'll figure it out. So he goes to make my Twinkie milkshake. And I'm looking at the menu to try to figure out what I'm going to eat. And outside of the Burger Bar, there was an actual bar. But it was all closed off. It was like a club. And as I'm looking at my menu, this guy comes out of the club. And he's just a loud asshole that you see in every casino in the fucking world. And he's just a burly dude with like a fucking Ed Hardy shirt on. And he's just got a bad beard, worse than mine. And he just walks out, and he's just mouthy. And he's like, man, those motherfuckers. And his girl comes out, and she's tiny, like she's smaller than him, much smaller. And she's trying to calm him down, and he's drunk, and they're kind of like having a back and forth in the hallway. And I'm just, and again, I should tell you this, I don't mind. Like, part of me is just like exasperated, like, really? You can't escape this even in it? Because again, casinos have that illusion of fancy, but they're not. They're not at all. They're still shit corrals just like every else, but you go in the fucking world. So I'm just trying to ignore it, but at the same time, I can't stop watching it because I have like a first row seat for it. So I'm looking right out at him. And then part of me is like, he's going to see me looking, and then he's going to say, what are you looking at? And then I'm going to have to kill him. But then part of me does not object to that really, because I don't mind, but I do. I'm trying not to be that guy anymore. But I get that I still, when I see a guy mouthing off and being a dick, I start to get that vibrating thing where I'm just like, I got to get involved here. No, you don't. Stand down. You got to have a Twinkie milkshake coming, motherfucker. Suck that down. You haven't slept in 24 hours. So they go back into the club, and I'm sitting there, and there's a TV in my booth, so I'm watching Oklahoma City play Memphis. He brings my Twinkie milkshake, and I start looking. Like I said, I looked at the menu, and they had a regular hamburger, which was $12. Then they had a Kobe beef burger for $17. Now, folks, if I'm there at the burger bar with my friend Uber Keller, I'm there for some haute cuisine. So, and sorry, I'm not pronouncing any H's while I'm there. So, I look, and they have a Kobe beef burger. And so I go, well, I said, yeah, I think I'm going to have the Kobe beef burger. But here's the thing, folks. Kobe beef burger comes with like tomato and lettuce and pickle. And that's it. There's no fries. No, or everything else is, you got to order it on your own. So I go, I'll get some onion rings. All right. So the burger itself is, like I said, $17. By the way, Twinkie milkshake, $8. Jesus. He brings it, and I start drinking it, and it's too thin. Like I expected it to have like a ton of ice cream in it, but it literally tastes just like you woke up in the morning for cereal and you broke a Twinkie in half and poured milk all over it. That's kind of what you know what it tasted like? Literally, it tasted like Captain Crunch milk. Have you ever been eating Captain Crunch and then at the end of it, there's the Captain Crunch milk and you drink that? That's what it tasted like. Far too sweet. And my favorite part is they only ground up half a Twinkie and the other half was like perched on the side like an orange slice. Which looked awesome. That was why I ordered it. It was like, oh, goddamn, giant Twinkie. But it just didn't work. It was too sweet. So I asked him for some water, and then I got a Kobe beef burger. And then I said, well, I'll take some onion rings. That was only $3.50. And he said, well, what would you like on the burger? I said, well, I'll have some caramelized onions for $1.50. And I'll have some avocado for $2. And I'll have some bacon for $3. And I'll have some, pickled beets. Those are 50 cents. By the time I get done ordering, my hamburger is $26. Jesus
Christ.
That's not even counting the earrings, the onion rings, which are $3.50. Shakes $8. They bring the food, and it's just, and I started tweeting it. I'm making fun. Oh, and I got cheddar too, which is $3. I'm taking pictures of it, sending it out, and I go, "This is a $26 cheeseburger I just ordered." And that's not even counting the onion rings and the fucking $8 shake. They bring me my bill. It's $52. So I'm eating the burger. And I will say this. It was a good fucking burger. It was really good. But, what the fuck? Who the fuck needs a $26 hamburger? Nobody in their right mind. I'm like, Chef Hubert, what are you doing to me here, friend? That price seems high. So I'm eating, but I'm laughing at myself and I'm twittering. And then people are talking back to me because that is one thing I do miss. I did when I went on the road for Kickstarter. I would get to town Wednesday, Thursday, and I had a dinner scheduled with a Kickstarter person. But then I myself would go out to like a fancy dinner and I would take pictures and I would tweet it and I would kind of engage with you guys on Facebook and also on Twitter, which was really fun for me. And I didn't do it the last few cities, but I made myself do it at the Uber Keller Burger Bar. And you guys were nice and you all paid attention, which was cool. And you all mocked me sternly, and you should. Including our friend Terry was like, what's Nick Nolte doing eating a $26 cheeseburger? He said, here's your goddamn dinner, convict. All right. So I get the burger and I'm eating it. It was very good. I don't know if it was $26 good. It was just a good fucking hamburger. You know what I mean? But it's not, nothing's that good for hamburger. And as I'm talking, that guy comes out of the bar again with his girl and he's screaming and yelling and she's screaming and yelling. But I don't care at this point. They might as well be on television because I'm just like, I'm munching onion rings and I'm eating my $26 fucking hamburger and I'm watching them act like assholes. And then, they go back in and Joe comes over. How is everything? I said, it's good. I go, and he goes, how, are you sure? And I go, he goes, you hesitated. And I went, well, it's $26, Joe. It's a $26 hamburger. And he goes, yeah, it's a little crazy, right? And I go, yep. He goes, well, is it bad? I go, no, it's delicious. It's really good. I go, but I knew what I was getting into. I'm just making fun of myself because I can't believe I ordered a $26 fucking hamburger. And he's like, well, I get it. We get that all the time. I'm like, I'm sure you do. So he walks off. And I should have switched the shake out because I think he botched that. So I'm twittering with people and I'm talking. And I have a friend in St. Louis, a girl I grew up with named Sandy. And she writes me, and as she writes me, she I should tell you this because I was looking for places to eat. So this is the exchange I had with Sandy. She's like, do not eat pizza in this town. She's from Chicago. She goes, do not eat pizza in this town. Whatever you do, I have looked all over. I can't find anything good. Don't do it. All caps. All caps. And so I wrote her back and I said, don't worry. I said, I was actually thinking about getting St. Louis pizza because I've heard a lot about it. But then someone told me about Provel and that nipped it right in the fucking bud. Because if you know what Provel is, folks, it is provolone and mozzarella. And they've mixed them together and made like a fucking cheese Frankenstein. And they put it on their pizzas. And everybody's like, oh, that's delicious. Look, fuck that. All right. Look, I don't like regular cheese. I don't want to know what happens when cheese is fuck. All right. So I didn't want it. So when I heard about Provel, I'm like, I'm out. Because another listener had told me about Provel. Because I guess the Sklar brothers talk about it all the time because they're from St. Louis. And I'm like, dude, no way. Done. So I wrote Sandy back and I go, Provel definitely made sure I would never eat that. And here's the note I get back from Sandy. She goes, well, I've been taking a look at where you're staying down there, and there's a place called Pie that's actually pretty good. What the fuck? What is wrong with you? You wrote in all caps, don't do it. Like you were horrified. And then I wrote back confirming your belief, and you're like, hey, there's a place right by your hotel that's not bad. Jesus Christ, make up your pizza mind. So as I'm talking to her on Twitter or Facebook or wherever, this dude comes out of the bar, but not like comes out this time. This time he flies out. And the bouncers come out with him. And he's yelling and screaming at the bouncers, and the bouncers are screaming at him. And they're telling him, they're just like, get the fuck, just go, just get out, sir, get out. And as he's yelling, his girlfriend's trying to get him to go. And then he tries to go back in the bar, and they grab him. And he takes a swing at one of the bouncers, and the two guys are wrestling with him. And then the girlfriend tries to grab him to get him to leave. And he grabs his girlfriend and slams her to the ground. And then two off-duty cops come bursting in because they have guns but no uniforms, and other cops, and it's just a fucking melee. There's like 6 dudes in a fucking brawl, all jumping on this idiot, and they're trying to get at him through his cocoon of Axe body spray and rage. I mean, I don't know how they're able to dig through and get their hands on him, but he's just toxic from the jump. And now his girlfriend, he kind of puts her on the ground. She then gets up and just starts that Jamie Lee Curtis Halloween siren screaming. And won't stop, like like just loudly screaming. And she's not like yelling at him. And his name was Jack. She's like Jack, and then she's just screaming for no reason because there's this huge melee, and it's her boyfriend against 5 dudes. And so I just wrote Sandy, and I go, she's like, you're at a casino, yeah, those are never glamours. I go, I just saw a 6-person brawl. And I go, and the woman won't stop screaming. This is great, but I meant it like sarcastically because it was not great at all. It was fucking horrible. So they grab the guy and they drag him out, and you just heard like they echo down the hallway as they take them out. I finish eating and they bring me my check, and I'm like, I look at the check, it's like $52. I'm like, God damn it. So I paid, and there was actually some leftovers, like onion rings and stuff. And he's like, you want to take those? And I should have just to take them, just to make sure I had them because I paid $80 or whatever the fuck. But I went, no, that's cool. So I bailed and got a cab. Went back to my hotel. By this time, it was 11. And like I said, I have to stay up because I told Lily that, when the show's going to go up, send me an email, and then I'll send out my email blast and do the Facebook stuff. But I get to the room, and it's like 11:15, and I'm groggy. Like I started to see that everything was through a veil of gauze. So I actually wrote Lily a text. I go, listen, I'm going to try to get a little sleep. So just go ahead and put the show up. Text me when it's up. If I'm up, I'll answer. If I don't, just please know that I'm ruined right now. And I did. Oh, and I told you also when I went in the room, I did the bed bug breakdown, and like I took all the sheets off and everything. So everything seemed fine. And I went to bed, and I closed my eyes at 11:30, and then I woke up at 9 the next morning, and I didn't move. I was still face down in the exact same spot under the same covers with the same pillow. It didn't even look like the bed had been unmade. I could slip out and just fold the covers back over and everything was fine. And so I woke up at 9 o'clock and I saw Lily had texted me the show was up. So then I had to do all my email stuff and all my Facebook stuff. So I did that, sat down, and I didn't know what I was doing on Thursday. I will tell you, I was really excited kind of to have a day. I do like getting to town on Wednesday because I like having that 2 days of being able to fuck around before I had, because as like I said about this show, I put off doing the show as long as I possibly can. So if I get there on Wednesday, well, fuck, I don't have to do a show till Friday. And then Thursday, oh my God, I got all day Thursday. And then late Thursday night is when I'll get that feeling I had like when I was a kid and the homework was due the next day. I'm like, oh, I didn't do my homework. Oh. So, but still, I had all day Thursday to hang out. It was so fun. So I knew Jared had said that he was around and he wanted to have lunch, but I was in my room getting all my stuff done, and then I started to make fun of the fact that I was alone, and then that people had offered to go out, and then they all bailed on me, and I kind of joked around on Facebook. And then someone sent me an email, and he's like, hey, if you're not doing anything, I might be around if you want to go ahead and do something, but I'm not sure if you do. Yeah, email me, whatever, who cares? Like it was that level of enthusiasm. An hour later, that, by the way, that guy wrote me on Facebook, and he goes, hey, I sent you an email that sounded really wishy-washy when I read it back. If you want to hang out, call me. Like, we'll do something. Like, he felt really bad about it. So I didn't know what to do. And so then I started making suicide jokes. But I was kidding, all right? Because I was, like, putting a noose on the arch and, all that stuff. And there was a guy named Greg wrote me. He said, hey, man, if you're just looking to kill time in St. Louis, I'm here. I've spent my whole life killing time in St. Louis, which is, again, a huge endorsement. So he goes, if you want to do something, I'm around. And I wrote him and I said, yeah, actually. And I should tell you, Greg wrote me before I came to town. And he said, hey, I know you're kind of off the Vice train, but, East St. Louis is not far. It's just over the river. So if that's something you're interested in, that's still available. So, then he replied, he's like, hey, I don't know what you're doing when you're in town. And so I wrote him and I go, well, there's this and there's this and there's this. Somebody mentioned East St. Louis. So he writes me and he says, let's kill time. I said, okay. I said, there's a place, I wanted to eat at a place called the Shaved Duck, which had been recommended to me. And so I was excited to go there. And I said, and other people told me some other places to go. So maybe the Arch, who knows? And he goes, I'll be over there in 40 minutes. So it was fine. I got dressed, got ready. And then Jared texted me and he's like, hey man, I'm around if you want to hang out. I go, you know what? I think a guy's coming by. So I wound up on the phone, and I hung up the phone, and I looked, and Greg had texted me. He was downstairs 15 minutes earlier, and I felt awful. So I texted him. I said, I'll be down in a minute. So I hop in the elevator, door opens, and there's a guy like in a suit. And I assumed Greg had sent a chauffeur to pick me up. But the door opens, and it was Greg. And he just goes, Mike? And I go, Greg? He said, yeah. And I go, you seem overdressed, Greg. He goes, I overdress for everything. But he was wearing literally slacks and a blazer. And I go, I don't know what you plan on doing. He goes, no, this is me. This is how I like to dress. I said, okay. So he said, what do you want to do? I said, well, I've been told about a few things. Someone told me about a bowling museum. He goes, yeah, that's around. I go, no, it's not. It's in Texas now. Because then somebody else made fun of them and said, no, it's in Texas. I go, and I wouldn't have gone to the bowling museum anyway. I said, but, the Arch seems close. He said, well, you want to go to the Arch? I said, yeah, that would be great. So we went outside, and there was a Honda, like a Prius. Or no, is that a Honda? Is that a Prius? No, Chevy's a Prius, right? Who makes a Prius? Toyota. That's it. Whatever. It was a nice car. And it was right outside of the hotel. And so we walked out. I go, hey, is this you? And he said, no, that's me over there. And he points at a van. And not a nice van with like a Viking on the side or a Mystery Machine painted on it. I mean, it was a serial killer van. I think it was a Dodge. Like that's how old it was. And I see it, and literally, I won't lie, my heart sank. Maybe you trim something out of that clothes budget and buy a car from this century. What the fuck, Greg? So we go walking over, and I'm like, oh, and it looked like a microbus. Like he was going to open it, and there was going to be a family of gypsy hippies in there with tambourines. I just was like, God damn it. Or actually, if he opens the side door, Spicoli and his friends are going to tumble out in a cloud of smoke. So we walk over to this fucking van, and he opens it up, and I open the door. And I wasn't far off with the Spicoli thing. Because when we open the door, it hits me. This wall of nicotine. And it dawns on me that Greg smokes. Which, again, I don't care. That's not my problem. You want to die? That's your choice. But what I didn't know was that Greg has obviously smoked since birth. And was apparently born in this van. I mean, dude, I opened the door and it smelled like, it was like being in a spacesuit full of cigarette ashes. And then they sewed you into John Wayne's lung. I mean, it was like that fucking disgusting. Just this smoked crazy. Because I've been in, Karen really ruined her 240SX that way. It was like this wall of stench. And I get in the van and I'm wearing clothes, and in my head I'm like, should I take these clothes upstairs? Like I only bring like one change of clothes on the road. So I get in and I said, so you smoke, Greg? And he's like, yeah. I go, you're not going to smoke while I'm in here. He goes, no, I wouldn't do that to you. That's fine. I said, all right. Besides, I don't think you could possibly ruin the smell anyway. You could smoke in here and it would never get to me because the wall of old smoke would block it. And so he goes, well, doesn't Karen smoke? I go, yes, but she doesn't smoke in cars or in tight quarters anymore. She did for a long time, but thankfully she doesn't anymore. And he was very nice, but again, oh my God, it was awful. So we drive, and I was thankful that we were going to the Arch then, because again, it's close. I just want to get out of the fucking van at this point. So we drive over, and we go into the parking garage. We go to walk in, and then we go to take an elevator to the top, and it opens up, and the elevator had garbage on the floor. It was just this nasty stench. And he says, man, you're not having any luck today. I said, I'm just happy to not to be in your shitty van anymore. And he thankfully laughed because he understood. Because immediately I'm like, I'm sorry. And he goes, and he got it. That is the good thing about you guys. When you hang out with me, you kind of like, because people expect me to be a dick. So I'm like, yay, I can get away with it a little bit. And I should tell you this, we get in the parking garage and there were stairs and then the elevator. And I took the elevator because I thought the elevator took us into the Arch. We get in the elevator. We're on the second floor. It goes up one floor. So I'm like, what a fucking lazy asshole. So we rode up, we get out, and we're right at the Arch. We have to walk through this park. And it's an amazing achievement up close. Because in your head, you're just like, it's just a stupid arch. Because in reality, that's all it is. It's just a big fucking metal arch. But when you realize what has gone into it, the kind of work and what it symbolizes, I took some great pictures. I have a great picture of the sun between the two legs of the arch and kind of peeking out. And outside, it's just metal. And you can actually go inside and go up. I didn't realize that. So we walk in, and there's a museum of like the Old West. And, they have a south tram and a north tram where you can go upstairs into the arch and check it out. So I said I wanted to do that. I bought us a couple of tickets, and we're looking around, and we had 10 minutes to kill. So he's like, you want to go to the museum? I go, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't want to short shrift the museum. I'm going to go in when I can check stuff out. So maybe when we come out of the Arch. He's like, all right. So I was starving. I hadn't eaten all day. I'd been fucking up since 9 and in my room just banging around. So I was looking for something to eat there, but they didn't have a restaurant or concession stand. But they had like an old-timey general store. That was their deal. And it was just one of those things where, look, all I want is like, I just want a sandwich, but when you walk in, unfortunately, it's old timey. So they're like, here, have some hardtack and cider. And I'm like, oh, motherfucker, I don't want that. And I told him before we walked in, I go, dude, I'll bet they have Whorehound candy. And sure enough, it was one of the first things we saw, Whorehound candy. And he's like, what is it? I go, I don't know. I just know that it's old and that they have it. So, but it was one of those, again, they have like fucking fudge made in a steam engine and slave gum. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want any of that shit. I just want a goddamn... Didn't they have fucking tuna back then? So we're walking around looking at shit, and they had a fucking bags of old corn nuts and wheat. You know what I mean? Like a bag of barley. And so I grabbed old corn nuts, and we got to the front. And there was a woman, Sherry, and they're dressed in frocks and petticoats and weird hats. And at least they didn't bust out all the pray tells and forsooths on me and all that shit. Which, by the way, I don't know if that's more Shakespeare, probably, but who knows? They might confuse their dinner theater bullshit and drop that on me. So I was buying just this bag of corn. Like it was salted. It was like corn nuts, essentially, but they called it something, I know the Indians called it maize. So, okay? Did soda come out of your nose? Sorry about that. All right.
Oh my God, that was funny.
You okay?
Yeah.
All right. So, see, again, she's got the hard job, folks.
Oh, fuck.
Now she's going to have a burning in her sinuses for hours and hours because of the Indians calling it maize. So I'm holding it because they had a small corn and they had a big corn. It was like real big corn. So I grabbed that. And then they had, all this other, and I guess I just get this and a drink. So we walk out, we get to the counter where Sherry is, and she starts with did you find everything you needed today? And very polite. And as I go, yes, I only wanted this, Sherry, thank you. And behind them, they had a barrel, or a Lexan, if you know what that is. It's a restaurant container, a Lexan, not a barrel. And it had pretzels, old-timey pretzels. And I go, are those hard? She goes, oh, no, sir. They're soft and doughy and salted, and we baked them on the premises. They're so delicious, and they were 2 for $1.50. So I looked at Greg. I go, you want a pretzel stick? And he goes, yeah, sure. So I got those, and she went and grabbed them, and I go, hey, do you have, is there a Coke? And she goes, oh, no. And I go, well, do you have the old-timey version of a Coke? And she said, we have sweet tea. And I went, and I actually went, because that's horrible. And she goes, we have vending machines around the corner. You can, and the magic ends at the doorway. So I said, all right, that's fine. So we buy our pretzel sticks, and we walk out. And I didn't have any change. I had like a 20. So, I didn't want to fucking throw it in a vending machine. So I bite into this pretzel stick. And look, in the old times, like I said, I know they had whorehound candy, and they had, leather pelts. And you know what else they had in the old time days? Lying. That's what they had in the old time days. Because she said, oh, it's soft and doughy and salty. It was none of those fucking things. It was goddamn I could have killed somebody if I'd have hit him in the fucking head with it. You know what? It was my killing stick. I could have put a paper towel on the end of it and just killed every bedbug in the fucking old-timey world. Because I bit it and I was like, oh my God, how dry is this thing? It just had fucking old dust from the road in it. And even Greg looked at me like, I don't get it. And I'm eating it. And we go to walk over and get on the tram, and it says no food or drink allowed on the tram. And in my head, I'm like, well, this isn't food, so I'm safe because this is like eating a fucking table leg from the old days. And so I'm gnawing on it. In my head, I'm like, I have that mentality in my head where I go, I got to finish stuff and eat it, but I couldn't get through it. And I'm gnawing on it. I wasn't even eating it. I was enduring this thing. It was like a contest. So I took a few more bites, and I just threw mine away. And Greg did the same. I think he might have eaten 1 bite. He only got it to humor me, for fuck's sake. So we walked to get on the tram. We give him our tickets. We walk in. And I should tell you this. It was awesome because on the wall, they had a ton of school. Like I had at the Statue of Liberty and places like that. It was all this school was written down. And I wanted to read it, but we were 5 minutes away from our tram leaving to go up into the arch. So I looked at some of it, but then we hightailed it down to get in line. And the way it works when you go up to the top of the arch, you have to ride. It's not a tram. They call it a tram. But it's these little pods, like these little egg-shaped pods that you get in, and they're totally small. It says it'll fit 5 people. No fucking way. Yeah, back when they built the arch, when people were tiny, when you had all the wee Irishmen going up there and building the fucking thing, yeah, that was fine. But now you had a giant like me. You can't fit 5 people in this fucking thing. So, and I should tell you, it's really small, and it goes all the way to the top of the fucking, it's like a dumbwaiter to heaven. I mean, it's like really tiny. So it opens up. And people get off, and then we have to get on. So I get on with Greg, and then there was an older woman who got on with us. So the 3 of us fit inside of it. And again, egg-shaped. We're kind of ducked down, sloped. And you just go up. And you go up at a decent clip, but not fast. And you can look out the door, and you see nothing but gears and concrete and stairs. And we were riding, and we started talking. The woman was from Idaho, and she'd never been, and she started to talk to us a little bit. And I was happy to do it because I'll be honest with you, when I started to look out and I started to look at the gears and the steps and the concrete, and I realized essentially we were in a tomb, but it was a motorized tomb that was going up to the top of the arch. But if it broke and we were stuck there, we'd be trapped in this tiny space, and then I would have to bang open the fucking door and break the glass and try to get, and then we'd have to walk down the steps, or would I have to free everybody? I kind of started to panic a little bit in my head, just the tiniest amount. It was not visible. It didn't manifest itself in any weirdness. But in my head, I went, what if this stopped and we were trapped? And then the second you think of that, forget it. Every fucking thing comes rolling in because it was this really small area. It was like being trapped in a vent. I mean, it was that small. So thank God it didn't. So we went all the way to the top. and it opens up. We're at the top of the arch, and we get out, and it's carpeted, and there's nice people there, and you walk, and it's on an angle. There's no flattening of the floor within the arch. You have to walk over it as if you're on an arch. So I walk in, and they've got windows that look out into St. Louis, and then you can see Illinois on the other side. And I start looking, and I take a few pictures, and I'm walking around, and I won't lie to you folks. 4 minutes goes by. I'm done. I'm pretty much finished at the top of the arch because you know what it is? I'm high up. I got news for you. When I came to St. Louis, I was high up. I was on a plane. I mean, it just, I guess there's a whole look how high up we are factor, but that wears off for me after about 4 minutes, especially when I was in Toronto and I was high up and I was on a plane high up. I mean, I'm getting all fed up with high up. So I start taking pictures, and the best part of it is Greg has been to the arch a million times, like as his, on his own with his family. And then also it's the thing where whenever he would have people from out of town, that's the thing. You go to the arch. So when I turned around, I actually took a photo of it. Okay. When you look, there's all these people and they're looking out the windows one way or the other. And they're parted like the Red Sea, and standing in the middle of them is Greg with his hands in his pockets, just like looking at the floor. Like he's not even phased by the height. Like, it took me 4 minutes. He was done the second the doors opened. So I made me laugh. So I start looking out the windows and I'm looking around. And then I started to play Who Would I Fuck in the Arch? So I'm looking around and there was right away Greg noticed this bondage chick who was she had like leather pants and a leather shirt, and she had a pierced tongue and like shocking red hair, and she had kind of a caboose on her, but she was still okay. And here's the thing. And again, look, I'm no prize. All right. I'm not saying like, oh yeah, I'm sharp. No, not at all. I'm a fucking fat idiot. But I'm just saying when you're playing Who Would I Fuck in the Arch, there's a playoff system involved. So I'm looking around and I see her, and she's pretty cute. But here's the thing. All right. I'll tell you this. In the arch, at the top of the arch, there's the windows, but they're not like freestanding and you can stand there and look. Everything's on an angle. So you have to lean on this wall and kind of bend over at the waist to look out the windows and see everything. So all these women have to bend over. Like they have to like lean on the thing and completely bend over. So their chests are flat to the surface and their asses are kind of in the air because they're straining to see out the window. And it's a pretty good view. I mean, as good as Illinois on one side and St. Louis on the other were, I cared for the view in the arch that much more, folks. I won't lie to you. It was really, really good. And there was a girl. She's probably 19, and she's blonde. And, it was later in the day, and I guess because she had been at her house painting on her jeans all day. So she had to, and she's with, a girlfriend and their boyfriends, and she's walking around, and she's one of those, all right, how do I say this delicately? She's too young to know what she's dragging around at this point. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, I've met, young girls who are, they don't understand what's happening yet. So she's bending over and looking out at the arch, and she's leaning forward and then thrusting her ass in the air. And I'm looking, and I can't stop staring. Like, and I'm not like, I'm not on my knees with my face in it, but I'm like out of the corner of my eye, I'm just like, Jesus Christ, you're killing me. You're absolutely fucking killing me. But she's just laughing. And again, like I said, she's 18. And so then it was so, I wish, all right, here's what I did. And I didn't do it, but I thought about it. What I wanted to do, I wanted to take a picture of her bent over, staring out at Missouri. So I grabbed my phone and I lined it up, and she's bent and she's on her tiptoes with her ass in the air, and she's leaning out, looking out the window. And I'm trying to surreptitiously take the photo. There's children around, folks. And I get the phone out and I line it up. And then right when I got it lined up in my head, I just went, what the fuck are you doing? You weird Los Angeles pervert in the top of the arch, national landmark. They're just waiting for you to do something stupid so they can throw you in the pod and take you the fuck out of here. The last thing I want to do is get arrested for taking pictures of an 18-year-old's ass in a national landmark. So, that feeling passed, and I went to take the picture. So I'm standing there, and I'm holding the phone. And all I did was I kind of I pushed the button like twice, and then I looked later to see what I had, and I had nothing. Like I just had a blur. So I was like, I erased that, which is fine. And then they're like, all right, are you guys ready to go? Yes, immediately. So we walk down, we get into the pod, we ride down, and I try to avoid thinking about it, stopping. Although on the way down, it was he and I, me and Greg, and then two like really cute girls. Well, and so then we were in line. I was like, all right, look, we're going to squish these girls. And so Greg leans forward and he goes, look, I'll pre-apologize to you guys for, telling that we're going to squish you when we're inside the pod, which sounds like a threat. Like, dude, you can't say it like that. We're going to squish you when we get in the pod.
Oh my God.
But lucky for him, the one girl's just like, she's like Ukrainian or some bullshit. So she didn't understand a fucking word that he said. But then we get into the little pod and we make some small talk with them. The Ukrainian girl has a girlfriend who's American. We make it down, and then I go through and check out all the school stuff. And it's amazing. I love learning that stuff because again, if you see the arch, you're just like, well, it's just an arch. But on the wall, they had the 5 designs that were the finalists that were defeated by the arch. The arch was one of them. Then there are the 4 that lost, and you start looking at that stuff, and you start realizing that they when he built the arch, he made it to match a curve. And if you look in the park, they showed you the map. All of the park matches that curve. The trees are planted that way. The park is designed that way. The sidewalks are designed that way. Everything is the exact same curve as the arch. It's amazing. And then there's a thing where it's like, hey, listen to workmen talk. And you get on the phone and it's just these Irish guys yelling at one another. And then again, to their credit, they didn't shy away from this. There's a whole section about how African Americans were trying to get jobs doing construction on the arch. And it took them like 4 years to finally hire them. And then they finally did. And then there's like all these guys who died in the making of the arch, and and they show pictures again, those weird old timey pictures of dudes building shit where they're not tied down to anything. They're 1,000 feet in the air. I didn't even want to be, like I said, I'm up there staring at a girl's ass. These guys are building the fucking thing, and they're unfazed. They're less nervous than I was, for fuck's sake. They're sitting there dangling their feet and eating an anchovy sandwich with their fucking mustaches glistening in the sun over certain death. And by the way, anchovy sandwich also sold in the gift shop under the title of Certain Death. I don't know if you're aware. That was one I avoided. So we ride the pod down. We look at all the school, and I just had a great time reading it. And then they had they showed you the way, the dumbwaiters to heaven. They had a small model of them, and you could turn a crank, and it showed you why you never turned upside down or whatever on the way up the arch. There's a concentric pulley system, and it's all like gears, and it turns you as you're going up. It's like a roller coaster ride, but they invented it just for the arch. So we split. And we walk outside, and we go to leave. And I would tell you this. Greg says, hey, I have a bone to pick with you. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. I go, all right, what? And he goes, I started the St. Louis page. Now, for weeks, I've been telling you guys there was a guy named Mike who started the St. Louis page. Because Mike and I have been corresponding, and he was a guy who wrote me with a bunch of things to do and how he wanted to help look for venues, and he was really gung-ho about it. But it was Greg who actually started the page, and I did not credit him for that. So I want to make sure that I credit him now. And I think it's also a time that we go ahead and call Mike a dick, because for weeks I kept saying he started the page, and he never wrote me to tell me that he didn't. So, Mike, you're kind of a jagoff, man. Made me look like an ass. So I said to Greg, but the second he said it, I knew. And I went, you know what? Because that day when we were exchanging emails, you get all your Facebook email history. And I saw him with the link to the page. And I went, he started this fucking page. So I apologized. He was very nice about it, but he just wanted to tease me about it. So we split, get in the car, and it was like 4:00. And he had to go to school. He had to be in class at 5:30. So I go, well, you can just take me back to the hotel. He goes, no, man. He goes, let's go. He goes, we can go to the City Museum. Now, I should tell you, that's not Greg's idea. Like I said, people were telling me where to go. They said the bowling museum and all. And there was a girl who said to me, you need to go to the City Museum. It's a fucking blast. And I said, all right. Again, I don't know the town, so anybody tells me to do shit, I'll try to take a look. So I had told him that. He goes, you know what? I haven't been there forever. He goes, when I went there, it was a place for kids and stoned teenagers. I said, well, my friend said that it was she said it was a blast and a place to go. He's like, well, let's go to the arch first. So we went to the arch, and then on the way out, I said, well, you can take me back to the hotel. He goes, no. He goes, let's go to the City Museum. I said, well, it's only open till 5. he goes, well, we'll take an hour. We'll go. We'll check it out. So, because it was close. It was a mile away. We go, we park, we go inside. And we're in line to get tickets. And like I said, it's about 4:05. They close at 5 o'clock. That's their winter hours on the weekdays. And there's a couple in front of us, two ladies in front of us. They're talking about tickets. And there's a guy standing in the middle of the room. He's not with the ticket takers, but he's a guide. Like he tells you where to go and what to do. So I'll go over to him. I go, hey. And he goes, hey, can I help you? I go, yeah. Is this something a man should do? And he looks at me and he's like, I don't know what you mean. And I go, well, is this something like a grown man should do? And he goes, oh, absolutely. I go, you're sure? I go, because I mean, they said there's a Ferris wheel, but it's a bunch of, I don't even know what this is. Like I was referred to it, and my friend says it's like for kids, but I want to know that if it's something that a human man should do. And now he just decides to bust my balls. He goes, yes. He goes, all human men should go in here and experience this once in their lives. And look, I recognize sarcasm, folks. But fuck you for dropping your sarcasm. I genuinely don't know what this place is. So I said, all right, fine. So you're saying it's going to be cool? He goes, yes, it's great. You'll enjoy it. I said, all right. So I walk over to Greg. I go, well, and he goes, what are you talking to that guy about? I go, nothing. I asked him about if a man should do this, and he busted my balls, whatever. So we get to the front, and the woman says, 2 tickets? And I said, well, look, I need to know, should I be going here as a grown person? She goes, oh, yes, it's totally fun. She goes, we close at 5, though. I said, yeah, I understand. She goes, if you're only here for an hour, you're going to want to go all the way to the roof because we have the Ferris wheel up there. We have the 2 really big slides. We have the 10-story slide as well. It goes down to the caves. And I said, all right, cool. And so she charges only half price because there was an hour left. And we walked in. Took the elevator up to the 11th floor or 10th floor. Walked up. And there's a Ferris wheel up there. Which I'm not riding a Ferris wheel. And again, it's another place like, hey, we were high up. I don't give a fuck about high up. Stop with the attractions that are high up. Entertain me at sea level. So I walk over. They got a Ferris wheel, and there's like 4 dudes who work there. And I walk up and I go, hey, where's the big slide? They go, oh, you got to go underneath the gazebo and go over here. And I said, well, is it fun? Is it like something I should do? And they're like, yeah, of course. And I said, okay. And then they start talking among themselves. Like they didn't want to help us. So we walk up to the top of the ceiling, or the top of the roof, I should say. And there were slides there. There was one slide that was just a flat back slide. And it just looked like a filth waterfall. I mean, it was just covered in dirt. It was because it's outdoors. There's no canopy over it. And it was pitch. There was black. I just didn't want to. I'm like, I can't do that. But they had another slide, but it was a tube of steel, but it was all segregated. You know what it looked like? It looked like the exoskeleton on the queen mom of the aliens. Like, you know how she's like got that long tail that kind of squirts out eggs, and then she's got the exoskeleton above it? It looked like that because there was all this metal that was all weird. And so I looked at the guys. I go, "Is this is the slide?" They go, "Yeah, it's one of the slides. The 10-story slide is underneath." So I go, "Well, can I go down this?" They go, "Yeah." And I go to get in it, and there's a bar. There's a huge bar blocking the entrance of the slide. So I can't even get my shoulders past it. Now, I'm used to going to, amusement parks where the workers, they tend to care about fat people because they don't want them on rides because it fucks everything up. Well, these motherfuckers they're not even paying any attention to me. So I'm trying to squeeze into this slide, like my chest and everything, and I can't get my chest and shoulders past this bar, but I kind of wriggle, and then I look at Greg, I go, this isn't going to work, right? I go, I'm going to get in this thing and get halfway down and getting stuck like Augustus Gloop, right? And he goes, I don't know. He goes, it doesn't look, safe to me for you to get in there. So I look at the guys and I go, are you sure that I can get in this? And the guy goes, yeah. He goes, I put bigger guys than you in there. And I go, all right. And I didn't even register. And I go to climb in, and Greg goes, he said he's put bigger guys than you in there. He goes, they didn't get in on their own. Like maybe he's come and like wedged them in with his foot, or he goes, oh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that.
Oh my God.
So I take 2 more attempts to squeeze in, and these motherfuckers aren't helping or saying it's okay, or they're not even paying attention. They're talking to their friends. And finally, I just gave up. I go, I can't do it. So we walk over, and I go, where's this 10-story slide? Which is it's 10 stories from the top to the bottom, and I couldn't wait. So they go, you got to go down through here and under here. So we walk past this like gazebo. It's all rickety and wood, and you're outside. It's 45 degrees. It was pissing rain. So we walk underneath, and here's what the City Museum is. It's all rusted out corrugated metal turned into shapes. It's like if you know what, next time you want to experience the City Museum, next time you see a car accident, jump in. Whenever the aftermath is there and it's steaming and there's sharp metal everywhere, just leap in and run around and frolic like you're having a good time, because that's what this fucking place was. We go underneath the gazebo. There's this weird metal that looks like, and I should tell you this, the wood looked like it was worn by the sea. Like it was that white wood. It was bleached almost from the sun, but also like salt spray, like you get when those you eat at those shitty restaurants on piers. And there's dripping water. We went underneath. There was this room, and all it was a rope hanging from the ceiling and puddles of water dripping from the walls in this dark gray steel room. And I looked at Greg, and I'm waiting for the doll on the tricycle from Saw to come riding out. And I said that to him. I go, is Carrie Elwes going to be hiding in a corner? This looks like Saw, right? I mean, so there's a doorway, but it's completely pitch black. It says exit, but we don't know what's behind it. And the exit sign is huge. And then we're looking, and there's a tiny sign, and I took a photo of that, a tiny green sign, and it just says 10-story slide with an arrow. So we follow through. We go into these hallways. And we finally make our way through, and there's the 10-story slide. And all it is the entrance. Like, there's no grand lights. There's no sign. There's not even a workman tending it. So I look at it, and I go, so will you just climb in and you shoot down? Like, how does it? And he goes, yeah, I guess so. And that's how it works. And part of me is like, Greg, you're no help. You've been here. Tell me what the fuck it is. But he also hasn't been there for fucking years. So as we're talking, a couple of dudes come up, a nice gay couple. And they go to cut ahead of us. I go, oh, you guys are going? They go, oh, this is our third time already. And I said, so it's safe, everything's fine, you'll come out at the bottom? And he goes, yeah. He goes, just space yourselves. And the guy goes, well, I did hit my knee. And I said, how? And he goes, well, I shifted my weight, because he goes, you can stop your speed by putting your foot into the side of the slide, and it breaks you a little bit. So when I did that, it quickly jumped my knee up into the steel, and I banged it, so it hurts. I'm like, oh, that's a drag. I go, well, I was going to have my phone out, and I was going to film myself all the way down. And he's like, I don't know if that's a good idea, because if you hit a bump, you might drop it, or who knows what's going to happen. I said, all right, thanks. So they jump in. One at a time, they slide off. And I see there's a monitor where you can see the person emerge at the bottom. So you know that it's safe to go. So Greg goes, and I should see there's another slide, and it's got like cigarette butts and fucking like exposed metal, like spikes. And I go, that's not part of it. And the guy goes, no, that's just like a sculpture. So what? Someone made an ashtray out of fucking aluminum?
Oh my God.
So Greg goes, well, I'm going. And I said, I should go first. And he goes, no, I'm going to go. And I go, no, I should go first, because if I fucking plummet down, I'm going to hit you in the head and you're going to die. And he said, well, then wait, just wait, watch me on the monitor. I'm like, oh, okay. So he jumps in and he disappears. So I sit down, and you're kind of leaping into a void. And I love that kind of stuff. Like I said, I love roller coasters. I love, having my stomach in my throat. But kind of sliding into the dark, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And also because there's no workman, and I'm fat, and if it's enclosed, I don't know what the fuck it's going to be like. But that's fine. I just don't want to hit my head. And so I actually got my phone out, and I filmed myself at the mouth of it, like a last will and testament. I was just like, all right, I'm jumping into this slide, and who the fuck knows what's going to happen. But if you find my phone, you know what I did. I'm stupid, and I whatever I said. And I put my phone away, and I made sure to hold my phone in my pocket so it didn't come shooting out. And I said, fuck it. And I dove into the slide. You go feet first. And I jump in, and I'm like, wee, and I go about 5 feet, and I stop. Because the slide, it's narrow. So you remember how they said you put your foot on the side to brake yourself? Well, gravity is taking fat me and shoving me into the side of the slide, so I have no choice but to have my foot hit the side. So I try to swing my legs over and use my shoulders, and I'm going down, but as I'm sliding down, it's just my foot. It's like, you know when you're on the freeway and you go across lanes and they have those speed bumps to keep you from falling asleep? I'm going down the slide, but I'm going down in segments. I'm not sliding at all. It's like I'm being dragged over speed bumps. And I'm supposed to, it's a spiral thing. And I'm trying to I cross my legs then, and I try to make my body kind of lean to the right side, but it doesn't matter because it's all hard right turns. So my body keeps going into the fucking slide, and I can't help it. And I'm going super slow, just all the way down. And finally, I get down near the bottom, and I see Greg, and he sees that and I just stop. Greg was down the slide in about, I would say 15 seconds, 10 to 15 seconds. It took me a minute. There was no fun. There was no excitement. I kept kind of leaning my head up to see how I could fix it. And then I'm like, I'm going to skull my brain on one of these motherfucking beams. And so I just lay there and then I just fucking froze. And I saw Greg. And he's just like, he waves. And I get up and I walk to the bottom of the slide. And I go, that was fucking awful. And he goes, I told you it was for kids. I go, that wasn't even for kids. That was terrible. I said, if I was a kid, I'd hate this fucking place. So we walk out, and there was no fun at all. Literally, the only fun in this place is waiting for one of your friends to crack his skull on some exposed corner. So now we're in the caves, which is where the slide let us out, and we start looking for a way out. And it's all this weird cement stuff we can't find the exit. And we're walking, and then we cross paths with the gay guys. We're like, where are we going? He goes, follow us. So we're walking, and it's dark. It was terribly unfun. It was so unfun. So Tess, your suggestion, forget it. Why? What was wrong with you? So we finally emerge from the caves. And you got to walk. It's funny. You have to walk through a bar and a snack bar to get out of the bottom. You know what I mean? Because they want you to drink something and eat something. And I'm just like, oh, Jesus, get me the fuck out of this building. And we walked out. And then he says, well, do you want to go into the museum itself? No, I don't. Not at all. I do, but only if we drive your shitty van into it. Killing all in our wake. So we walked the fuck out, and then there was this dude, one of the Ferris wheel dudes was all of a sudden, he was downstairs. We're like, how do we get out of here? He's like, oh, you got to go over here. And then we see him outside talking to a guy at the booth. I'm like, how many fucking bald dickheads are going to hire here that look exactly the same? So we split. It's 5:00. I'm like, dude, you can just take me back to my hotel. And he's like, no, man. He goes, I'm out. I go, what? I go, you have school at 5:30. He goes, nah. He goes, I'm not going to school. This is awesome. So he ditched school. So it's good to know that even at 45, I have the same powers I had at 15. So we split, and he's like, where do you want to go? I said, well, I wanted to go to this Shaved Duck. I go, but they don't open until 5:00. Or no, 5:30 for dinner, I think, or 5, I don't know. And he's like, well, let's go. So I get it on the map. We drive, and it wasn't far. And it was in a neighborhood. I will tell you this. It was in this is the thing I love about the Midwest, is there are restaurants that you can go to. My uncle took me to one time. It was a Lithuanian restaurant that was in a home. Like you basically went into somebody's house and you ate in their living room while they cooked in the kitchen. It was great. Well, this restaurant was in the middle of a neighborhood like that, but it was an actual establishment. So we get there and we walk inside, we sit down, and this was another suggestion from somebody. And I had also seen the place on Food Network, and it was great. The food was awesome. We ordered, there was this meatloaf that was real good, and they had shrimp and grits, which was great. And we ordered a thing called a baked apple, and the baked apple was covered with pulled pork. But it was good. We had a good time. The food was real good. Finished eating about 6:30, 6:45. Walk outside to the fucking shit van. And I said, well, I go, we can cash this in. And he's like, well, what else is there to do? And I said, well, honestly, I was going to kind of look for a supermarket to get some Propel. I go, if we see one on the way back. He goes, no, dude, I will find you one. This is awesome. Let's do it. He goes, and what about after that? I go, well, I hadn't, I go, you had mentioned East St. Louis, but, and he's like, well, would you want to go to East St. Louis? And I said, well, it's 6:15. Like, why, you want to go this early? And he goes, well, they're there. They're open. I mean, he goes, I don't. They're there. So I'm like, yeah, I mean, all right. I mean, if you're up for it, I'm up for it. I go, I was actually referred to a couple of places. And he goes, well, I know what's over there. He goes, the Hustler Club is there. And I go, well, I was referred to a few places too. So we can go, and we want to go check those out. He goes, all right, well, let's go. So we actually found a grocery store. We ran in. And I should tell you, you know what? I skipped this whole thing. When we got off the tram for the Arch, we didn't leave right away. We went through the Museum of the West. And it was amazing because they have actual transcript of Lewis and Clark's journal on their trip across America and where they wound up and what they did. And it was, I can't even, I love that kind of stuff. And it's extremely interesting to me. And, they were set off. And here's the crazy thing. Like, you realize how fucking arduous and amazing it was. Like they left, this is just an example. Like say they left in April. And then by June, they're like, they made it across a state. You know what I mean? It's crazy. And the best part was it was all the writings of Lewis. And so Greg and I were making up the fact that like Clark had dropped his fucking diary in Utah. And he's like, God damn it. So they only had to use Lewis's. But then we wound up finding there was Clark stuff later as well. And we were going through, and then they had a picture on the wall. It said slaves. It was an actual sale paper for like slaves. Negroes were $1,300. And he goes, you know what? This is weird. He goes, doesn't that seem high for then? And I go, well, it seems high for now too, really. And he's like, yeah, but he goes, you know what? They get you on the room and board too. That's where they get you. And I'm like, yeah, probably. Oh my God. And there's other people standing around who are like, what are you saying? But Greg goes, yeah, they get you on the room and board. I go, huh? Oh my God. So we went to that museum, and there was another great thing from like Lewis's journal. And he's like, we sent a package back to the president today, and it was 4 live magpies and a live beast and a live, they sent these things back to the president. And I laughed because I'm like, you picture like the president he's meeting foreign dignitaries, and they're like, hey, we got some boxes from Lewis and Clark. They opened it up, and he's like, fucking magpies, really? You sent live birds through the U.S. mail? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? So we were making fun of that and having fun. And they had like a full-size buffalo. And then Ted Nugent came in and shot it, which was a drag. But we hung out, and they had a teepee, and it was amazing. So that was great. That was really fun. So then he's like, hey, man, you want to go to East St. Louis? And I'm like, well, why not? We had culture to start the day. So we go to the grocery store, and I grab some Propel. We get in line. And there's people in front of us, and it's a young couple, and they have a stroller. And the weirdest line, too, at this grocery store, they do this at Best Buy now, where there's no individual lanes. There's one line, and then when the cashier holds up a paddle, you go to their register, and that's fucked. I mean, there's this long snaking line. So you're at the mercy of how fast the checkers move. It's a drag. Not that you're not otherwise, but it makes standing better when there's individual lanes. Don't argue with me, folks. So we're in this long line, and in front of us, there's this young couple with a stroller. So I look at Greg, and I go, Jesus, I wonder how much for the baby. And Greg goes, I think the going rate's $1,300, if I remember correctly. I said, that seems high. And he looks and he goes, oh, well, you know what? She's white.
Oh, my God.
And then the mom walks away, and the baby had like a huge birthmark on its face. And I go, yeah, but it's defective. I'm going to have to talk them down. Just a couple of jagoffs at a grocery store making slavery and ugly baby jokes. Good for you. You're good guys. $1,300. He goes, I'm gonna have to talk him down. It's defective. God damn it. All right.
Oh my God.
So I buy my Propel and my bananas, and we leave. We get in the fucking shit van, the lung van, and we drive. And I get out the phone and I figure out where we're going, because the places I was referred to, folks, are in East St. Louis. I was referred to a place called Dolly's Playhouse, and to a strip club called Blondie's. Now, look, I'm always up for the off-brand strip club. It's one of my great joys to walk into an off-brand strip club and see what's lurking inside, both patrons and workers. So we pull off the freeway, and there's the Hustler Club, like right at the exit. And I go, no, we take a left. We're going deep into St. Louis, East St. Louis. So he goes left, and we go down this fucking dark road, and then we have to get all the way down. We go about a mile down, and then we take a right. And then it starts to get like kind of dark, and there's no lights. And we pull up to a stop sign, and right in front of us, there's C-Mo's Show Club. C.MOWE''S. And I look at him, and I go, dude, we got to hit C-Mo's, right? And he's like, you want to go to C-Mo's? I go, not yet. I go, but we know that it's here. So on the way back out, we'll go there. But right now, I was referred to go to these places, these Blondies and this Dolly's. So go right. So we took a right. We drive down another mile, and we pass a police station. He's like, oh, we're safe. There's the police station. I go, well, in my head, I'm like, when the police station is that close to the strip club, they're not exactly upset about it. Like they may be in their pocket a little bit, or they might come by for extra services. Who the fuck knows? So as we're driving then on the side of the road, there's a burned out truck with its tires melted and its doors open. It's not on fire now, but it obviously burned that day, and it's just scorched black on the side of the road. And we just keep driving past that, and then you see like these weird. It was like a vampire movie where you just see those in the distance, these glowing signs. And as we got closer, that one of them was Blondie's on the left, and we passed that because we went down to Dolly's Playhouse. So we drove down, and as we're driving, he hits this pothole that it was a ditch, if anything. It just like conk, conk, like this huge noise. I go, dude, do not get a flat tire out here. So we pull into Dolly's, and it's the fucking gravel parking lot that's dimly lit. There's like 2 lamps. And as we pull in, there's one car, and in the car we can see a stripper, a woman, and she's fighting with, I'm assuming, her boyfriend who's behind the wheel. And they're arguing heavily. Like he's pointing in her face and she's pointing in his face. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, this is the place. Let's go. So he parks, and I go, did you see that chick arguing with the guy? He goes, oh yeah, I saw that. So Greg's just as bad as me. And because he even said that to me, he's like, I love a no-name strip club. That's fine. I go, all right, let's go. So we get there at 7:00. We walk up, and it says it's $3 cover with a 2-drink minimum. And part of me is like, oh man, I don't want to pay a 2-drink, dude. I don't drink. And he's like, well, just let's go in. So we walk in the door, and there's a big bouncer on the phone outside. And he doesn't say anything to us. We walk in, and nobody says anything. Hi, bye, fuck you, nothing. We walk inside. There's a pool table. There's 3 stages. There's a big TV playing football. And there's no girls at all. So we kind of walk in and we look around, give it a once over. There's about 8 dudes in there. And if you wonder about the clientele of this joint, here's what it is. Every dude in this place looked like at some point they had been punched in the face by Walker, Texas Ranger. You ever watch that show where it's just these gangs of nondescript white guys who wind up in fights with Walker? Just those fat, kind of graying at the temples, hillbilly dudes with trucker hats on. That's what it was. It was just, I was waiting for Ben Gazzara to come out and give them orders to get Patrick Swayze. It was just every henchman from Roadhouse, every bad guy from Walker, Texas Ranger. That's the clientele of Dolly's Playhouse. So we walk in, we're standing there looking around, and then out of the back, there's these beads, the beaded little private rooms, but they're not private at all. I mean, you can see right in them. It's just beads. And a saloon door. And out comes a couple, a man, like a little short white dude, and a girl, black girl. And she's in like a cat suit. She's got red hair, like a pink red wig. And they walk out and they're talking. She's the only girl. We can see she's not wearing a top, but she's not naked. So I look at Greg. I'm like, this looks grim, man. Is this the thing? And he's like, well, you want to go? I said, well, let's at least go to the other joint and see how that works, And so we turn around to split, and the bouncer looks at us. He goes, oh, and he's still on the phone, by the way. He goes, oh, no, you can't go. He goes, it's a shift change. I said, shift change? He goes, yeah. He goes, we got girls. He goes, they'll be out. They come out at 7:15. Is it shift change? The day shift ended. Night shift's about to start. I said, oh. Okay. I go, how many girls you got? He goes, well, look at the board. They got the names up there. He goes, but yeah, it's going to be great. Stick around. So I looked at Greg, and he goes, oh, I'll get a beer. So we walk in. Greg goes and gets a beer, and nobody charged me anything. No cover, and they didn't ask me if I wanted a booze or some booze or anything. We look on the wall and there's a board. It says Jules with a Z. Peaches with a Z. J-Lo is there. Stephanie. I'm like, J-Lo? Holy shit. So we go and we lean on the pool table. And the black girl, she went back into the beaded room with the little short dude. And then she walked out and he gave her money. And she walks over and she puts money in the jukebox. And then goes back to dance for him. There's no DJ, folks. Straight up jukebox. So we're standing there, we're leaning against the pool table, and there's no other girls. And eventually, one girl comes out of the back. And she's wearing a bikini. And she goes over to the jukebox, and they start the jukebox. And she has a Winnie the Pooh baby blanket. And she throws it on the stage. The music starts, and she just kneels on the blanket and just starts kind of sliding all over. She's wearing a bikini. And she's not really giving any effort because nobody cares. Nobody cares. This is just apathy's playhouse. Fuck Dolly. Dolly left, and it is nothing but apathetic. But I don't care because nobody's macking me yet. Nobody's trying to fucking steal my wallet, and I'm enjoying it because I'm kind of like, I love the calm before the storm. I know shit's about to happen. I don't know what it's going to be, but I can't wait to be there to see it when it does. So that girl comes out, and then another girl comes out, and she starts dancing. And other girls are arriving, and they're all wearing regular clothes, but then they go right to the back, which means they're going to get changed. So I'm talking to Greg, and Greg's like, well, I'm gonna hit the head. So he goes and he hits the head, and Stephanie, the white girl, in a bikini, a girl comes in from the outside wearing regular clothes, and Stephanie goes, I called you. No, I called you. And she starts yelling at the little girl. Well, the little girl's not yelling back, but Stephanie won't stop yelling at her, but she's answering her. And I'm like, what's going on? So I look over. Stephanie is yelling, and the other girl is furiously signing to Stephanie. She's deaf. Oh, my God. She's deaf, and she's arguing with and Stephanie is signing too, but also talking, and the girl's reading her lips, and the girl is signing back to her. It's a stripper having an argument with a deaf girl on the floor. One girl dancing, one girl arguing with a deaf person, and a bunch of fat white dudes just staring. And that argument continues. And in my head, I'm like, Greg, get out of the bathroom. Get out of the bathroom, Greg. What are you doing? So finally they hug, and the deaf chick goes in the back, and then Greg walks out. I'm like, dude, you missed it. You totally missed it. So he and so that's fine. He's in the bathroom and doing his thing, and good for him. So he comes out, and I'm just like, dude, you missed it. You so missed it. So I explain it. Then another girl comes out. She's African American. She starts dancing on the main stage. And also, by the way, these girls are putting money in the jukebox to dance, and they're picking. Like, in my mind, you know, I would imagine these girls would dance to Lil Wayne or something like that. They're dancing to No Doubt. Like, these strip girls are dancing to No Doubt and Buck Cherry. Buck Cherry makes sense. That's a straight-up strip club song, Crazy Bitch. But all the strippers, by the way, are black, all right, except for the girl arguing with the deaf girl. So they go in the back, and we're standing there, and I tell him what he missed. And meanwhile, a big white dude, like a big burly white dude, he goes to the front of the stage. Because again, the girls aren't taking their clothes off. I should tell you that. They're dancing on any of the stages in their bikinis, but they're not stripping. They're just dancing, like go-go style. And then the best part is there's a pole on the main stage, but the other two stages don't have poles, but they have exposed piping, like plumbing. They have exposed plumbing, and they're grabbing it, and they're spinning on that. And I looked at Greg, and I go, please let that collapse. That has to collapse. Out of the ceiling, some girl has to wrap herself around it, and the whole fucking thing has to come down. That'd be hysterical. So he's got his beer, and we're rooting for that. And all of a sudden, the big white dude goes up to the African-American girl on stage, and she sits down on the stage and slides over to him. He hands her some money, and she just pulls her tits out and sits on him, on his lap, and he clearly puts his hand in her pants. And she's grinding him, and she's on top of him, and he's got his hand in her pants, and they're basically fucking right by the stage. He doesn't have his dick out, but everything else is happening. She's like hugging him and like she's riding him, even though he doesn't. It's. I mean, it's like I've been in private rooms where they don't do shit like that. But and also, you know, you can't. There's that whole you can't touch the girls. I mean, he's fucking knuckle deep. I mean, it's crazy. So I look at Greg and we're looking at that dude and he's just this big 50-year-old white guy and she's right on his lap going at it. And also by the way, he was sitting with Stephanie, the white girl, but then when she went up to go argue with the deaf girl, the other African-American girl sat with him and then Stephanie went to go sit back and she goes, "Oh, I guess I'll see you later." And then when that girl went to dance, he went up and he gave her the money and now she's grinding on his hand and it is very obvious what's going on. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. So the other girls are dancing. There was one girl who was really sharp. Like she had a great body. She was tall. She had like a kind of a giraffe neck too. She was really sharp. So that was J-Lo. She's dancing. So then the door opens and a girl comes in, and I'm not looking anymore when people come in. And so Greg is next to me, and this girl walks in. She goes, "Hey y'all," and she goes, "Hey, I want you to meet my son." And I'm not kidding because I had kind of like turned my head when she said, "Hey y'all." Greg did not. Greg is still looking at the stage. And she goes, "I want y'all to meet my son." And all I saw were Greg's eyebrows go up. And we both turn our heads. And it's a stripper showing up for work with her 22-year-old son. She goes, "That's my son, y'all." And she's like, "Look at his..." And she makes him pull up his shirt and show his abs to the bartender. And then she takes him by his hand and she takes him over to J-Lo. And he puts his hands on J-Lo's ass and he starts like rubbing her ass. And, as a way of introduction. And then she's like, "Hey, feel his muscles." And he like flexes and J-Lo feels his arms. And the mom is like, "See, he's got big arms." And I'm like, "Oh my God." And Greg just looks at me and goes, "That's her son." And also she's got a bunt cake, by the way. She's carrying a bunt cake wrapped in cellophane. She brings her son and a bunt cake to the strip club. And then she walks him over to the other girl who's on stage, getting her, who's fucking riding a hand, who's essentially a puppet at this point. And she's like, "Meet my son." And she unglues herself from this guy's hand and she comes over and she feels his muscles and she gives him a hug. And so she brought her all around. He brought him all around to all the girls and introduced them. And then she's like, "I got to get ready." And she goes in the back and then he says his goodbyes, thankfully. And then he splits. But he was probably 23 and he was a big dude and he was tatted up, like all fucking tatted up. He looked military. But the woman went in the back. And so we're watching this take place. We're watching these girls and another girl gets on another side stage with another baby blanket. And I look at Greg and I'm like, "Man, there's got to be some cold babies in that back room." So now, like I said, there's about 6 girls there that we can see. And then this one girl gets on stage and she's not even stripping or dancing. She's essentially just doing Pilates. She's on her hands and knees, staring at herself straight in the mirror and just flexing her ass out toward us, like doing an ass clap and then bouncing her ass cheeks. And Greg gets another beer. And we're hanging out, and I should tell you, folks, I don't know what the fuck to do. Like, I'm not gonna pay for a lap dance, and there's nothing really. I'm just watching what's happening, waiting to see if anything is gonna happen. So, little girl comes out of the back. She's in a full-on like a black bikini, and she goes over and sits on the stage. And another white guy who had come expressly for her, you could tell. He was waiting at the bar. He walks right over to her, and she just sits in his lap and hugs him. And it's the deaf girl. I realize it when I see her. She's got her hair pulled up, but it's her. And she's just sitting in the guy's lap and kind of like rocking back and forth. And as we're sitting there, we're looking, and these other girls, everything's... and then J-Lo then comes over to me and Greg. And she's like, "Hey, y'all." And we're like, "Hi." And we go, "What's your name?" She goes, "I'm J-Lo." She shakes our hands. And she wedges between us at the pool table. She's like, "What are y'all up to?" And we're like, "Nothing. We're just, checking out the girls." And another girl came up to us. She comes out of the back, and she comes up and asks if we want to dance. And as she gets closer, we realize it's the mom of the son, Bunt Cake. Her name is Paige. And she has 3 rings in her lip, a ring in her tongue, ring in her eyebrow, and she just, I mean, and a mouthful of meth teeth. I mean, just a fucking terrible. She's a mess, and she's got to be 40, and sagging and just not attractive. And she's like, "Hey, you guys want to give me a private?" And we're like, "No." And she goes, "Well, how about you want to just tip? How about $1? I'll show you my tit for $1." We're like, "No, that's okay. Thank you though. Good luck. We'll be here. We'll maybe see you later." She's like, "Okay." And she walks off. We're like, dodged a bullet. That was before J-Lo. But then J-Lo came over to us, and like I said, J-Lo was really kind of hot. You know what I mean? And she's standing next to us. And if I was going to pay for anybody in that room, it would have been J-Lo. So she starts talking to us, and look, folks, when I go to the strip club, I usually wind up chatting with the strippers in a way where I like talk to them like they're real people, so then they want to talk to me instead of me just, talking about their ass. And so I go, all right, J-Lo, who do you hate here? And she goes, what? I go, who do you hate? She goes, oh, I hate Stephanie. And it turns out she hates Angelique too, which was the other black girl who was riding the guy's hand. She goes, because she thinks she's so important, and she does too many drugs. I'm like, oh, really? She does drugs? She goes, yeah, she's in the back doing drugs. And she comes out here and, she thinks she's better than all of us, but she's not. We're all here. We're all stripping. She goes, it's funny because I'm just here because, my son, he tells me what he wants for Christmas. And so I got to make sure I get that. And my daughter too, and I go, how old are you? And she said, I'm 26. She's got like an 8-year-old and a 7-year-old. And, she's like, well, what do y'all want? And we're like, nothing. We're just here looking at ladies. And I go, it's weird. I go, nobody takes their clothes off in this place. And she goes, oh, did you want to see titties? And she just takes her top off.
Oh, did you?
And I'm like, well, no. I go, you don't have to do that, J-Lo. We're having a conversation. We're all friends here. I go, but it's weird that everybody goes up on stage. I go, is it because nobody's tipping? She goes, oh, yeah, if people tip, we'll take our clothes off. She goes, or, whatever you want. If you want to tip, we'll see what happens. And I'm like, all right. I said, well, you don't have to do that. And she goes, no, come on. She goes, and she takes our hands and she puts them on her, like on her waist. You know what I mean? And we're not even looking. It was just so weird. And then another girl comes over to talk to us. So J-Lo finally has to go dance. It's her turn to go dance. And as she's talking to us, I'm looking at her. Like I said, she had a great ass and really nice legs, and her face was kind of pretty. She was wearing glasses, which didn't hurt. And then I gave her the once over because it was all dark there. It was super dark. But then when she's standing next to us, she turns to talk to me. And I look down, of course, because she's got her tits out. And unfortunately, I saw her stomach. Again, she's 26. She's got an 8-year-old and a 7-year-old. And they had to exit her body some way. I'm assuming they came out through her stomach. Now, here's the thing. I've seen C-section scars on strippers before, and it's not attractive. But at the same time, it's workable. Because, look, I took biology. We all know what happens. However, I don't think she had a C-section. It looked like she had an asterisk section. I don't know what happened to her stomach, but it looked like maybe the baby had clawed its way out.
Oh my God.
You know what it looked like? She looked like she was on the Nostromo and the alien had burst out of her stomach. And not only that, they had killed it with the torches as it was in her belly. Because it was like a skin graft. It was just a mess. It looked like she may have had a Quato. She may have had a Quato from Total Recall, and they had to remove it.
Oh my God.
Every other part of her was slamming. And then I saw the stomach, and I'm like, that's why you work at Dolly's in the dark. Holy shit. If ever a woman needed a shirt, it's you. Tie it off. God damn. You ever see the handprints at Man's Chinese Theater? It looked like someone had put their handprints in J-Lo's stomach. Like just came through and, yes, press them in. Awful. So that was the final shot of me giving any stripper any money in that building. I'm like, look, we got to get the fuck out of here. So she goes to dance, and I look at Greg. I go, how you doing with that beer? And he goes, I'm almost done. You want to go? And I said, yeah, I'm good with that. I go, you know why? Because now they're coming. They smell blood, and there's nobody in here. I go, I don't want to be the guy that they keep coming to for money. And he's like, all right, cool. So he finishes his beer, and we split. We go outside, and I'm like, well, Blondie's it is. So we get out, we drive. And as we're driving, I'm not kidding you, he hits the fucking pothole again. Gong, gong, dude! Seriously? You saw what's in there. You don't want to stay here? We go to Blondie's and we park. It has less cars than they had at the other strip club. We're outside. He's like, wait, I'm going to smoke. So he's smoking. We're standing out front. And I'm like, well, I don't know how much time I want to kill in here. We'll see what happens. And all of a sudden a security guard walks out and he goes, "What are you guys doing?" I'm like, "Well, we're going to come in." He goes, "Well, we're going to come in, come in." And I go, "He's smoking." He goes, "You can smoke in here. Come on inside." And I go, we'll be in. Yeah, they're smoking. It's fucking Illinois. They don't give a shit. So, let me rephrase that. It's a shithole. They don't give a shit. I mean, I think the state it's outlawed, but still, they don't give a fuck in there. So I go, "How many girls you got working?" He goes, "We got 6. And I looked at him and I go, and Greg's like, "We're here." And I go, "All right." And the guy pokes his head in. He goes back in. And I go, "There's cameras out here. There's got to be." And we look and there's fucking 3 cameras. So they saw us. So we walk in and we pay the $3 cover. And we walk inside and there's nobody there. Nobody. It's completely fucking empty. There's 1 girl dancing in the other room. And there's 3 white girls, but they've all latched on to the fucking Roadhouse extras at the bar. So they're not dancing. They're just, because again, there's more money in getting drinks bought for you. So they're at the bar getting drinks bought for them. We go into the other room. There's 1 skinny girl and she's dancing for a guy. And then there's another girl who's in decent shape and she's dancing for a dude on a stage. And then we lean on the bar. And we look like idiots. I mean, just like these 2 nondescript white guys. He's in a blazer. He's way too overdressed.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, blazer and khakis. It's fucking amazing. And it's like a camel hairs blazer. You know what I mean? Like, it's not black. So he looks sharp. We walk in. And he looks like Matthew Sweet. The second guy who's picked me up, it looked like Matthew Sweet. So we're standing there, and then this girl's stripping on stage, and then she walks up, and she comes up to us, and she goes, "Hey," and she leans on the 2 of us and grabs my dick. She just, and I'm assuming she grabbed his too, because she's got her hands out, you know, she like leans on us. We go, "Hi." I mean, I don't know what to say. And she just goes, "Hey, you all want to dance?" And I'm like, "Nah, I'm okay. You don't want no private dance?" "No." And she goes, "Well, why don't you tipping? Why don't you tip anyway?" And we're like, "Well, I'm not going to tip. You know, you need a dance for a tip. We're here. You know, we're killing some time." She goes, "You want to buy me a drink? Let's buy me a drink." And now Greg and I are just stone silent. We just ignore her, but she's leaning on us, and she's still got my dick in her hand. And then she's like, "Well, you know, you buy me a drink." And then she leans backwards. And then she's just looking at us, and she's like, "So you buy me a drink? You want to dance?" And we're not. And I will be honest with you. Here's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for Greg to say, "Yes, I'll take a dance," because Greg is single. Greg is like, I'm not in it for lap dances or anything. I go there just to fucking kind of hang out and lurk in the background. But when you're with another guy, now you're kind of conspicuous. If I'm alone, I can kind of blend in. But with another person, well, now, you know, fuck, we're there for a reason, obviously. So I'm waiting for him to step up and go, "Yeah, I'll take a dance, or I'll do this, or I'll do that," because he was the one who said, "Hey, let's go to East St. Louis." So I figured maybe he's old hat at this. But I think he's waiting for me to make the first move, and I'm not doing that. I got a fucking wife. I don't do that kind of thing. So, sure enough, she like just looks at us, and she's just looking, and then she just laughs in our faces. She's like, "Ha," and walks away. Because these 2 white boys won't talk. We're not saying a fucking word. We're so embarrassed and weird. So she splits. And then she comes back over, and the guy she was dancing for is there, and she was sitting with him on his lap, and then she comes back, and she goes, "You want to dance?" And I go, "Nah, your man's here. I don't want to dance if your man's here." She goes, "That," and she made this face was so great. She leaned back and just like, "I can't do the face that you'll know," but she's like imagine this face. "That ain't my man." And I go, "Come on, you're all over that guy." She goes, "He's a customer. He's paying. I'm all over him." I was like, "Okay." She goes, "Well, you want to dance?" And I was like, at that point, I was worn out, and we were the only 2 customers in the place. So I look at Greg, and I go, "You want to dance?" He goes like, "Yeah." I go, "All right, let's go." So she goes on the stage, and not a private dance. Fuck no, I'm not going to the back with Greg, although it looked like I should have. So we go by the fucking stage, and she climbs up, and she just starts rolling around, of course, and there's music, and I'm sitting there, and Greg's there. And it's just embarrassing as fuck, because I'm just sitting there with Greg. It just feels so stupid. There's no fun in the air. There's no woohoo. There's no high-fiving. There's none of the camaraderie. It's just that weird, silent, predatory male type of thing. And so she's rolling around, and then she takes her panties off, and then she spreads her legs and decides to go, "Hey, look what's inside of me." Gives us that view. And it wasn't bad. Cece was, she had, again, pierced tongue, pierced lips. But she was, she was pretty. She wasn't as, fucking worn out as the girls over at Dolly's. And then she kind of slides closer. She slides her ass to the edge of the stage. Like, "Hey, I really want you to see what's happening here." And I'm really close to the stage. I mean, I'm pulled up as close as I possibly can, and she's getting closer and closer. My instinct is to flee. Because it's like literally, there's not a light at the end of that tunnel, folks, okay? So she's sliding up, and I'm just there, and Greg kind of instinctually backs up, and she kind of shifts her hips over, and she slides over to him, and then she climbs off the stage onto his lap. Because she was waiting for the room, and so she had room. Then she climbed off, and then she's on Greg, and she's riding him, and he doesn't know what to do with his hands, and he's kind of like grabbing her thighs, and I'm just like looking, and I'm laughing, and in my head I'm just like, thank there, but for the grace of God, because I enjoyed Cece, but that's not what I was there for, folks. So I threw a couple of bucks up on the thing to tip her, and he threw a couple of bucks up, and then she's climbing all over him, and then she climbs up and she goes to climb on me, and I hold my head, I'm good. And she kind of dances a little bit more on the stage, and then the song ends. And she turns around and she grabs our money, and we stand up. She goes, well, aren't you boys tipping? And we said, yeah, you took our money. She goes, come on, you got to tip some more than that. So I gave her $1, and then he gave her another $1. And she said, thanks. And she walked over then to the guy who I said was her man. And there was one other girl, like I said, dancing. And I looked at Greg and I go, I'm ready to get out of here. And he goes, really? I go, yeah, we're the only ones paying. Of course they're going to come to us. She's going to come to us all the time looking to get money. I come to hang out. I don't come to be a fucking ATM. I go, I'm not here to fuck anybody. Let's go. And he's like, all right. So he had a water. And he finishes that. We walk outside. And I go, I want to go back to Dolly's, so I want to get a picture of the sign. Because I had taken a picture of blind. I was twittering where we were the whole time. So he goes, all right. And he goes back to Dolly's. He's driving, and he hits the fucking pothole again. And I go, my God, what is wrong with you, Greg? I get out. I take the picture. And one of the reasons that you'll see the picture's all like smoky. There's like dust in the air. It's because he kicked up the dust by hitting the pothole. So I'm like, should we go back into Dolly's and see what it's like? It's been a half hour. And he's like, no, it's fine. It's all right. All right. Greg has to chase me away. I don't care. Because here was the thing. I had been suggested to go to that place. People were like, dude, you should go to these places. And I'm like, all right. So I don't know why. But then I split. And we drive past the burned out truck. We go to leave. And then it's funny, there were side streets. I go, dude, let's go down these side streets and see what's going on around here. He's like, yeah, probably not going to do that. And I'm like, believe me, nobody's going to steal this shitty van. We keep driving. We go past the police station. We get to the end. We drive. And I go, well, we got to go to a good one now, right? And he goes, really? And I go, well, yeah. I go, because there was a Miss Kitty's, there was a Hollywood strip club, and then there was the Hustler Club. And so we were actually in the parking lot of Miss Kitty's. And I'm sitting there, and I go, you know what, dude? I go, we got to go to the Hustler Club, right? I go, that's like a real one. He goes, well, I've been in there. And I go, well, then, yeah. I go, I don't know what Miss Kitty's is. I don't know if it's any good. So then we Yelped a strip club.
Oh my God.
We looked up Miss Kitty's on Yelp. And I'm reading the reviews of Miss Kitty's, and I'm reading the reviews of the fucking Hustler. I go, just go to the Hustler Club, dude. Go ahead. And it was packed. There was a ton of cars outside. So we pull up, and there's you have to walk into the Erotic Boutique. There's an entry. So we go in there, and there are, the employees are all by the front desk. There's like 6 of them. I think the oldest was 20. But there's men and women. And he looks at me and he goes, why are these teenagers hanging out here? I said, I have no idea, dude. It's your town. So we walk to the Erotic Boutique. We go and we pay to get in a Hustler. And we get in. There's only like 7 customers in Hustler. It's also dead. Why are these cars outside? We can't figure out why the fuck it's so busy. But thankfully, there was like this really hot girl on stage. And we watched her. But again, I will tell you this. We hung out at Hustler. And the girls were dancing. But they were going through the motions. There was this girl who went up on stage, Devin, I think was her name. I don't know. And I go, dude, Devin's got stripper face, because she was just in another place. Her body was there doing the splits and the dancing and everything else, but her face could not have been further away. She wanted nothing. That weird straight face, like no smiles. And then a girl named Isis went up there, and Isis was getting tipped out, and she was grabbing guys and putting their hands all over her. Like she was into it. Like she was like, grab my tits. And I was just like, whoa. And he goes, oh, Isis likes a little nipple play. And I go, yeah, I guess she does. So we're, because again, we were back by the bar. I'm not on the stage. I'm not close. So, and in my head, I'm like, well, I got to get, I mean, after all this, I've been in 3 strip clubs. I got to get a regular, like I should get a private dance, right? Shouldn't I? Because I mean, it's that stupid thing in your head. And then I'm like, no, I shouldn't. Why am I even here? And then this girl, Taylor, gets on stage. And she had a T-shirt that said Taylor. That made us laugh. We're like, she has her own T-shirt with her own name on it. So she starts stripping and doing her thing. And she did all the stuff, like all the stripper stuff. Like she got down on her back and she put her legs in the air and spread and did the splits in the air and then flipped her body over so she landed on her thighs and then flipped her back over and then brought her legs down and clanked her heels together in the air. And I'm just like, I go, dude, let's go. Come on, let's go. So we went and sat down because I go, we're not here to give money to somebody. It's got to be Taylor, right? Because if you're doing that stuff, I'm in. So we went and sat down and I put money on the stage. And again, there were these 2 20-year-old dudes at the stage, and they hated us because it was like, who are these 40-year-olds who like fucking? And I'm sorry, Greg's like 32 or something, but I'm old. You know what I mean? I got a gray beard. I fucking sit down, Gandalf, old gray beard, and I put my money up, and Taylor comes over, and she grabs my hands and she puts them all over her, and then she reaches in, and she pinches my nipples. And I look at her, and she takes her hand away, and I just go, "Is that all you got?" And so then she's squeezing my right nipple hard, and she looks at me and she goes, "You want me to bite it?" And I said, "Yeah. Why else am I here?" And she's like, "Yeah, I can't." She goes, "If I bite it, I'm going to bite it hard, and then there's going to be blood, and it's going to get on me, and that's not going to be good." And this is a conversation. She's naked on stage. The song's playing. I'm standing up. She made me stand up, and I got my hands like literally on her waist, and she's talking to me, and she's got my nipple in her hand, just talking, and and I was like, okay, and I go, and I let go of her, and she let go of me, and I sat down. And then Greg gave his money, and he actually got his hands all over, like a lot more places on her than I did. And so then we hit and run, and we go ahead and we go away from the next girl. And then he and I both, it was so funny because, again, I don't know Greg. He just knows me through this show. And I'm not there. Strip clubs are a weird animal. Like I said, you go there and it can be all like, ha, we're all having fun, or it's nervous and weird. And it was nervous and weird for Greg and I because, again, it was just, I was waiting for him to make moves on girls and do stuff because I can't. I'm not doing anything. So I'm going to live vicariously through you, Blazer. And he just wasn't, that's not his deal. He wasn't there for that either. So then, though, to see him with his hands on her tits, and I'm sitting next to him, and like I'm supposed to go like, yay, you know what I mean? I don't know what the fuck to do. So we retreat, we go back to the bar. But we both were sitting there, and we were both like, yeah, I hope Taylor comes out here. That'd be kind of cool. So she comes walking out of the back with her Taylor t-shirt on, her big fucking heels, and she walks over to us, and she grabs us both. And she's talking. She was very handsy with everybody on the way over. But then she sees us and she grabs us. And then she starts to talk to us. And I can't remember anything that she said. It was just, she's a crazy person. Because there are strippers who are strippers to make money. And then there are strippers who are strippers because they're fucking gone. And she was gone. She started talking about, she's like, I need a bottle of water because water saves the earth. I want earth, mother, earth, water, earth. And she's like, I mean, he and I are looking at each other. Because I actually, in my head again, I was like, should I get a private dance from Taylor? And then I'm like, I don't want to be in the room with Taylor alone. Who the fuck knows what could happen? But granted, I will tell you this. I'm excited about the possibilities of what could happen. Certainly. I mean, who knows? Because I like chaos and weirdness, and I'm always a fan of that. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, you can't do this. You can't do this. Because I was hit in the face with it right there at Hustler. Because we'd been to 3 different strip clubs that night. And I was having a good time with Greg, and he was funny, and we were enjoying hanging out. But it wasn't fun, man. It wasn't. There was no fun in it at all. Because I don't drink. I'm not getting lap dances. So it was essentially like paying to see live Cinemax. That's all it was. Like, I could have thrown on a movie in the room and jerked off. I had internet in the room for $10. I could have gone online and found something to jerk off to. But to be in the room live with strippers, man, after Atlanta, it just killed it for me. There was no appeal. I mean, I had a good time, but I looked at Greg, and after a while, we were waiting, and they had gone through this thing where it was 2-for-1 dances, and then all the girls were on stage, and we had a good time making fun of people. That was great. But then finally, Taylor did not come back out to dance, and we couldn't figure out why. We didn't know if she was drunk or passed out in the back. And then finally, he looks at me, and I go, hey, you ready to go? And he goes, well, are you ready to go? I said, yeah. And he goes, I was waiting for you. I said, well, you said you wanted to wait and see if Taylor came back out. He goes, oh, yeah, I did say that. Well, no, I'm ready to go. And I said, fine, let's take off. So we split. We just walked outside. And then, we're discussing the fact that it was, I'm like, dude, the thing is, that's not my thing anymore. And then he's like, well, did you have a shitty time? I'm like, no, I had a great time, but I can't do that. And I was like, now we got to go to White Castle. That's the main thing we got to do. And he was like, no, we don't. So he took me back to my hotel. And I went upstairs, and I went on Facebook to find the guys who had told me about Dolly's and all that stuff. So, like I said, I had Yelped the Hustler Club and Miss Kitty's. So I went online and I Googled Dolly's and I Googled Blondie's. And I found this out. They're strip clubs, sort of. They're brothels. The reason those girls aren't taking their clothes off or anything is they want you to say, hey, let's go in the back. And then you'll go in the back with them. So Rick, I won't say your full name, who recommended that I should go to these clubs. I don't know what you thought I was going to get out of it. I don't know if you enjoy those places, good for you, or if it was just like this elaborate prank to get me not only into East St. Louis, but to get me into a couple of fucking brothels. I appreciate your sense of humor. But fuck you, man. Because I kept telling Greg, I go, well, people referred me. There's a guy who referred me. He told me to go to these places. He's like, yeah, these are hellholes. Like, I don't know why we're going out here. Well, apparently somebody thought I wanted to fuck a meth head. Thanks, Rick. You're listening to The 40-Year-Old Boy on the Mike Schmidt Podcasting Network. And next, Legends of Jewish Barbecue. Ladies and gentlemen, with a phrase from the past of the 40-year-old boy, friend of the show, Johnny Mathis.
How much for a Toledo handstand, or maybe a backdoor penguin?
Hey, folks, remember earlier when I was making fun of people who break their show up into two parts? And during the break, Lily and I sat here because I told her, I go, hey, where are we? She told me where we were at. I think we're at 3 hours. Yeah. Close. And she said, yeah, 3 hours. And my fucking eyes bugged out of my head. And I was like, oh, I have a lot more stuff to talk about. She's like, well, are you telling me you're going to do a 6-hour podcast? I go, not 6, but I did have another thing to talk about, kind of. And then there's still more St. Louis. She goes, oh, well, I can tell you right now, if you do anything over 4 hours, you're fucked. Which I thought meant that she was quitting, like she was going to leave. And I go, why? She said, well, no, because you can't. I can't even upload it. She goes, the 4-hour one was really, really pushing it. So anything over that is going to be a problem. And I said, oh, okay. I said, I need to figure out what I'm going to do then. Because I got to talking, and I still have some St. Louis stuff to tell you. And then there was a whole other thing I had to tell you. And I don't know what I'm going to do. Although I know I'm going to make the show longer by pondering it out loud. So then Lily was presenting choices, and she's like, hey, if you want, I can just take out the St. Louis stuff, and we'll hold that until then. And I go, no, that's not going to work. And then she said, well, what if we split the show up into 2 halves and we put up 2 different shows? I go, no, that's, and here's especially why that won't work. Because then it doesn't download correctly. If you subscribe, you only get one of the shows, and then you have to go actively find the other. It's weird because I've done it. It's where we did it with something. I was remember with the bonus when we played the bonus song. We looked for it, and it didn't. People didn't get the bonus song. They had to actually go try to find it, or they only got the bonus song, which was like fucking 4 minutes long. And they're like, "You did a 4-minute show?" I'm like, no, there's a podcast too, but it didn't download.
They won't be sent out together. One will be today. One will be next week.
Yeah, but I can't. If I'm going to do that, I'll just do a show next week. Why would I sit here and talk for 9 hours and then split it up? It's pointless. I'll just come back next week and take a fucking breath. Right? But I mean, I wanted people to hear all of this at once. So like, that's what I'm saying. I wanted it to be in a show today. And if we cut it in half, like I'd put out a show today and a show tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. So I'll just fucking hold it, I guess. I'll wait till next week and talk about some stuff. I suppose. And the weird thing is, like, some of you listening to this, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but you can't. Yeah, but shh. I don't want anybody to know that I bought that llama, folks. I bought a llama. Oh, it's crazy. I was out of stories, and I said, you know what? Maybe if I buy a llama, some crazy shit'll happen. I'm like a sitcom. I got to adopt a kid or something. I got to get a bomb pop or a Chinese Rick in here quickly. That'll change everything. I get a son. Fuck, I get a whole new. That's a year. That's year 6, right? If I get a son, that's year 6. Absolutely. All right. Well, I was telling you about St. Louis and about Rick, who decided that oh my God, maybe was it Chinese Rick who sent me the note? Chinese Rick, maybe. Holy shit, Chinese Rick wanted me to bang one of those strippers and make him. Oh my God, I gotta look. Maybe it might be the ghostly Chinese Rick. It's the ghost of my future Chinese baby telling me to go in and bang a stripper so he can be made. Can you imagine if I had a kid with a stripper? Like all the nonsense I bring to the table and then her mess. Oh, Jesus Christ. That kid has to just kill everybody. That's got nannies jumping off of roofs all attached all over it, right? This is all for you, Damien. Clunk. All right. Hey. So I'm in St. Louis, folks. Why don't we go ahead and wrap this part up? So I get some sleep and I wake up on Friday. And as you know, Friday is for the show, folks. Friday is me in the hotel room figuring things out and trying to figure out how I can be the best person I can possibly be on stage that night. And especially with this being the final show of the Success Is Not an Option leg of the tour, or at least of this tour, what I'm calling it, we're going to think of a different name. There's all sorts of different things in play. So I didn't know what it was going to be. So I needed to make sure, however, that it was going to be good. Even if, because the people who bought tickets were really nice. Like I said, I sold a bunch of tickets the first 2 weeks, and then it tapered off. But then luckily some people bought some tickets, which turned out to be good, and I was excited and happy to see them. So I was in my hotel room and trying to get ready for the show. There were distractions. I will not lie to you folks. There turned out to be some distractions on Friday, but I powered through them. I motored through. Got ready to go to the theater, which was not far from the hotel, just a mile and a half. Went downstairs and grabbed a cab. Showed up at the Soulard Hall, which was in a really kind of a fun neighborhood with restaurants and also brownstones. It looked nice. It was, storefronts. So it also was a brick building. I showed up, get to the top of the stairs, ring the bell, because the door was locked, folks. And I rang the bell a few times and nobody came. And I stood there carrying a bag of T-shirts and a bag of Propel and trying to figure out what was going on. Standing there like a dumbass. When I rang the bell again, and finally the proprietor of said Soulard Hall showed up. He was a very nice guy. He opened the door and friendly. He's like, "Hey, how are you, Mike?" And I walked in. And the Soulard Hall, let me describe this place for you. It is not a showroom, okay? It is a room where they have banquets and weddings. I was referred to this room by my friend Jim Pardo, who went and did a show there and did very well. It was very successful. So I had told them that I was not going to sell nearly as many tickets as Jimmy, but I was excited to do the show there. They were cool, and I guess they're opening up the hall for more things like this to try to, increase the profit margin. Who knows? But they were excited about it, so that was cool. And they worked with me on the price, which I was really kind of surprised. They had a certain price in mind, and I said, that's high, so I'll probably look somewhere else. And then they were very nice and said, well, what do you think? And I suggested a number, and they said, yes, it worked. So it was good. I met the guy who ran the place. His name was Larry, and he could not have been more friendly as we exchanged emails and talked. And I should tell you, a month out, not even a month out, when I booked the room at first, as I've done with other theaters in the past, I have a writer that I've created. And all it is it tells them what I need. I need a chair. I need a microphone. I need, there's going to be audio cues. There's CDs. I'll bring music. And it basically runs down everything that I need on stage, what time I want to get there, what time I think their person should get there, see if they're going to charge me. Do I need to bring a bank for the tickets at sales at the front? Whatever. It's a thing that covers everything as far as I'm concerned. So I've sent that out to a few cities. Had good success with it. And also I send out the beat sheet for the audio cues just so they can get a look at it. I like to have it in their hands. Now, granted, they don't have the music, so it's not like they can practice or know what the fuck is going on, but it is weird coming in blind and asking someone to do my music. Like I said, I've gone to Toronto, and the guy in Toronto was an amazing pro, and he fucking nailed it. I mean, he hit it spot on. And then I've gone to places like Denver, where there were two women, basically, who could not figure out how to use a soundboard. And there was always like a 1 or 2 second delay, and then but it was but we got through it, and everything played, and everything was good, so it was fine. So I sent this to them when I booked the room, and then they said they'd send me a contract. It took about a month for them to get that to me, but then I signed it all and I sent them back their check, and then we're done as far as I'm concerned. And I said, okay, I sent you guys the rider, I sent you guys the beat sheet, and the contract. We're square. So about a month out, he said, hey man, we're gonna have a tech person. That's fine. Do me a favor. Can you send me another copy of the sound sheet, just so I make sure that I have it and I can get it to whoever's running the sound? I said, absolutely. So I sent them a second version, which is the exact same version. I'm just saying a second attempt. I sent them the sound sheet. And again, they were very nice. This guy, Larry, was really cool. He was really fun in email. Everything was good. Fun seems like a strong word. So I'm just talking. So he lets me in. I shake his hand. He brings me back in. The bar was really cool. It was like hardwood floors. It was really bright. And we go into the showroom. The showroom, the stage was great. It was a nice big stage. And he had set up chairs, which was really cool. He had set up about 75 chairs, which was more than I needed, but still it was great. But they were stiff-backed, no-arm chairs. They were the chairs you would sit at if you were eating a dinner at a banquet hall. Okay? So that's fine. I don't mind those because, fuck, I ain't got to sit in them. Anyway, so... I mean, that's one of the reasons that we're tooling the live show is because I'm tired of people, getting sent home with lumbago after the show, bent and crooked. Everybody walks out looking like a fucking question mark. They only buy a shirt to cover their wounds. So I'm trying to fix that. So, and also I should tell you this: the room itself, there's the stage, and then there's the chairs, and then the rest of the room, the floor and the walls, is made of cement. And they asked me if I could hurry the show up because they had double booked the room. Hitler had to be there later to kill Eva Braun and himself. So it was quite bunker-like, folks. We would have been safe from a nuclear war, any sort of attack on St. Louis. We were safe in that fucking room. So I get up and I turn the microphone on and I'm checking the sound, and I don't know what the fuck it was, but you hear me now. Imagine if I was talking to you through like a megaphone, like Rudy Valley crooning, like that's what my voice sounded like. It became this weird high. It was squeezed through, even though they had a sound system. It sounded like it was being squeezed out. It was just, I've never sounded worse. And the second I heard it, when I opened my mouth, I was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, and I went through shit. When I went to Portland, they, thankfully, Rich, friend of the show, Rich, brought in an amp for me to use. Otherwise, it would have been just my voice getting blown out. And so I fought through some stuff. But I mean, they had a professional sound system, and I still sounded like someone was holding my nose. It was brutal. So I start checking that, and I'm standing on stage in the spotlight. There's a spotlight, but it's facing. It's very stage right compared to where the seats are. So I kind of line my table up and I line the microphone, and I go, is this where the spotlight's going to be? And he goes, oh no, do you need it? You need it to move? And I go, well, I don't need a follow spot, but it would be great if it was center stage. If you could go and line it up, and that'd be perfect. He goes, oh, all right, cool. He goes, yeah, I can line that up for you easy. And he comes on stage, and he goes in the back, and I'm like, why is the light board in the back? That doesn't make any sense. And then he goes in the back, and he starts to untie a 9-foot ladder from the wall. I go, what are you doing? He goes, well, I got to move the spotlight for you. I go, you don't have a board that moves the lights? He goes, no. He goes, I'll just go climb up. And I'm like, no, dude, don't do that. I'll stand in the light. Because I just felt like an ass making him get a ladder and schlep it out there. And he goes, no, this is what we do. So he grabs this gigantic ladder and he swings it out, builds it, and gets it. And then I have to stand in the center of the stage while he tries to position the light. And he's like, what do you think of this? And I go, that's fine. Like, I just want him off the ladder. And he goes, are you sure that's okay? And in my head, I'm like, you know what? He's up there. He's fixing the light for you. Just let him fix the light. Tell him where you need it. So I said, all right, yeah, you know what? I'm going to move here. Do me a favor and just put it on me here, and that'll be fine. So he did. He finally figured it out. And he grabbed the ladder, and he put it in the back. And he comes around, and I said, all right. I go, do you want to do the music now? He goes, well, yeah, that's fine. And I had my CDs, and I go, here's the audio cues, and I go, and here is the music for the show, the pre-show music. He says, well, do you have that sheet of paper that had all the information on it with the sound? I said, well, I sent it to you. And he goes, yeah, I know. You sent it and I had it, but I don't have it now. I go, yeah, I have a copy. That's fine. Because I bring copies with me just in case. So he grabs it and he goes, okay, so what do you need here? And I go, well, all right, there's the pre-show music. I go, there's only like 45 minutes of music on this pre-show. I go, so we're going at 8:10. Don't start it till like 7:30. I go, that's fine. It'll go through. And I go, if somehow it runs out, just put it on repeat so then it starts itself over. That's cool. I go, the only thing I ask is that you don't stop it in the middle of a song. He goes, no problem. I go, now, here's the beat sheet on the songs. I go, we'll go through. I said, I'll go on stage. I'll tell you the final line of whatever story, and then you can match the music up. And I go, the lights go out. And he goes, whoa, the lights go out? I go, yeah. And he goes, at the same time as the music? And I go, yeah, the lights will go out and the music. And he goes, oh. He goes, we're going to need someone on the floor to control the lights and then someone up by the soundboard to control that. And I go, you don't have it all up in the thing? And he goes, no. I said, okay. I said, well, the sound is the important thing. I go, as long as, the lights are the lights. I go, that's fine. I said, but do me a favor. Can you turn the lights off now so I can see what it looks like? So they turned all the lights off and it was completely dark and the spotlight was super bright, which is fine because I don't really want to see anybody on stage. I talked about that. And he said, okay, cool. So he goes up and he starts doing the music. He starts playing it. And he presses the song, and it's really low. The music is low, and I go, "You got to turn that up." I go, these cues should be super loud. He goes, "Okay." He didn't turn it up, and then he jumps to the next one, and he jumps to the next one. I go, "Wait, well, let me tell you what the words are that go there." And he goes, "Well, that's fine." He goes, "I'll know." He goes, "When you're done talking, we'll just hit stop." And I go, "No." I go, "You need to know like kind of when I'm getting to it, because the whole point is." You're going to turn the lights off. I'm going to stop talking. There's a beat in between. It has to match. He goes, well, that's fine. I'll pick it up. So go ahead. What do you got? And so I start to tell him, and he's just listening. And I go, are you going to write this down? And he goes, well, no, you got it all right here on the sheet. I go, yes, but I'm giving you, cues when you'll know when we're getting to that. And he goes, oh, I'll be fine. And now I'm getting pissed because he obviously doesn't give a shit. Okay. His room is open. The bar is open. He's the manager of the room. Like and I go, are you doing the tech? And he goes, yeah. I said, all right. Cause he's the manager of the building. Like, why the fuck is he doing it? Do you have it? He goes, well, there'll be 2 people coming to help me out and they'll, I go, so who's going to work the front? He goes, well, that's probably our friend, Henry. And I go, okay. So when Henry gets here, I'll give him a sheet of paper with all the stuff. And he goes, oh yeah. And I go, do you need a bank? He goes, no, we got money in the front. I said, okay, well, it's just I got to run down who's coming and who's not. He goes, that's fine. So I said, so you want to go through the music? He goes, nah, I got it. I go, we didn't even run it. I go, you don't know the beats, like any of that stuff. And he goes, no, we'll be okay. We'll be okay. And this is a guy, he's probably like a 50-year-old white guy in a golf shirt who runs a banquet hall. And I know he doesn't give a fuck about me or a fuck about my show, but I paid. and you knew what you were getting into. I sent it all to you, and I told you, and you agreed to it. You told me you were fine. You could handle it. So I want to go off on this guy, and I don't. I hold myself back. So then his help shows up, Henry, and he goes, "Hey, Henry," and Henry walks right past me and starts talking to Larry. And they're talking, and Larry's like, "You're going to run the music. Here's this sheet. So when you go," so Larry, that's why he didn't fucking care, because he knew he was going to dump it on this guy. So Henry's like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, you got to listen. There's songs, and there's going to be cues, and you got to," and he goes, "And I got to turn it off?" And he goes, "Well, you got to turn it off and then pause it and then, be there." And I said, "Well, look, I told you that it's, there's going to be 45 minutes between stories. It's not like he's hanging on my every word." And Henry doesn't even look at me. He continues to talk to Larry. He's like, "So, all right, so I got to go up there and do this music, and then that's fine." And Larry's like, "Yeah, you'll go and take care of that, and I'll be down here running the lights." And they're ignoring me. I'm standing right there. So Henry just goes, he walks off. Never acknowledges me. And I look at Larry and I go, "Is that fine?" And he goes, "Yeah, it's fine. He'll get it." And I go, "Well, when do I get to run it with him so he knows what's going on?" He goes, "Well, I'm sure he's ready whenever you're ready." And I go, "All right." And Henry disappears. I'm there with Larry. Nothing's going on. And then it's funny. Bob, a listener of the show, Bob comes in. He's early, super early. Like really early. And Bob, I would tell you, let me tell you this about Bob. Bob wrote me and he goes, "Hey, do you mind if I take pictures at the show? I want to tell you that I would be floating around taking photos of you while you're on stage. But I need you to know that I would not do anything to distract from you as an artist. I would not do anything to distract the crowd. I just want to do what I can to take the pictures, and you can have them. You can do whatever you want with them. I'm not charging you. I have a really good camera. I would love to do it." And so I wrote him back, and it was funny because, again, he was very cautious in his approach. And then I wrote him and I said, "Hey, Bob, you can take as many pictures as you want, but just know that I'm going to make fun of you probably during the show." And he wrote me back. He goes, "That's fine. Just don't use my last name. That's the only thing I ask, is that you don't use my last name. It's, go ahead and make fun of me, I guess, but please don't say that." And I'm like, did he think that on stage I was going to go, "Hey, there's Bob Smith. Bob Smith's taking a lot of pictures. Hey, Bob Smith, you jerk." But then he writes me another email like 10 minutes later, and he meant on the show. And he's like, "Hey, you know what? I just read that, and I don't care if you use my last name." He goes, "You know what? If Jesus could lay down with whores, I don't mind everybody knowing that I'm a fan of your show." I'm like, "What the? That's your analogy?" And he called me a rage-filled, a rage-filled child from the Midwest or something like that. And I'm like, "Really? That's your analogy? All right, Jesus and whores, and that's you and my show. Fantastic. Good for you, Bob." So he's there, and he's like preparing his camera. And I would go over to him and I go, "Hey," and I had met him before, and we talked a little bit, and then I walked back over to Larry, and Henry is now talking to Larry with his back to me. And then Henry turns around, and I stick my hand in his fucking chest, and I go, "I'm Mike." And he goes, "Oh, Henry." I go, "Hey, Henry, you want to go through the music?" And he goes, "Well, just tell me what it is." I said, "Okay." So he's got the sheet out, and I start to give him like cues, and he starts writing them down. And I go, "This is going to work better if I'm on stage and you're up in the crow's nest doing the fucking sound, and you will hear it. You'll hear how it works." He's like, "Well, just we can just write it down. That's fine." And so I go, "All right." And I already know, folks. So I tell him everything, what he's looking for, and I go, "Look, the tricky part is the end. There's this one part that's the only thing that's tricky, because everything else is on and off. But there's a thing at the end that you have to kind of manipulate." I go, "Do you think you can do that?" He goes, "No." I go, "All right, why?" And he goes, "Well, I don't think the equipment will let us do that, because it'll hop, because you have to jump from a song to a different song kind of in motion to cut off 3 seconds." And he's like, "Yeah, I don't think the equipment will let us do that." I go, "Fine, I don't care. Let the silence play then for 4 seconds, and then I'll deal with it." And I go, "But also," and I tell everybody this, because again, when I go to do these shows, these people don't know me, and they don't know anything about the fucking show, or they just know that I paid. So I'll tell them flat out, "Look, I'm going to make fun of you. I'm going to make fun of this room. I'm going to make fun of everything that's going on, but I'm never mad. Everything is fun. We're having a good time." I said, "But just please know that I'm going to be giving you guys a hard time, but there are no wrong answers here. You're never doing anything wrong." He's like, "Great." I go, "Okay, as long as you know that." So we go through, and he refuses to run the music with me. He tells me he's got it. And I said, "Okay." And I go, "Look, I got to go upstairs and learn some jokes." So they're like, "Great." And I go, oh, wait, who's running the front door? And Henry goes, well, that'll probably be me. I go, you're running the front door and then you're going to run the music. He goes, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. I said, okay. So I give him the sheet and I go, these names will have mobile tickets. These names will have that. And he goes, well, so what? So there, is anybody just going to come? I go, if there's walk-ups, yeah, it's $20. I go, but these people will have a mobile ticket. They'll have it. He goes, well, I got it. It's fine. And I give him this thing and I walk away. And I go up to my green room, which is upstairs. And it's funny, I went on Facebook and I went, I'm a child. I realize that. But sometimes people give you a reason to act like a child. Because I wanted to kill them both. Like, I was so fucking mad. And I know to you guys, this doesn't sound like a big deal. Okay? But I paid to fly out there. I paid for a hotel. I rented their room from them. And they know everything there is to know about what the fuck they're supposed to do. And they're treating me like, whatever, we got it. Whatever, we got it. They've never seen it. And I even said to him, I go, I'll probably be done around 11 or 11:30. And he's just like, that long? And I'm like, I told you, it's in the rider. It's a 3-hour show, and even if it's not going to be 3 hours, I would tell them it was fucking 3 hours just because I want to make sure I have that cushion if I need it. So, I went upstairs and I was so mad and I started running jokes and I'm starting to try to write my set list and figure out whatever I got to figure out. And, it's about 5 after 7 and, I hear the music, my pre-show music. And it's already on song 2, so I didn't even notice that they've started playing it. It's 45 minutes worth of music. It's fucking 5 after 7, and it's on the second song. So it's 7 o'clock, because one person showed up and they started to play it. And so now they're going to have to put it on a loop. So I hear it, and I go, fuck this. I get up. I go downstairs. I walk right up to the bar, and it's Henry and Larry and now a woman. And they're just talking. And I go, hey, I told you that this goes on at 7:30, right? He goes, well, yeah, but a couple people showed up, so I didn't want them sitting in the quiet. I said, uh-huh. Well, you know that this is 45 minutes on the CD, so you've got to put it on a loop. But he goes, yeah, it's just we'll restart it. I go, I understand that, but you'll have to restart it. And then when the show starts, remember not to... And he goes, yeah, no problem, we got it. We'll just restart it. It's good. I just didn't want it to be all quiet in there. I said, all right. I pick out the pre-show music. I mean, I do this on purpose for every city. And if there's one person in the room to fucking hear, I mean, it's just like, so I go upstairs and I'm fuming. And, like in Denver, I made fun of the people on stage. And every people who've seen me, in Philadelphia, in every city I've been in, I've kind of made fun of the people. Well, in my head, I go, I can't do it to these guys because they're clueless white dudes who run a banquet hall and they wouldn't get it. Like, because he even said, he's like, so you finding a lot of success with this comedy? Like, it was like that kind of dude. Like, it was a guy who would much rather, like I said, be on a golf course or barbecuing, or he doesn't even know why the room is open, quite frankly. And so in my head, I go, I want to kill these guys on stage, but I can't. I can't do it because I'll fucking lose because it's not going to be funny. It won't be funny. It'll be angry. And that's not going to come off good to them. The crowd will love it. The crowd doesn't give a shit. They want to see me eviscerate somebody. But I can't, if I cut apart the two guys who run the fucking room. But in my head, I'm like, it was so funny. I'm even arguing with myself. I go, well, I already paid. What the fuck are they going to do? Turn the lights off and kick me out? But I was so mad, and I knew the disaster that was ahead of me. And so I started to talk myself out of doing the show. I was alone upstairs, and I'm writing a set list. And in my head, I'm going, you know what? These people would understand. It's a small enough crowd. If I said, let's leave, if we just went somewhere, we went to my hotel or we went to somewhere to go eat or hang out, I go, they would probably be on board with it. Like, they would go with me on this. So in my head, I started to formulate a plan. I'm like, what could we do? I go, well, there's plenty of bars around here. We could just go out and hang out, and I'll talk with them. And that's the thing, is it's like, I'll refund all their money. I'll give everybody their fucking ticket money back, and we'll all just go hang out somewhere and get me out of here before I kill these two motherfuckers. So I started to really formulate that plan. In my head, I'm like, all right, I'm going to go on stage and tell them we're leaving. We're leaving. We're done. And then we'll just walk out and let them lock the fuck up. I don't care. People will go with me on that. And in my head, it sounded like a great idea. But then the real part of me, the entertainer part of me, the fucking professional in me just went, dude, these people paid to see you. And also, you've made a big deal about this being the last performance of the tour. This is the last time you're doing this show. and now you're gonna pull the fucking plug on it? You can't do that. You got to do it. You have to do the show. And then in my head, I'm like, well, I mean, I can kind of do it for them somewhere else. Like, we'll go to a hotel and I'll do it. We'll all sit around and I'll tell them. It'll be like in New York when they fucking turned the lights off on me and I had to leave and I went and finished it in the lobby. I go, I don't mind that. I can go and do this for people in their cars. It'll be fun. We can go to my hotel room and I'll do it in there. I don't care. I just don't want to be here with these motherfuckers. And then the other half of my brain is going, you have no choice. You paid. They paid. Just make the most of it and be a fucking professional. But then the other part of me is just like, dude, fuck professionalism. They're not being professional. Why should you be professional? Let them eat the $3 or whatever that you paid for the theater, and then just take the money and refund everybody's money and just and enjoy yourself. Because why am I doing this if not to enjoy myself? I don't want to be. If I wanted to be miserable, I'd work comedy clubs. I'd go to places where they fucking were concerned with selling drinks and didn't give a fuck about me and didn't give a shit about my fans or who the fuck was going to be there, because it was freezing and I asked them to turn the heat up, and then they turned it to like 90. It was just fucking everything I said was wrong. Everything I asked was not done. And then they kind of like went, oh, okay, yeah. Like that, and that was the worst part. If they would have fought me and been like, no, fuck you, dude, or no, we're not doing that. But instead they were like, yeah, okay. That weird glad handing, leave us alone, please. Oh, I hated it. So I'm upstairs and I hear the fucking music end. And then I'm going to go, like I said, at about 8:10. So I walk downstairs at 8 o'clock. People are sitting in the room and the music's playing and the CD started over. And, I just now at that point in my head, I go, I just want to go on stage and get it over with. I just want to go upstairs on the stage and get it over with. And then in my head, I'm like, get that out of your head now, because these people paid to see you. You can't have that mindset of like, you just want to get this over with. What the fuck? These people are here to see something they've wanted to see for a long time and something you're proud of. Just fucking do it. But then the other half of me is just like, get out of here. Just get out of here, dude. So I'm in the back of the room and I'm pacing. And at 8 o'clock becomes 8:05. 8:05 starts to become 8:10. And he goes upstairs to the fucking crow's nest. And song was playing and he just cuts it off in the middle. And I'm standing there and the lights are up in the house. House lights are up. And I start waiting for him to because I want to hit the stage, because I know the cue, all right? I know the opening theme only runs about 20 seconds. So I want to make sure I'm coming on stage while it plays and I hit the stage. It's timed in my head. So I'm approaching the stage. Well, the house lights are up. So everybody sees me walking toward the stage. And as I'm walking forward, they go to start the music. And then I get to the stage and they still haven't started the music. And I get the steps. And then right when I get near the steps, the music kind of starts and it's at a whisper's volume. I mean, they didn't turn it up. I just hear it start. It's like this really tiny, and I just go, ha ha, and everybody laughs because they recognize me laughing at fucking idiocy, and they stop it, and then they go to start it again as I'm walking on stage, and they play it again, but it's super low, and then they stop it again, and then they play the second song. Because apparently they unleashed a monkey in the sound booth. Who doesn't know play stop, you dumb motherfucker? Are you joking me? Play stop. That's it. That's all you've got to do. He started my theme 3 times, and by the time I got on stage, then they started the second audio cue. And I'm at the microphone and I go, we're good, Henry. That's fine. And I see him and Larry. Now, Larry's in the booth, and they're kind of like looking at, and they start, and you hear the music start. I go, stop it, guys. Stop. We're fine. And then they stop, and I go, they're terrific, right? And so let me tell you something. There were 2 parts of me. Like I said, the guy who wanted to give a professional show and the guy who wanted to get the fuck out of there. And you know who took over right when I got on stage? When the guy who wanted to get the fuck out of there. I was so mad. And I wanted to blow dry those 2 motherfuckers. And I'm on the microphone. And I even said, I go, you know what, folks? I go, I knew this was going to happen. And then I started to tell them that I sent them the audio sheets. I sent them twice. And I told them what I told you. And then I started to kind of rev a little bit, and I made myself stop. I was like, I'm out here, and he's going to change a light bulb. He's got to fucking get a ladder out, like a 9-foot ladder. I start telling them that story, and I start making fun of the room because again, it's not warm, like it's all cement. And I go, hey, here's a good idea. Why don't you carpet your bar and not carpet your fucking showroom? Are you joking? So then the acoustics are all off. I'm echoing all over the place, and I get this really high-pitched voice, and it just fucking sounded like shit, and the music was bad, and then I just went off, and I did not let them have it. I said we're having a good time, haha, but I started to talk, and then I stopped, and I looked at the people, and I go, I really want to leave here. I mean, I'm not joking. I don't want to be here. Like, I want to give you your money back and we'll all leave together. Like, go somewhere, right? That'd be cool if we all just fucking got up and split, right? And I could see people, like, because I leaned forward out of the spotlight and I saw them, and I saw some people were like kind of laughing and some people were confused. And then there were some people there who went, he means this. There are enough people who've listened to this show long enough to realize that I'm not fucking around. I wanted to get the fuck out of there. So there are people who were laughing and some people were kind of confused, and there are other people who are like, oh no, oh fuck, he really wants to leave. And he means like all of us. If there would have been a fucking plurality of people who would have said, yeah, cool, I would have said, let's get the fuck out of here. I would have. I would have handed you each your $20 and we would have gotten the fuck out. Honestly. But I could sense there was an awkwardness in the room. Because Dad was angry and everybody was trying to figure out why. So I just started to talk, and I kind of talked myself down by talking it out, by talking about leaving and not leaving, and I was able to talk myself off the fucking ledge. And then I told them about the light bulb, and I talked about the sound a little bit. I did not kill those guys because in my head I'm like, they won't get it. Like, it would be like, honestly, I would imagine them just shutting it down and turning the lights off and going, well, we didn't. Yeah, you don't pay to make fun of us. You know what I mean? Like, they were those type of dudes. They were just straight white guys. And so I started talking, and I got to really talking about some stuff on stage. And I looked down at my watch, and the show, it has an open where I kind of talk about like the stuff you've heard here about the strip clubs in St. Louis and all that, and then I'll do the one man. And that's why it winds up being longer than it should. Well, I'm talking, and I went off on a tangent about something else and told another story, something I'll get to another time. But I started to talk, and I looked at my watch, and I was at 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And I mean, I hadn't even started the show. And I should tell you this: the crowd was great. Everybody was very nice, but also that I had a sense of no real energy in the room because I was distanced from them. The room was too big. I like an intimate room. It was my fault. Like I should have done more to bring the crowd with me. Okay, but I felt that I didn't have them early. Because I think they really sensed that I wanted to leave, and I may have turned them off a little bit. And then there was another story I told that kind of took the wind out of the room a little bit. But then I started to pick it up in the middle, and the crowd was fantastic. They were so great. So I started talking. I'm telling the shows, and I come to the end of the first segment where it's time now for the lights to go out and then the music, and it's kind of a timing thing, like because I hit the beat on the punchline, and there should be a laugh. And then the lights should go out, the music should start, and people should clap. And then so I hit the punchline, and I kind of smile, and nothing. No music, lights don't go down, and I'm just standing there at the microphone, and then the music starts, and it's the theme. It's the first song. And I went, fuck it, stop. And I see them again. And I go, stop it. And everybody laughs. And I go, did you expect anything more, honestly, out of this show? Really, folks? I mean, it's called Success is Not an Option. Why wouldn't this happen? And so they fucked that cue, and they didn't turn the lights off. So now I have to go from a story to a story without a blackout or without music. And then I do this the middle of the show, and that ends, and they hit the music, and they play the second cue. And I go, turn it off. And also, by the way, at whisper volume. None of it's turned up. They haven't turned the volume up once. And I go, hey, stop fucking with the music. I go, we're fine. I don't need it. And then they played the right cue, and then he let it play all the way through. Even after I said stop with the music, they let it play. And it played, and then they went to the next, it let it play right through to the next cue. I said, stop the CD. And they finally stopped it. And I looked at the crowd and I was like, yeah, all right. And I did the final story of the show. I wanted to murder those two dudes, but I did the final story. And now here's the thing, okay? The final story ends, and the ending of the show ties into the music that closes the show. This is what I said was the tricky part for the guy. Believe me, if this was the tricky part, his head was going to fucking explode. I would not have been surprised, honestly, if I had just gone over there and there was just a 4-year-old. It's like with jelly on his hands hitting the board. That's how fucking horrible these guys were. And they never turned the lights off. He didn't turn the lights off. He turned them off once, but then he turned it right back on. He missed the timing on it because the music tells you when to turn the lights on and off. So with no music, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. He's just standing. And the thing is also, he was standing in the back of the room, silhouetted against the open door to the bar. So he looked like my dad waiting for me to finish so he could yell at me. Like literally, I saw him in the back and I just kept seeing his shadow. And I just wanted to go, get the fuck out of the doorway. You're all I'm seeing, man. Because I was fucking full of hate for him anyway. So then I just picture him with his arms crossed, tapping his foot like, oh boy, we need to sell a couple more scotches and then hopefully this guy stops talking. You know what I mean? Like they didn't give a fuck about my show or me at all. At all. They were a floor and a fucking roof. So then I finished the final story of the show, and what's supposed to happen is there's a minute of music that then goes into another piece of music that I talk over to end the show, which then goes into another piece of music. And fuck me, I finish and it goes quiet and they don't turn the lights off and they don't play the music. And I went, don't even bother because it's just going to, then I told the crowd, I said, here's the bad part. I'm about to tell you, it's supposed to tie into the music you just heard. So then I explained it to them why I tried to bring them through the end of the show with me, and then the show ended. And the crowd was great. They hung in there. They stayed. They clapped. They were very nice. And I walked off stage, and it's funny. There were stairs to the stage. But when I walked off, I was so furious. I walked backstage. Backstage, there's garbage. Like it's just piles of ladders and boxes and shit. There's nowhere for me to go. So the people are still in the showroom, and I don't want to walk out like Uncle Buck. Like I just, I went the wrong place, but I did. So I walked into the backstage area, and there's only 2 feet of room, and I stood there. I stopped and stood there, sweating, as people clapped, and then they got up to leave or whatever the fuck they did. But I'm not going to walk back out there like I'm taking a bow for this fucking horrible musicless fucking show. And when I say horrible, I wasn't horrible. I was fucking fantastic. The crowd was great. It's just these motherfuckers who ran the building. I wanted to take a blowtorch to them. So I stood in the back waiting for people to clear out. And I looked at my watch, and I had done about 3 hours and 38 minutes. Even without the music and all that. It's just crazy. So then I walked out, and there were still people there, and I go, hey, there's no backstage there. I've been standing waiting for you to leave. Like I was so awkward. Because I had to tell them. So I walked out. I grabbed the Propel, and I go, I'll be back. And I had to go upstairs and get my shirts, and I had to sit. Cause I usually have to sit down for a couple of minutes because I've been standing up the whole time. So I sit down, and I'm sitting there just filled with rage. Like I wanted to let them have it. So fucking pissed off. And I grabbed the shirts. I went downstairs, and then just the 3 of them are by the bar waiting with their arms crossed, waiting to go home. You know what I mean? They could not have ushered me out the door any faster. And they didn't put any pressure on me, but just the pusses on their face said it all to me. And they weren't even mean, like actively mean. They were just befuddled. They were doofuses. You know what I mean? So I walked, and everybody was very nice. They hung out to meet and greet and buy shirts. And I met Dave. This guy Dave was there. And, Mike, the guy who, I don't know if you know, Mike did not start the page, but he certainly claimed that he did. Mike was there. And like I said, our friend Bob was there. There were so many people there. This guy Chris came, Chris who has a podcast, and his girl Lindsay, and Murph came from Peoria. Murph sent me, I believe it was Murph who sent me the Schmidt Pilsner glasses. And also Murph went in with Leanna and a few other people on the poster, the Kill Bill poster that I wanted. Amazing. So Murph, I finally got to meet him with Melly, his girl. I think it was his girl. And Carlton was there. It was great. I got to meet everybody, and everybody was so nice. Sandy, like I said, my friend Sandy was there, and she brought her family, and her husband and the kid. They don't care. You know what I mean? They just had to sit in a chair for almost 4 hours. And her mom, she brought her mom. I haven't seen her mom since I was a kid. And so seeing them was great. And seeing everybody was just so amazing and fun. And I can't thank you enough for coming out, buying tickets. And then afterwards, everybody's like, are we hanging out? What are we doing? And I said, I don't know. And Murph's like, there's a White Castle like a mile away. And I knew I had to do an interview with Chris for his podcast. And I said, okay. And he goes, I want to do it in White Castle. That'll be awesome. So I said, great. So it wound up being, I said my goodbyes, everybody were there, but we stayed for like an hour and 20 minutes. To meet and greet. No offense, I was not going to rush out so they can get home. Fuck them. Everybody was nice. I sold shirts. We left. We wound up at White Castle. And we get to the White Castle. They're like, I think it's 24 hours. We get there. There's police tape around the parking lot. And I'm like, absolutely. That's exactly what should be happening.
Oh, my God.
And it turned out, we pulled around and Murph's like, hey, should we give this a chance? I go, do me a favor, run in and see. I go, I'm not getting out of the car. I can't move. So he ran in. He goes, it's open. So we parked. And it was Carlton and then Chris and his girl Lindsay and then Melly and Murph. And they were very nice. They bought, I should tell you, also, and Greg bought me dinner at the Shaved Duck. Yeah, he was really cool. And then they bought me sliders. And I didn't want to eat sliders because I was getting on a plane in a few hours. And I'm like, but I can't go to White Castle and not eat something. So I ate and I did the interview. We hung out there for like 2.5 hours. And honestly, that's why I go out and do this. I mean, I love doing the show and all that kind of stuff, but meeting people is the best. The people who love the show and are really nice. And Murph has been a fan from the beginning, and for him to finally see the show live. So I can't even imagine how pissed he would have been if I would have said, hey, let's get the fuck out of here. Can we leave? You know, he must have been in the audience when I said it and just going, I don't know. We can't leave. What are you talking about? Although, honestly, he might have been up for it. Because some people just want to hang. I don't know. Who the fuck knows? But we split. I got back to my room like 3:30, and I had to fly. I was getting picked up. Mike, who started the page. Oh, no, he didn't start the page. That's right. Greg started the page. Mike, you dick. Mike, by the way, is the guy who wanted me to become the beneficiary of his accidental insurance death policy. And in Kansas City, but then they needed my social, and I'm like, nah, I'm not doing that. So he's still trying to figure out a way around the social security number, and if he does, then I will be the beneficiary of his death policy, which I'm sure his new girlfriend will be thrilled about.
Oh, my God, that's ridiculous.
So he said he would drive me to the airport in the morning. So I knew he was coming to get me at 6:45, and it was 3:30 when I was in the room. And in my head, I'm like, well, fuck, and I just had some White Castle, and I'm like, well, I could stay up 3 hours. And then it hit me like a ton of fucking bricks. I said, I got to get some sleep. So I crashed until 6:15, got up and packed, jumped in the shower real quick, and he showed up at 6:45. I said I would meet him downstairs. I went down to check out, and they were real nice. I got to the counter. I said, hey, I'm leaving. Here's my room number. And they said, oh, okay. And they said, Mr. Schmidt, you have 2 days of internet charges that we're going to waive for you. I said, what? They go, yeah, we thank you for staying with us. Thank you so much. And we're just going to go ahead and waive those 2 days. We'll take care of it. So then I felt like an idiot for bitching about it, because literally in my head, I'm just like, hey, you're charging me for air, right? That's air, $10 a fucking day. That's like charging me for TV. That's in the air too. And that's where it's going. They're going to charge you for TV one of these days eventually. I say that confidently because I'm an 80-year-old man. Oh, damn it, those pictures in the sky. So I was ready to lose my mind on them, and they're like, they took care of it. So I'm like, oh, thanks. Okay. I'm dumb fuck. I didn't know what to say. So, because I still have pent-up rage. I don't know what to do with it. So I split, and there's Mike. He's real nice. We go out to his car, and he had like a Honda CRV, I think, or something like that. And we were going to breakfast. I said, if you drive, I'll go to breakfast. So we found a place called the Taylor City Diner, or Taylor, I don't know what the fuck, Taylor Street. And I had found it online. It had been Yelped very well. Not as good as Miss Kitty's strip club, but it was Yelped fine. And we went to this joint for breakfast, and they fucked my eggs up. God damn it, listen, if you can't make an egg, you're a breakfast place that can't make it. I ordered over easy eggs, and they made it, the bottom had that like brown, they burnt the bottom a little bit, whereas brown had that little waxy thing on the egg white. I'm like, dude, what do you, really? But I didn't give a fuck. And then I would say this, they had beer biscuits. And then they had other, Andy's famous beer biscuits, as well as like toast and shit. I go, you know what, can I get a biscuit instead of toast? They go, sure. So I got 2 over easy eggs, some bacon, and then they had these things called loaded potatoes. And I go, what's loaded potatoes? They go, oh man, it's cheese and sour cream and onions and garlic and potatoes, and it's all kind of cooked together. And I'm like, yes, done. Because it's exactly, my mom used to make a thing called party potatoes, and it was exactly like it, but just smashed up. It was so good. So they brought the breakfast, and the eggs were kind of but the yolk was still runny, so that's all I care about. And I bit into the biscuit, and you know what the biscuit tasted like? Beer. I was furious. I was like, aren't you going to cook the alcohol out of these motherfucking things? But I ate it, and it tasted like, and again, maybe I'm just, because Greg said, maybe you're a super taster. Like, because when we were at dinner the other time, he's like, maybe you're, and then, here's the thing, by the way, Greg, he goes, maybe you're a super taster. I go, I have no idea. I have a really good palate. So I get to the room. He sends me like a test from the internet with food coloring and straws and a magnifying glass. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck if I'm a super taster if it means I got to do a 5th grade art project in my mouth. So, but then when I tasted the beer biscuit, I was like, well, maybe I am a super taster. So I kept it. I saved it. Who knows, folks? Maybe I'll do it on the air. But, so I go, and the potatoes were great. The bacon was good, and I ate but I didn't eat much, and I had already eaten White Castle. So, and Mike was real nice and friendly, and we talked, and he started giving me advice on things to do in my life. And thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. That was cool. We were talking again. We were exchanging ideas, and he dropped me off at the airport. And that was it, man. I was ready to get out of there. And I can't thank everybody enough for coming to the show. The final performance, and not the final, you'll see those stories somewhere else, and eventually they'll get worked into something different. It's just, I think I'm done holding people hostage for 3.5 hours, especially with those chairs in a cement bunker. It was like being in somebody's garage. Like, I half expected there to be a tennis ball hanging from a string.
You never yelled at them, ever?
Yelled at who? The audience?
Fucking sound and lighting.
No, I didn't. I did not. No, fuck. You know why? Because they were two clueless fucking white dudes who would have never understood it. They probably didn't understand rage. They've never been mad in their lives. They were human fucking milk. I'm not even joking. They were human milk in golf shirts. They were just nice guys with no fucking temperature at all. They were straight 98.6. They weren't up. They weren't down. They've never been mad in their lives. They have great children, and they go to church, and they wouldn't have understood a fucking idiot coming in there and yelling, even though I sent them fucking pages and pages of material to download. I bet they didn't even open those motherfucking emails. I'm telling you. I bet they didn't do that. They didn't give a fuck about me or my show, but it wasn't because they were out of malice. They just didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and I could not have controlled myself. I wanted to do it from stage, and then I wanted to do it in person, and I knew, there's no way. I will not be able to control my rage on stage, and they won't get it. And especially if I pulled them aside, what am I going to do, buttonhole them for a conversation and just scream at them in their own bar? They're not going to fucking care, and then they're going to sit there with blank faces while I yell and get madder, and believe me, at that point, if they start pushing my buttons and things get really ugly in fucking St. Louis, at that point, people are writing me and telling me that Nick Nolte looks like Mike Schmidt's mugshot.
Oh my god.
You guys can get me at MikeandMikeSchmidtComedy.com. You guys can follow me at Twitter.com/the40-year-old-boy. You can be my friend on Facebook at Facebook.com/the40-year-old-boy. You can be our friend David Hernandez, who does all of the artwork and the music for the show, at Facebook.com/DavidMaxHernandez. Our friend Lily Von Stupp, who does the hard work, as I've mentioned. She does all the work for this show, producing it and then sitting here and pretending to care. You can get her at Facebook.com/Lily Von Stupp. You can follow her at Twitter.com/Lily Von Stupp and Twitter.com/MNTs. But if you'd like to get past her graffiti-strewn Facebook wall and get into her interior compound, if you'd like to enter her interior compound and get her a personal note, you can write her at Lily at burlesque411.com. That's Lily, Lili, at burlesque411.com.
Drink your coffee, don't hold some pencils, let's soak your false teeth, don't hold more pencils, mugs. Throw a Garrayaper on these mugs. There's Flameboy Schmitty on these mugs. Go buy these wicked awesome mugs at MikeSchmidtComedy.com. Mugs, 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 mugs,
Want to remind you folks about the Monday Night Teas every Monday night at the 3 clubs on Santa Monica and Vine. The show's at 10 o'clock p.m. I've been. I love it. I may be going on December 3rd because I heard about some stuff that's going to be there then. And how was the show this week? Our friend Lily Von Stupp is the producer of this show and the producer of the Monday Night Teas, the hottest, most successful, longest-running burlesque show in the history of Los Angeles. Hey, Lily.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Fantastic. How was the...
Spectacular Monday.
Really? I understand the host did a very good job.
You know what? I was brilliant.
That's you, right?
I don't often say that, but I was on Monday.
That's
It was
perfect.
beautiful. The audience got me. They loved me. They were with me. The girls were amazing. We had 2 debuts, a 3rd debut act. We had fucking Jezebel Thunder and Dizzy Von Dam, and it was fucking amazing.
Sounds great. I am sorry that I missed it. I was very busy. I should have been called because I understand you had a photo shoot that I could have been a part of.
We did, and I put it on Facebook saying everybody that's performed ever on the Monday Night
But
Tuesday.
that says chicks to me. I mean, I don't think that means dudes.
Anybody, and I said variety artists and guys wear whatever you normally would wear, whatever you know.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't even think to personally invite you.
How do you not think to personally invite me to things? I don't. That makes no sense. I am, if anything, whenever you have something, personally invite me. You should.
The thing is, there are 500 performers, so I had to try to email 500 performers and deal with spam filters and bounce back and all the rest of the bullshit you get when you try to email 500 people.
Right.
Oh, fucking Yahoo and Hotmail, go fuck yourselves. Seriously.
I actually have Hotmail, and I will tell you this: Yahoo, people will be buying the Schmitty Comes Alive, and they'll write me, and they're like, "When are you going to send it?" I go, "I sent it 4 days ago."
Yeah.
And people, that's basically Yahoo people. Well, good. I'm glad the show went great. That sounds fantastic. And there's a show coming up this week. This is November still, right? Wow.
26th.
All right, you were very busy there with your hand. That was odd. Who's there? What's happening?
Meat Fest 3!
Oh, that's right. It's the dudes and
Oh, it takes a village, people.
a bunch of helicopters showing up to flaunt their wares.
It is our all-boylesque show. Russell Bruner's coming down from Portland, Oregon. He's headlining the show. Tito Bonito's performing. Lee T. Killer, fucking Harry Merkin, Bobby Burlesque, Mr. Snapper. Who am I forgetting?
I don't know.
Patrick
Patrick?
Bankrobber's hosting, and Dr. Lust. Jesus.
Dr. Lust. Awesome.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
We're almost sold out, and it's just gonna be a.
It's funny, like if you had Russell Bruner on like a girl show, like because I want to see his act. I would love to see that, but I can't go to a full dude show. Just because to me,
Around 11. Catch the last few acts.
maybe I'll do that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that. But yeah, so that's Meat Fest. Are there tickets available still?
There's about 16 standing room only left, and
Okay.
I think we'll probably be sold out at the door.
All right, go to MondayNightTees.com for any information. Go to BrownPaperTickets.com to get tickets. And you can Google Lily or put Lily's name, in Brown Paper Tickets or Monday Night Tees, and you will find tickets for the upcoming month, including New Year's Tees, right? Or what's it called?
Oh, yeah.
Is it called New Year's Tees?
New Year's Tees.
New Year's Tees. And that should be huge and going very well.
We just booked a band, too. We're going
And-
to have live burlesque with a band.
April Showers will be there, so that's fun. Well, good. So that sounds like December is going to be rocking over there at the Monday Night Tees at the 3 clubs. I don't know why I say it like I'm interviewing you. That was stupid. That's all. It's going to be rocking over there, and I'm a dumb fuck. Well, good. All right, I'm glad to hear it. And I will definitely. I think I'm going to come on the 3rd because you've mentioned some things that are going to be there, and we'll talk about that next week. I can't wait. Remember, folks, that if you go to Facebook.com/the40year-old boy, you can be my friend. But there are also pages to bring me to your towns. Now, I will tell you this. All right, let's talk about this. San Antonio and Detroit and Hampton Roads, Virginia. And who else is there? Montreal. And a few others. London. I do want to come to your towns, but right now things are a little in flux with a lot of things with the live plans. I can tell you I have no plans right now to schedule anything for certainly till the end of the year, not till 2013. I need to retool and revamp and do all those kinds of things, but there's also some personal shit going on that's got to figure out travel times and making it work with schedule. So I'll cover that a little later, but just letting you know, the live stuff is something I really love doing, but right now I have to rethink it and figure out a better way to do it, because especially after what happened in St. Louis, it made me go, man, I'm putting people through a lot here. I mean, you guys support me, and you are so cool, and you want to see me live, and I want to make sure that you see the best show that you possibly can. I don't want you to sit in some fucking cold garage on a rickety fucking chair while the guys can't do the music. That's fucking bullshit. I mean, I might as well just come to your house and do it in your garage at that point. We'd have a much better time. So please know that those pages are there, and you can support those pages, but right now there are no real plans to make any show dates. I'm hoping to. I would love to. I love it. I wish I could do it every week. But right now, things are kind of in flux. So I'll figure out what's happening, and we'll go that route. But still, doesn't mean you can't be my friend over there at Facebook.com/the40year-old-boy. Please remember to go to MikeSchmidtComedy.com and check out the Joe Business page. There's all sorts of stuff there for you to pick up, autographed prints and autographed explosions of id. There are T-shirts. There are mugs available through Zazzle.com. There are, of course, earbuds, autoerotic asphyxiation earbuds, and maybe autoerotic asphyxiation earbuds, and Cockering watches via tweakedaudio.com/40. You can get them through the Joe Business page as well. T-shirts, of course, Red Boy and Scar Panda are available. And the Schmitty Comes Alive download, which is a hour and a half, about 90 minutes, $5, an audio performance live at the Los Angeles Podcast Festival. And again, if I'm not coming out and doing live shows, why not pick that up and you'll hear exactly what you're missing. How rude is that? But that's just $5, man. You can hear it, and it went real well, and I was excited. And honestly, that is the show that I would play. If someone said to me, "Hey, what do you do?" I think that I would play that show because it is a real good representation of what I try to do. And I will let me throw this out there. By the way, like I said, some people buy the show, and then I try to send it. If you haven't been able to download it, make sure you contact me. I'm current, man. I'm sending them out. Like, I'm current every day. It's not like I let them build up over a day or two. If you buy it and you don't hear from me for a day, it's been sent. So write me and then I'll figure out what to do. Like our friend Hanan did. Our friend Hanan in, I think it was in Saudi Arabia or Pakistan, which is always amazing to me when I get people from Ireland. I get people from all over the place buying things. Guam. But Hanan bought it and then I sent it. And Hanan wrote me and said, "Hey, I did not receive that." And so I said, "I will send it again." And I did. And then Hanan wrote me back and said, "Hey, I did get the link this time. However, it turns out my country has banned that website that I use for file delivery because they want to control what comes in and out via email because they are censoring people or whatever they're doing. I don't know." So Hanan was like, "I don't know what to do. Can you figure out a way to get it to me?" And I wrote him and I said, "Listen, and again, I wrote them. I don't know if Hanan is a man or a woman. I must be honest. We didn't have that in-depth of a conversation. But I said, Hanan, I will do what I can to try to figure out a way. I will put it out on the board on people online and see what I can do. But I will get it to you very quickly. And if not, I will refund your money. Absolutely." And then Hanan wrote me 2 days later and said, "Listen, I would never have done this. But you mentioned the torrents on your show and I found it on there and as I would look at it. But I would never do it if I hadn't paid for it, just so long as you know. And please keep the money. Obviously, I want you to do that because it's just like I bought the show. It's just I got it from a different place," which was really cool and kind of stand-up of them. And thank you so much, Hanan, for doing that. But I can tell you that Schmitty Comes Alive, like I said, it's available for $5 at the website. Go ahead and pick it up because it's really good. I would not lie. And you can also donate to the show through the website. In the upper left-hand corner of every page, there is a donation link. You can make a one-time donation, or you can donate $2 a month, $5 a month, $10 a month, or $25 a month, and I will be happy. I was going to say there's like a prize. There's no prize. It's just you guys supporting the show, supporting art that you enjoy, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you. And please forgive me for calling it art. Literally, I just talked about a stripper when an alien burst out of her stomach. I don't think I'm going to be hanging this show on the Louvre, the wall of the Louvre. That makes me laugh. Oh, and also, hey, by the way, we're in the home stretch for Indiegogo/MNT, right? Is that Indiegogo/MNT.com? Okay, Indiegogo.com/MNT. Folks, I'm going to fuck that address up a million times. But we are in the home stretch for that. We got about a week left to try to raise the money that we can for Lily's private gallery showing for her for the Monday Night Teas and the celebration of 9 years in business, right? 9 years? 10 years? Yeah, 9 years. So go to Indiegogo.com/MNT and give what you can. There's rewards to be had. There are whiskey glasses, like tumbler glasses, which are fucking awesome. And there's also, again, the private show for $60, which I will be attending. So make sure you go and do that and then come and say hi to me and I'll buy you a taco. How about that? Let's do that. Anybody food off a truck. If you guys donate the $60 and you come to the private party, you can approach me and I'll buy you a taco at the taco truck if there's one in the vicinity somewhere. But if there isn't, then I'll just shake your hand and say hello.
It's an open bar, and we're probably gonna have snacks and food.
Folks, the snacks, it sounds like if liquor's on me. So good for that. So donate still and see me at the show and say hi to me. So it should be fun. And Lily's going to be there and people are getting naked from what I heard.
Yes.
So that'll be fun. And also please remember that you can go to artbydmh.com for our friend David Hernandez and see all of his freelance stuff. And if you have a company or you need some sort of work done, go ahead and call. And it is artbydmh.com, right? As I try to do it off the top of my fucking head because I'm dumb. Let me double check. It is artbydmh.com. Please go there, see the work that David has done, and see if he can do any work for you or your company. That would be fantastic. And it'll keep him off the phone with me as I call him and go, do this, do that, draw me with horns. Even though he draws me with horns all the time, I still insist on it every week. Are you going to put the horns on this week? Yes, Mike. I'm going to put the horns on the character this week. Oh, please, 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 the horns. Yes, we are, dummy. So go to artbydmh.com and check out David's stuff. Go to indiegogo.com/MNT and support Lily and her Monday Night Teas soiree extravaganza. And enjoy your Thanksgiving. That's tomorrow. Like I said, happy Thanksgiving to you. And Lily made fun of me for the way I said it earlier. That's from me, and it's from Lily, and it's from David. And also, happy Thanksgiving to you from Nicole Westbrook. Folks, I'm sure you know all about that, right? Don't you? Oh, you don't? Well, then why don't you go ahead and Google Nicole Westbrook's name? I'll wait. And you will see that Nicole Westbrook has a video called Thanksgiving out right now. And I was introduced to this video just a couple of days ago, and I sat there and I watched it. And I will not lie to you folks, I watched the video 3 times in a row. I watched it all the way to the end, and then I started it over and I watched it again because I am fascinated about the fact that this exists. I can't understand why the parents of 12-year-old girls are letting them go out and cut these songs. And the song, because this song... Normally they say, oh, well, these people are creatures of a producer or no. This song was written by a 12-year-old. I guarantee it. There's no doubt that this 12-year-old put pen to paper and wrote these lyrics. And it's like she's hanging out in her house and it's a pedophile's dream. Like she's kind of like, yay, I'm alone on Thanksgiving. Who's going to come over my house and sneak in? It's brutal. And then she's singing about Thanksgiving and she's like, in April it's Easter and in January it's Christmas or New Year's. I mean, it's fucking, dude, you have to see it. It's offensive and awful all at once because here's the offensive part. For some reason, she's got like this big black guy who hangs out with her. So it's her and all of her young friends and then a big black guy who hangs out. And then guess what he does? He runs the barbecue grill. Oh, what a shock. This white family of kids has the black guy running the barbecue grill. And at one point, he's actually eating a plate of ribs.
No.
They're like, yay, Thanksgiving. And then he's eating a plate of ribs. I'm like, really? Look, all right. I'm 45 years old. I have a little more experience than the 12-year-old, but I'm assuming the 12-year-old didn't direct the video. There had to be a guy my age on set who realizes that having the black guy eat a plate of ribs does not look good for anybody at all. How does the black guy at that point just go, hey, really, ribs? Seriously? We're doing that? Can't I have a fucking cup of flan or something? I don't care. You don't have the black guy eat ribs. You just don't. And I don't care. I'm sure everybody's going to say to me, well, that's... Because I have a tone. Because you know why? Because I talk quickly and I don't fucking think. That's why. I think that's what it means when you have a tone. Is you don't fucking bother to care what comes flying out of your goddamn mouth. I try to grow the show and I want people to get on board and they're like, I listen to it and you talk too fast. Really, I talk too fast. How the hell else am I supposed to cram all of this into a small 3-hour window? Dude, there's no script. I just go over this shit on the fly. It makes me laugh. If it doesn't make you laugh, turn the fucking station. And by turn the station, I mean turn the wheel of your car right into a guardrail. Jesus fuck. Hey, where are you going, boy?